All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other two selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
.602 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. Get your feet on the floor, jumpstart your day with your boys on this Taco Tuesday. Jeremy?
Yep.
So you won the bet.
Yeah.
I said that this dude is so out of touch with producing that we wouldn't get on the 603. You had a little bit more faith in him than I did, and you said 602.
Yeah, good job. What's this guy's name? New guy?
Joe Lacroix.
I am the radio.
Lacroix? Are you French?
Oh.
Le bleu. Le bleu.
Suck le bleu. Je le crois.
You got to learn French, don't you?
How is the LaCroix, like, drinking business?
I actually like that stuff.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
How was it getting up this morning? Were you out of shape?
I'm here, but it sucks. Only one day.
The program director, I'm here, but it sucks.
Joe says, I'm in shape. I'm just not in morning show shape.
Yes.
At least I could probably leave at like 2 or 3 today.
Oh, at 2 or 3, I'll be not here.
Yeah.
Now, how is that, being here that late? I don't know. I've never done it. Not for the morning show.
I like when management says, hey, do you think you can stay a few hours later? We've got something going on in the afternoon. And I'm like,
no.
Do you think you could start it a few hours earlier just once in a while? Because that means you guys would have to change your schedule too. Because the only people that are in this building early in the morning, engineering, these 3 morning shows, sometimes, and Dave Burgess and Ann, our promotions director, and the lady that runs the station.
I'll give Ann credit. Ann does start things at noon.
Oh, she does. No.
Ann starts it at noon. That gives me time to go over there to
But she
smoke a
doesn't
cigar.
give you a hard time if you're not, like, I'd like to see you, but hey,
No, she does. You just don't hear it.
Oh, she does? She doesn't tell me.
It would be nice if you showed up maybe once.
To what? A Yankee candle giveaway?
When did we have a Yankee candle giveaway?
They did.
Because I would have been there for that.
Christmas time.
I would have been there for that.
Why don't you show up, PD? You don't know they had a Yankee candle swap?
It's not called a Yankee candle swap. It's called Yankee swap.
No, I think that's what the baseball players did back in the 70s when they traded wives. That's a Yankee swap.
I thought a Yankee swap was what you and your buddies do when you go.
Hey, I'm going down to the South. You Yankee. No, but again, like, there is something to be said after, like, sitting around here for 2 hours. I live in Glen Burnie. So to drive home and drive back, especially if there's any traffic, it's going to be an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah, that's when I go into the humidor, smoke me a cigar, then come back. Smoke a cigar.
What time is it, speaking of being here on time? Hey, Gina Crash at 6:05. What time does the 6 o'clock show start?
5:30.
Oh, my God.
It's done. Don't tell anybody I'm late.
Oh, my God.
Jordan Walker, homer. This is a guy that was just recently sent down. Was it last year? They sent him back down with that last year,
I
2
think it
years
was
ago.
2 years ago.
Sent him back down to the minors, and one of the biggest reasons they sent him down because he couldn't get lift on the ball.
Plate discipline, too.
Yeah, last night he became a home run derby champion.
It's crazy. Like
That dude has an old face. He's not 24 years old. Joe, tell me that dude does not have an old face. He does not look 24. He is 2 years younger than my daughter.
Well, to be fair, Greg Oden said he looks young. Man, that's a young, handsome man.
He is the youngest player to ever win a home run derby?
Is he? Or no, there's
there's
Griffey, and then it goes who? Juan
Okay,
Gonzalez?
I'm sorry, the fifth youngest. Youngest.
Well,
I will say this, though. Fun fact. He was born in 2002. He's the first home run champion to be born in 2000s.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
He was the first home run champion to be born in this millennium.
Yeah, I mean, he was a lot like, so if you looked at
We're old.
Joe Adele with the Angels, there were a bunch of these guys that were top prospects that, you got your own guys in your farm system that you fall in love with, and everybody was talking about these guys. They get to the major league level, and it's like, hey, what happened to all that stuff you were doing in the minors? Because you're not doing it here.
Yeah.
And then Walker just figured it out this year, and it's awesome for the Cardinals because that guy's fantastic, man.
Jeremy, that's how they. When I was coming up, playing JUCO ball, playing American Legion ball, I was always told by scouts, it takes 12 to 1,500 plate appearances for you to figure it out. These top prospects don't get that in the minors anymore.
No.
They're rushed through the system. That's why I don't blame Mike Elias for saying we want him to touch every base. I don't blame him. Now they don't always get 12 to 1,500, but it takes you 12 to 1,500 plate appearances because plate appearances give you moments, enough opportunity to see nearly everything. I mean, that gives you're going through the system when people are trying to figure you out. Yeah, I've had success doing this, so now they're going to do that. Well, I'm going to adjust to this. Oh, so now they're doing that. So now 12 to 1,500 at bats later, you've seen almost everything, so now you know how to react. You can't do that on the major league level. So I think a lot of it is these guys being rushed through.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's different than all the other sports. You draft a guy, and you might have to wait 4 to 6 years to see him, man.
Yeah, there's high school kids we drafted this year.
Hell, there's college kids it still takes 4 to 6 years. Some guys just figured it out late. Aaron Judge is 34 years old, guys. He figured it out late. And, I mean, he's still one of the best hitters in all of baseball, but sometimes that's the way it goes. And, looking at it now, Kerstead is killing it in the minor leagues. He'd been on one. Encarnacion Strand has been on one. You've got some guys there that there's some interesting stuff going on. So
Jordan Walker, at this moment, had 1,474 plate appearances. So that means he didn't have probably 1,200 when he first came up because he got sent back down. He stayed down there for a while. He didn't have that yet, or maybe right at that. He's only had 40 more minor league plate appearances than major league plate appearances. He's had an extra year in the minors. So that's what I'm saying. These guys get rushed. And I know a lot of it is money, the amount of money you spend on them, the expectations you have in them, so you push them up. But I just think some guys, and I know you're going to name some guys, well, this guy went through, he only had this, and he was all right. Okay, well, he's the exception. But for the most part, it doesn't work.
See, I think sometimes people like to compare all these guys like everything's on the same level, and it's not. Depending on the farm system you go to, even depending on the team you go to. If you're playing in, there are some farm leagues, or if you want to talk about farm system, the leagues that they're playing in, every stadium's a bandbox. So every time you go to the minors and look at some guy's ERA, it's in the 5s. And you're going, well, why is his ERA so high? Well, look at the league he's playing in where it's, bandbox stadiums and heat, wind, all the things that affect it, and you'd see the high ERAs. How would you like to be a pitcher drafted by the Rockies? But that's all they're going to keep drafting because nobody wants to sign there.
Yeah.
And then the same thing, depending on what happens with the A's, I don't know what their new stadium's going to look like, but that's Coors Light right now where they're playing in Sacramento. So it's just, I don't know, man. You look at baseball, it's not all created equally, even going from one team to a different team and how they do things. Some teams might tell a pitcher, I don't want you throwing this pitch. Remember Trevor Bauer, when he was drafted, he was fighting. God, what was he?
Not only that, Jake Arrieta.
Yeah, Arrieta. They wouldn't let him throw a cutter.
The cutter.
Hey, and then he went to Chicago, and he won a Cy Young, Rob. Oh.
And yesterday.
And a World Series.
Yesterday, a lot of questions were being asked about the Orioles and not signing, not drafting pitchers. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you look at, like That's when you know people aren't in tune with what's going on in the minor league system. You know, Orioles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the top 10 prospects are pitchers. 5 of the top 10. And if you go beyond that, the top 15, if you go to the next 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11 through 15, pitchers. So 10 out of the top 15 prospects in the Orioles organization right now are pitchers.
I just looked at
you're forming an argument that's 3 years old. They stocked up on pitchers the last 2 drafts.
And the trades, don't forget.
And the trades. That's what what's the best unit right now? The most consistent unit on the Orioles major league team?
Starting
pitching.
Somebody had said.
So what argument are you guys making about this year's draft? 10 out of 15 top prospects in the organization are pitchers.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with it, but somebody said, why would the Orioles trade for starting pitching? Your starting rotation next year, and again, it includes re-signing Trevor Rogers,
right,
is Bradish, Rogers, Boz, and then they said Povich and BY.
Yeah.
And that may end up coming to fruition, that it ends up being your rotation. And I know fans will be like, well, that's not good enough. Well, you don't know until what these young guys turn into.
Yeah.
Jacob Mizorowski, are you watching Mouth Breathe Miz running around like a child at the All-Star game? Like, you were just talking about, he threw 70 pitches over 100 miles an hour in a game.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Dude, if anybody said last year, if you'd have told me last year, this time of year, Jeremy, well, we'll be fine next year. We'll have BY in the rotation. I would have laughed at you.
I would have.
So when you're telling me Cade Povich is going to be in there next year, I'm no longer laughing because for some reason these guys develop pitchers.
The other thing with this and just looking at it, I said something to you yesterday. The Orioles drafting a lot of high school players, which isn't the norm. I think part of that is, and I'm not saying you forego a good player to get somebody else, but I think with the high school players, it takes a little bit longer. And if you look at how everything's filtering, and we talked about this before, when your young players are coming up for contract, you've got guys in your farm system that are going to be ready to come in and replace them if you don't re-sign them, or you can trade them and get something else. The one thing the Orioles have to show us is that they are willing to trade some of those bigger pieces to go get something right now.
Lamar Jackson, man, he dropped 67 spots in the top 100. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Adley Rutschman addresses the trade rumors during the presser at the All-Star Media Day. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. A spot of the final is on the line when France faces Spain. Spain is a battle-tested side that was taken down to the wire 3 times already in the tournament. It's been a relative walk in the park for France, but now Kylian Mbappe has to figure out how to score against the best defensive team in this tournament. I'm Mike Conti.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer, and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a
specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next home upgrade, Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event is the perfect reason to do so. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality and ultra-quiet performance of Bosch. Whether you need a new refrigerator, range, dishwasher, or an AC unit to stay cool, they have it all with flexible financing. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you at their Owings Mills showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. In the Sparks area, 83 southbound, the Harrisburg Expressway completely shut down just before exit 24. That's Belfast Road due to an accident. Crane Highway still completely shut down in the Glen Burnie area between 6th Avenue and Georgia Avenue. And I-97 northbound, an accident right at Benfield Boulevard has you backed up. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Before we get into all of it, Jeremy, do you believe that the Baltimore Orioles will trade Adley Rutschman?
No, I don't.
Why is it becoming such a narrative then?
Because people look at it. You got two catchers. So one, that's a surplus. And you've got plenty of catchers in your minor leagues that you could go and get. Oh, you just signed Sam Basayo to an extension. Look at, I mean, he was already going to be here for most of those years for arbitration. I think people are overlooking that aspect to this, and we're all happy that you sign him early and get this done. But I don't think Adley's getting traded. I think if they wanted to and something came across the board that they just couldn't turn down, maybe you look at it. But I truly believe they want to re-sign him and keep him here along with Basayo.
That's what I think, too. What's concerning me now is it's becoming a national story about Adley. He had to stiff arm these questions at the media day at the All-Star game. The one that got me that I thought was funny when they said this rumor, the word out there that the Yankees are interested in you. Are you flattered?
I had to be a New York writer that's asking. Who
are you flattered?
I'd like to know who asked some of these questions because, like, I love what Adley did too. Just kind of ignored it and sidestepped it. Like, yeah, not thinking about that. Thinking about the season.
Exactly.
Are you flattered? I never thought about it. You know,
I want to beat the Yankees. Why would I be flattered? That's like saying, hey, another radio station wants you, Jeremy. Are you flattered?
Yes. Oh no. I mean, no. Sorry. What was I supposed to say?
that wouldn't flatter me. What do I care about that? I just think it's I'm hoping that it's just a rumor. Everything that I've heard, the Orioles aren't targeting or looking to trade Adley Rutschman. Everything that I heard. Now, whether that's true or not remains to be seen.
But you always have to listen to everything. If somebody listen to me. If somebody called them and traded or asked to trade for Adley and offered you some package that you're like, oh my God, can you believe they're offering this? Then yeah, maybe you have to look at it. But I think people look at this as like it's a surplus. Like you have two marquee running backs or two number one wide receivers, and it's like, why would you don't need both of those. You need to allocate that money elsewhere. They don't have to. And oh, by the way, having a player like Adley and Sam Basayo in the lineup, and if you combine their contracts, if he gets extended, it's probably going to look like a normal contract for an outfielder, and you're going to have both of them.
Yeah.
And they're going to play upwards of 130 games.
For DH and a catcher. Here are the questions and the responses. This is from Andy Koska online. He didn't ask the questions, he just reported. How do you handle the trade deadline? Do you pay attention to the reports and rumors? Adley says no. I try to stick on stuff I can control, and that's not one of those things. So whatever happens is out of my control. Another question comes, do you feel like guys have done enough to convince the front office to buy? Adley Rutschman says no idea, which he doesn't. The next question, do you talk to the front office? Do you want clarity beforehand? Honestly, Rutschman says, haven't thought about it. I haven't thought about it until you ask. Honestly, you focus on trying to win. That's my job. That's the most important thing, and that's what we talk about as a clubhouse, as a team, just finding ways to do that. Final question. There are reports the Yankees are interested in you. Is that flattering or something you have thought about? Rutschman, I haven't thought about it at all.
Hey, I just talked to this girl. She thinks you're really cute. She likes you. Is that something that you would consider? And it's like, I'm married. What am I doing? Like, what are we even talking about here? Is it flattering that the Yankees would want you? Who gives a rat's ass? You're at the All-Star game in the middle of your season.
He's a 3-time. He's been in the league four full seasons. He's been to the All-Star game 3 times. You know, I mean, come on. What do we...
Some of the things that get said by the national media just makes me bonkers with so many guys. Like, I mean, you were talking about Bob Nightingale. I don't know how many things he reports that are wrong. I mean, on a consistent basis. It's unbelievable to look at some of the stories that get out, these rumors. Who are you talking to? Agents? Are you talking to a front office person? Another team said, yeah, we'd like to have Adley. Oh, they're trading for Adley.
Yeah.
Hell, we'd like to have Shohei. Shohei, how do you feel about Baltimore wanting you? Like, shut up. What are we doing?
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jeremy, you talk about your brother, man.
No, that's not. I'll talk about whoever. If you're reporting things that don't come true, I'm going to sit here and call you out on it. I don't care who you are. So, yep.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go get Antonio. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you, man?
Good. Happy Taco Tuesday, guys.
Happy Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. Will the Orioles give up current players or prospects in trades before the trade deadline? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day, too. I kind of threw you guys a little nugget. I'm going to say it one more again. What does every team, every organization want? Pitching. Controllable pitching. So if you're already, headed in the way of rebuilding, you want young, controllable pitchers. I'm going to say this one more again for you. 10 of the top 15 prospects in the Orioles organization, pitchers. Some of those guys will never make it to the Orioles major league level. They may make it to a major league level, but not in Baltimore. 10 of the top 15 prospects in the Orioles organization are pitchers. The easiest thing to sell organization is young, controllable pitchers, especially organizations that are rebuilding. So if you're rebuilding and you got some guys that you're trying to get rid of, hey, number 11 through 15, they're all available. Let me know who you want.
Yeah.
You got Jeremy. That's the easiest asset to sell.
Yeah. They have, no matter what they want to get, if they wanted to go get Scooble, they could. They have enough prospects to make it happen.
Yes.
I'm not saying that that's something you should do. I know fans would want that because, you're getting Skubal and what it means. But if he doesn't sign here, do you really want to give up a bunch of prospects that you have under control for years? And I know people are going to go, yeah, I do. I want Skubal. I get it. I understand it. But getting a guy for a couple months, how would you feel? Like the Dodgers didn't have such an issue, or even the Padres getting Soto for that short period of time. But if you got a guy for 3 months and you didn't win, and then he walks and you gave up some of your best prospects, you're going to be pissed off.
Can I give you the elephant in the room?
What? Sponsored by the elephant in the room.
That's right. The one thing that gives me pause is Skubal just missed several weeks this year with an injury. It gives me a little pause, Jeremy. It gives me a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot that we can get into with the Orioles and how fans are. It's so funny. I'm reading one of my buddies. 80% of the time I tweet something about Bob Nightingale, I end up deleting it because I'm like, I'm just being mean to this guy.
ESPN, when they joined or bought NFL Network, I knew it. I knew it was coming. I'll tell you what it is at 6:45. But on the other side, what would you call the best story of the MLB's first half? Not the MLB's, that sounds stupid. MLB's first half. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover Motor Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
From the makers of Surfside, something new is hitting the shelves this summer. Introducing Super Light, the new vodka plus 8 canned cocktail inspired by classic sports drink flavors. Super Light comes in 4 delicious flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. With only 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that's perfect for summer. Whether you're hitting the green, shooting hoops with friends, or soaking up the sun, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scramble burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Belford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBelfordBelAir.com.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 97 northbound, right at Benfield Boulevard. That's exit 10. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. 83 southbound, just before exit 24, that's Belfast Road, completely shut down southbound due to an accident. And Crane Highway, northbound and southbound between 6th Avenue and Georgia Avenue, still shut down due to a utility problem. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com Sports Desk.
The American League and National League will face off tonight in the 96th annual MLB All-Star Game. Baseball's brightest stars will be on full display this evening in Philadelphia with names like Bobby Witt Jr., Junior Caminero, and Kyle Schwarber ready to light up the city of brotherly love. You'll be able to hear tonight's game on The Fan via ESPN Radio with first pitch slated for 8 p.m. Eastern. Dylan Cease gets the start for the AL while the NL counters with Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez. And today on the pitch, France and Spain battle in the first of two World Cup semifinal games. The victor moves on to face the winner of tomorrow's Argentina versus England matchup, with the final slated for Sunday afternoon. The losers of both semifinal games battle for third place on Saturday. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, we're going to do this story. Your best MLB story of the first half. But I got to read this. Because we were talking about draft picks. And you were wrong. You said it's like baseball. If you get 30%, you're good. Nope. You went way too high.
So tell me.
You went way too high. All right. Here's the good news, Jeremy. First round picks. Only first round. Which is one of the best of the best, right?
Yep.
If you're a pitcher, 81.3% pitchers, first round draft pick pitchers who are signed.
We'll see the major league
level.
level.
We'll see the major league level. 81.3%. That's great, right? Nope. Not so much, because only 14.3% of them have significant major league levels of careers. Will record 1,000 strikeouts, for instance.
So there's way more hitters than pitchers. So what's it say about hitters?
So now think about it. 1,000 strikeouts. Let's say you get 200 strikeouts in the league. You're not even making it 5 years in the league. But he also said significant time. Second round is a lot lower. Now, for hitters, you may think the world is pretty great, right? Hitters, 81%, just like pitchers, but 22.5% will get over 1,000 MLB hits. And while only, what percentage did I have? 14% will record any significant time in terms of at-bats. So it's really low. It's real bad.
All right. So looking at what is it? These first-round picks. So we take out 2025. 2024 is Vance Honeycutt. 2023 is Enrique Bradfield Jr. So those guys, again, what do you say? 3 years, a lot of these guys in the minor leagues finally getting to the majors, some longer. So that's where that cutoff is. Jackson Holliday, Colton Cowser, Heston Kjerstad, Adley Rutschman, Grayson Rodriguez, DL Hall, Cody Sedlock. I think he got a Ryan Mountcastle, DJ. All those guys made it to the major league level. Now, whether you want to talk about they were great or not, people act like these draft picks that Mike Elias drafted all suck. I don't get that. I don't understand that. And then if you look deeper at the numbers, you guys will see, like, there's some really good players in this group. Some of these guys, it's frustrating that Colton Cowser had a dip. It's frustrating that Adley had injuries. It's frustrating that Gunnar was not looking like Gunnar the first half of the season after having a year where the power numbers were down. But we all said he was playing through an injury, right? But this is what I'm talking about. So many people get into this and talk about the draft like you even know who these damn guys are. It's just funny, man.
Now, my favorite story, the best story for me of the first half of the 2026 season, in 3 years prior to this one, they had 324 losses, including a record 2 years ago of 121. Right now, they find themselves at the top of the AL Central with a 50-45 record. The Chicago White Sox, for me, are the best story of the first half of the MLB season.
There's no question. Oh, I got it. Did you hear what? Have any of you guys heard what Murakami? They asked him if he liked any music, American music.
No.
What song he said? All right, I'm going to tell Joe, and I'll have him come back from a commercial break with it. But that's kind of such a cool story, right? You get a guy like Murakami, we don't know what he's going to be. He hits 20 bombs, and, oh, by the way, he missed a couple of weeks before the All-Star break happened. He just came back maybe a week ago, 10 days.
Yeah, they didn't know whether he was even playing All-Star.
But this is what we talk about. So somebody said, well, what, the White Sox, did they go through a rebuild? Yes, they did. They traded Chris Sale. They've got back some everyday players that are now a part of their team. They drafted well. The Montgomerys, Braden and Colson. Well, they traded for Colson. I think that was part of the Red Sox deal as well. But you look at that roster and some of the guys they've called up, they've drafted, developed, some of the moves they've made. You trade for Vargas, and that kind of looks like a throw-in, and Vargas looks like a damn good player right now.
He's an all-star too, right?
Yes.
What's your best story of the first half of the MLB season?
I mean, for me, it's easy. It's that kid, man. Like, Jacob Mizorowski last year, we talked about him, and it's like, oh, wow.
Why did he make it to the All-Star game? Remember that?
Yeah.
That was the big controversy.
And we were all saying, man, he's only pitched in how many games, and they're having him start the All-Star?
Why not Trevor Rogers?
Yeah.
That's what we were asking here.
Yeah, we were talking about all that. And you're looking at it going, that's kind of crazy. And then this year, he looks like a gigantic child, and he's humping it up there over 100 miles an hour, almost on every damn pitch. Yeah. What's his changeup, 97? Like, to me, that's a crazy-ass story. That's one I look at. I think the other storyline for me is just how mediocre this league is.
Yeah, that's a good story. Not a good story.
But you get what it just feels weird. Like, everybody's sitting here saying, we suck, we should trade away everybody. And then you look around and go, oh, wait a minute. Everybody sucks. What are we doing?
I told you someone said to me, why are you getting all hyped up? They beat the Royals. The Royals are horrible. Yeah, they may be one of the worst, but who's good? Tell me who's good. Tell me right now in the American League who represents that league for the World Series.
Like, the Red Sox just won 9 in a row, and they were in last place. Yeah. The White Sox, I think they, at one point before they knew they were going to be actually good, they went in and swept the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
And then they swept, it was another powerhouse. Was it the Dodgers? I don't remember. Maybe it was the Dodgers. Like, they had some really good series this year, and they've been playing above board, and nobody thought that their starting pitching would hold up. It's been pretty good.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I'm trying to see if they swept the Dodgers, Jeremy. I see what they did again.
They swept two teams that we went, man, did you see what the White Sox did? This is before we knew that.
It wasn't the Dodgers.
Okay.
They took, one of them was postponed. They took two from the Atlanta Braves, and the third game was postponed.
Maybe that's the one they threw in because the Braves were in first place back then.
Right.
Remember, they were like 10 games ahead of the Phillies or whatever in first place. It's like, oh, they're running away with the division. And then you blinked and everything changed.
Yeah. Yeah, but the White Sox are a good story.
Yeah.
Orioles have done pretty well against them this year, but they're still a tremendous story in the American League Central.
Anything else stand out to you? Like, I was trying to think if there was an individual player that was doing something that we hadn't seen.
It's not standing out in terms of doing well, but me personally, Justin Verlander retiring. That stands out to me. I mean, it's not a story of him succeeding or anything like that, other than putting together a Hall of Fame career. Just saying goodbye to that. Also, I think they're a game under 500 right now, but the Nats are ahead of schedule, I think.
James Wood. Talk about making a trade. You got James Wood and C.J. Abrams in that deal. For Soto. That's what you want when you trade a talented player like that. And that's
Thank God for Dean Kramer. Thank God for Dean Kramer, man.
Can we trade back those 4 pieces we got to now we'll give them to the Padres?
They're not playing anymore. Lamar's ranked number 5 quarterback by NFL GMs.
You guys suck.
But he's ranked number 69 in the top 100. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. On the other side, ESPN plans to do something that I'm not very happy about because that's a show that we watch a lot while we're in studio. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Jordan Walker, hero in St. Louis, villain in Philadelphia. He walked into the city of brotherly love and quite literally snatched Kyle Schwarber's chain. He beat Schwarber in walk-off fashion with 12 homers in the final round. Say what you want. Format this, format that. I don't care what format it is. If we get a conclusion like that, it's worth it. I'm dead.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors, Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your Baltimore weather today, sunny 70s. This afternoon, sunny and close to 90.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 83 southbound, the Harrisburg Expressway in the Hereford area. That accident is cleared up, but it's still backed up to Mount Carmel Road. Crane Highway shut down in both directions, northbound and southbound, between 6th Avenue and Virginia Avenue. And 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking.
Rob, this is Murakami's favorite song.
Clarence Carter. How long has he been in this country? Who played this song for him?
Pat McAfee said, "What America?" He goes, stroking. And I'm like,
Did Pat McAfee not know what that song was?
I don't know. I didn't see the rest of the clip, but it's hilarious.
He knew it. He knew it.
Did he? Yeah.
Wow.
Murakami.
This is interesting.
Yeah. He'd be stroking.
I wish I'd have known that before he came to Baltimore.
I would have played that damn
thing
thing
on my phone.
Walking out.
In.
Yeah.
I guess it's a double entendre for him. For what Clarence Carter means for it, and also at the plate.
He's been stroking at the plate.
Probably double entendre. That's very interesting. ESPN plans to end Good Morning Football.
But they're not ending the main show. Isn't it just the affiliate shows? Like there's people, what was it in the article they were talking about? It's not that main show that we all watch, is it?
What affiliate shows?
I think they were talking about like how it filters off. Like in Buffalo, they may have an extension of it, or in this city, they have an extension of it.
It should end any of. Why would ESPN have any issue with any of it? Well, I mean my biggest thing when they took over NFL Network, I was fearful of them making big time. NFL Network is done right.
Here it is. It says ESPN plans to end the syndicated version of NFL's network's flagship morning program, Good Morning Football. The main version of Good Morning Football will continue on NFL Network.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Why are they ending the affiliation? My fear is this, and my whole point of this is, as I put in the notes here, This appears to me to be the first blow of ESPN slowly but surely picking apart the NFL network. We've seen things last year on NFL Red Zone that wasn't there before ESPN took over. I like ESPN. I used to love ESPN.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. I used to love them.
I told you said something to me the one day. It's like, how did you not see that commercial? And I'm like, dude, I don't know the last time I've watched commercials. Probably at the movie theater.
Are you about to tell me the same thing with ESPN? You don't know the last time you watched ESPN?
No, I'm just saying I don't want. Remember, you were talking about some event, and I said I didn't see that. And you're like, how did you not see it? Was it a football thing or something? And you're like, how did you not see this was going on? And I said, I hardly ever watch ESPN unless it's a game.
I do remember the conversation. I just don't remember. I'm like you. I don't remember
flag
what we were
football
talking about.
thing or something. I don't know, but like again, I channel hop all the time.
And I'm sure I'm like many people that I didn't used to channel hop. I would get up in the morning. Only time I watch ESPN now is two things. Either I'm here at work and it's on, it's background, or there's some kind of game on that I want to watch. The shows themselves and I love NFL Network. NFL Network is the number 2 sports network for me.
Really?
MLB is number 1.
I get that. You always talk about how you listen to MLB.
I love MLB.
Radio and different things. Yeah. I mean, it's...
But NFL Network is a close number 2 because they do it right. My biggest fear when they were swallowed up by ESPN is that you're going to slowly pick apart that network. And I've seen some things I don't like, including Red Zone.
You don't like Red Zone?
I like Red Zone, but they made some changes to Red Zone last year, man.
They started adding a couple commercials
and all that stuff, man. Come on, dude.
It wasn't as much as you like. When they said they were adding commercials, everybody was upset, and then you watch it, and it's like...
You and I both know.
It's a couple minutes.
That's the beginning. They introduced it to you.
Well, that's,
It's like taking gas prices up to $5. Initially, they were $2.50. It was $2.50. They took it up to $5. Then they said, we're going to bring it back down to $3.50. And everybody forgets. It was $2.50. But now you feel like they did you a favor by bringing it down $1.50.
Yeah.
Not realizing, no, it's $1 more than it was before. You get screwed one way or the other.
Well, I still think... I'm wondering if some of these other things go away, like FanDuel TV, and like are they making the type of money they need to make to stay in business for that, or is that just another luxury to have to promote?
I think with MLB now going to ESPN, combining with ESPN, I think a lot of those networks are gone. Joining us right now from Sarasota, Florida, he is Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
What's happening?
Hey, did our new producer get to you late? Sorry, man, if he didn't call you and if he didn't reach out to you in time, we'll get this guy straightened out.
And I was texting Ben and not getting an answer. I'm like, that's not like Ben.
No, you're probably waking his ass up. He was at the home run derby last night.
Ed, did you watch any of the home run derby? I know you know the results, but did you watch any of it?
I did not.
I don't feel. You know what? You have good company because I did not either.
The Pro Bowl and home run derby are the two things that nobody gives you crap for not watching. I ain't watching that.
That's true.
I get it.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but your best story of MLB's first half.
The best story for this season?
Yeah, for the first half of MLB.
Well, and just to kind of give you
I would say the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if you remember, the two teams I pick every year to go all the way from each league are the White Sox and the Padres, and it never happens. So eventually I'm going to be right.
Yeah, they've lost 324 games in the last 3 years, and now in first place in the Central. That's a great turnaround, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they haven't done it with, who are the big names on that team? Seriously.
On the White Sox? Yeah. I mean, I think some of these guys are they're younger.
Yeah, but right
they're
now,
going to become big
they're
names.
not. They've done it with guys, you're right. They even traded at a young
Chris
age.
Sale?
Yeah.
No.
He's gone. Yeah. So they traded for a lot of these young guys, and they're becoming superstars now.
Tim Richardson?
Yeah. No. They're all gone.
They're all gone.
We got a lot of Lamar Jackson to talk to you about this morning, folks, because I've seen some things, and I guess Jeremy has some justification for it. I'm not buying it. Lamar Jackson ranked the number 5 quarterback in the NFL by ESPN, but voted 69th best player in the league in the top 100. What does this say about how the league views Lamar? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
If you haven't tried it, shame on you. Elephant in the Room is tremendous. The atmosphere, the drinks, but most importantly, the service and the food are top notch. Let me give you some examples. How about the short rib tomato skins? Potato skins. How about the mac and cheese cheese balls? How about the fried green tomatoes or the pulled pork sliders? They have it all. If you want to go with the entrees and the signature plates, the elephant prime cheeseburger, the pan-seared salmon, or you gotta try the steak. I've been telling you about it. And don't forget the elephant stack. What is that? That's short rib, mac and cheese, collards, and bourbon glaze. It is so good. Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com and check out the menu for yourself. And when you see my man Jeremy Allen over there, tell him Rob Long sent you.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you want to be the ultimate summer host, you need the right setup from Town Appliance 4th of July shopping event. Upgrade your home with the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the chef-inspired design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of JennAir. They also carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and AC units to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Mayor will take great care of you at their Owings Mill showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai's Freedom to Upgrade sale and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment till October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection. A few tickets remain for 311 and Dirty Heads So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome.
Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd.
A Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Lamar Jackson ranked the number 5 quarterback in the NFL by ESPN, but he dropped 67 spots in the top 100 from number 2 to 69. Ed, your opinion on both of these situations?
Well, I think it's how he's viewed around the league right now. It's not unlike a lot of the opinions we get from our listeners, where people think this is an immensely talented guy, physically anyway. He's maybe the most gifted athlete to ever wear a Baltimore uniform in any sport, but can't win. And that's, fair or unfair, I think that's the knock on him, and I think that's what this comes from.
He can't win, like Josh Allen, who's ranked number 1.
Yep.
Like Joe Burrow, who's ranked number 4.
I was gonna say Josh Allen went to a Super Bowl.
You mean Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow went to Super Bowl.
But why is Josh Allen number 1?
I have no idea.
Yeah, both of those guys get so much of a pass when it comes. Josh Allen just threw 5 interceptions in a playoff game, and people are still blaming everybody else for the loss and not him. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson's the best football player in the league. I don't have a problem with him being ranked 69th on that list because it is supposed to be what you did last year, not for your career, right? Like a lot of people look at it differently. That's why he drops. Every player on there is going to tell you he's a top 5 player in the league, regardless of who you think. The issue I have is this number 5 at quarterback. You put Matt Stafford in front of him. You put you put Joe Burrow in front of him because what? He made a run to 1 Super Bowl. He's missed more games than Lamar.
I'm going to say that list can't be based on what you did last year.
What?
Because Joe Burrow wouldn't be on it.
No.
I'm just saying that list can't be.
I think that list is just these idiots picking quarterbacks or whatnot and stacking them. It's just I get tired of this because how many of those guys on that list have 2 MVPs or more?
Is Mahomes?
Mahomes and Lamar. The rest of those guys don't. But yet he's 5th somehow. He's got 2 MVPs his first 7 years?
He's 69th.
See, I hear
it's ridiculous.
I hear what you're saying, Jeremy, based on last year. You understand him falling. There's not a planet on Earth where Lamar Jackson is the 69th best player in the league. That's not. I don't care what he did last year. I think
that's why he falls on that list is because of last season.
Well, that's a stupid reason. And I'm not saying it's your stupid reason, but if that's their reason.
But then how does the list change from year to year then?
I understand him falling. But he is not the 69th.
Correct. I'm not arguing with you on that.
Under any circumstances, is Lamar Jackson the 69th best player in the National Football League?
I've said this for years. Even when Mahomes was winning all the Super Bowls and lighting the world on fire, I said Lamar was not the best quarterback in the league, but he was the best football player in the NFL, 100%. And he still is. He still is. He's not the 69th best. It's just, it's so insulting. It's so ridiculous. That's why I'm laughing. It's so stupid. You're telling me that there are 68 players in the league more gifted than him.
There aren't 10 players in the league more gifted than him. There aren't. I mean, if you want to drop him from number 2 to number 20,
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's insulting. But okay.
Exactly. But 69th?
It's like, come on.
You know you done messed up, right?
Well, that's why these people voting are.
You know you done messed up, right?
I mean,
whoever voted that. I mean,
the whole thing.
Players vote that?
Yeah, the
that's
players.
That putting him 69th is suicide.
Who was it? I was just one of the guys that they interviewed during it was saying, "Yeah, I grew up rooting for Lamar. I grew up watching him. He's one of my favorite players." I'm like, what year did you come into the league, man? What the hell are you talking about? And I think it was a Bengals player, and he's like, yeah, man, that guy's a badass. And I was telling Rob, I saw a clip of Max Crosby talking, and I don't know when it was from, but he's speaking to a group, and he's talking about how he rushes the quarterback. He goes, if I get that angle, everybody not named Lamar is coming down. That's what he said. If I get that angle, everyone not named Lamar. Lamar's the best player in football. I don't care what anybody says. I'm tired of these stupid-ass lists and this, especially, like, this is what they want. Everybody starts talking about how bad the list is, and we get our engagement.
And I understand what your rationale is, Jeremy. I do. I understand what you're saying. But that's stupid. If that's what they're doing, that's stupid. And I agree with you. I think they are. Are
you guys misinterpreting what I'm saying?
No. You're explaining them.
I'm
not
explaining
you.
why this happens.
I got that.
Yeah.
And that's why I said if he fell from 2 to 20, I would still debate that, but that's more understandable.
Fair enough.
Top 20.
I think it's great because I guarantee there's going to be a lot of calls on this.
And I guarantee you Lamar sees that. And that's why I said players who voted that, you know you messed up, right?
Yeah.
You know you did.
I really can't believe the players voted on this.
Well,
I can see like some of the angry writers, but I can't believe players voted him 69th in the league.
I can't, like, again, this is, who are the guys voting on this? Who are we talking about? And how many guys are they voting
Did only
for?
offensive players vote? You're telling me defensive players who have to deal with him voted him 69th?
What did you say Max Crosby said? If I get that angle,
If I get the angle, everybody not named Lamar is coming down.
Yeah.
This is funny. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on Fan. So Zay Flowers, what did we say? Zay Flowers number 71?
Yeah, he was. They were like 2 spots apart, right?
I didn't have to say anything else. You just picked up on the energy, huh?
It just drives me nuts that you're trying to. These are professionals. You guys are supposed to know these things. Like, what on earth are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, I like the one year they had Aaron Donald number 1 because it's like, oh, finally not a quarterback. And I got it. But let's be honest. Let's really talk about, hey, you got a chance to take Aaron Donald or Lamar. Who do you want? Shut up. It's not even a question.
And this is Kevin Oestreicher reported this on X. A nameless defensive coach said, I really didn't respect the passing game as much before in his career. But the last time we played him, he was much better. He can dice you up.
Yeah, he can.
He can dice you up.
Look, I don't expect people to name their unnamed source, but it also gives you a way to throw anything out there you want by saying it's an unnamed source.
Well, but that guy was big up at him, though.
I'm just saying, like we've had this before.
And a lot of people didn't respect that. Let's be honest. A lot of people didn't respect this passing game like they do now. I thought he would be good, but I didn't think he could throw the ball like this.
Correct. I also don't understand why someone would be when someone's giving a big thumbs up, why would be anonymous.
Well, maybe he was talking about some other people too where he crapped on them.
Maybe
that's just one comment that he made, and he remained anonymous because he crapped on some other people. I asked myself that same question, Ed. Then I thought, well, maybe that's not the only comment he gave.
Yeah.
Kevin Oestreicher probably just took that one because he was tweeting about Lamar Jackson. This is ridiculous. It absolutely is. The top 5 quarterback, number 5 quarterback in the league. You can name him number 5 if you want and not debate that. I debate that. You got Patrick Mahomes and you got Lamar. I'm in there. There's no. I don't want to hear anything else. If you're going based on last year, then Patrick Mahomes nor Lamar belong in it because they missed a significant amount of time. Yeah. But this number 69, It's an abomination,
well,
man.
let's see where Pat Mahomes ends up on this
That's an
list.
abomination, man.
Because Pat Mahomes missed most of the season.
There
The
you
Chiefs
go.
didn't make the playoffs.
So let's see. There you go. Let's see. And if that is the case, if Mahomes
and I
is
bet
not
he's
top,
I bet he's like 10 or something.
if he's not top 50, then okay, we're good. Okay. If he is,
I mean, we're not good. It's just it's under at least you guys stayed uniform.
Yeah, you stay consistent. I don't agree with you, but at least you stay consistent. World Cup semifinals preview at 7:30, but on the other side, we want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. Lamar ranked number 5 in the NFL by ESPN, 69th best player in the league in top 100. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this summer. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, said Norris. Look, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, the crowd even better, and that's Mount Washington Tavern. And July is a big month at the tavern. They've got the crustacean invasion running all month long, a specialty menu built around Maryland's one true love, crabs. And lobster as well. Done a dozen different ways by the chef. It's great every year. And the 4th of July, well, they're open, of course, and ready. So come celebrate with the tavern crowd before or after the fireworks. And especially mark your calendar for July 22nd. It's Christmas in July. It's my toy drive. I do it every year. So bring a toy or a gift card for the summer toy drive, benefiting the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Grab a drink at the Sky Bar and come find me because I'll have a cocktail with you. I will be there. And of course, during the week, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions and Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, all of it. It's a great place to hang. Please come out July 22nd. See you there.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 northbound, just before exit 52. That's 295 Russell Street. All lanes are closed northbound due to an accident. It's backed up all the way to 695. Also, 95 southbound is affected in that area as well. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And Crane Highway still shut down in both directions between 6th Avenue and Virginia Avenue. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
So when you fumble 2 days in a row or 2 games in a row, they take you out, right? So unlike a football, Jeremy, I'm not going to hold it at the point like I did yesterday and fumble again. I'm going to hold it in the middle.
2 hands.
2 hands, that's right.
Never hold it by the cap.
Never hold it by the cap. I did that yesterday. Fumble.
I know.
You knew, and somebody sent it to me, because you know he doesn't miss anything that happens on this show. He's Trippy in Baltimore.
Hello.
What's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's up, man? They was in the chat saying you look like the Sean Bateman, man. Drop the pen.
You compare me to, I think, Sean, I thought we were boys, man. Trippy, I thought we were boys. You compare me to Bateman?
No, we is boys. You know who ain't my boy, though? Rashawn, man. Let me tell you about them real quick, man. So they say, yeah, Trippy, be ready by 4:30. We're going to come get you. I said, all right.
Hey, Trippy, we got to put you on. We got to put you on hold, bro. Your phone going in and out. Maybe hang up and call again, because your phone's going in and out. We can't hear your story. Larry in East Baltimore. What's up, Larry?
Well, how you doing, sir?
Doing well. How are you, bro?
Good morning, man.
What can some of y'all say the world is stupid? Never had this blown. Come on now. We know better.
You said put this in the world stupid?
Yeah, because you know it got to be. Come on now. I don't know. I guess it just have something to talk about. Everybody with any common sense knows better. If you say something different, you belong to the mental institution. Lamar 67, 69.
69.
Come on now. You can't find in the whole world him that low. Y'all have a nice day.
What you call it? World is stupid? Yeah. Let's try to go Trippy again. Trippy, you said, what were you saying?
Oh yeah, my bad. I had my phone hooked up to my Meta glasses. My bad, but
he called it from his burner. That's what he did.
No, I ain't got no burner. No, I said, man. I said, hey, Rob, you know you my homie, man. But that boy Rashawn and Dustin, boy, I tell, man, they always do me petty, man. They say, hey, Trip, we be at your house at 4:30, be ready. I get here at 4:15, so I'm just waiting, calling them, no answer. Then I said, let me listen to the radio. Guess who I hear on there? Rashawn and Dustin talking about, yeah, we on our way to Philly, man. I said, wow. But anyway, hey, Ed, man, look.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Ed, I know you like golfing, right? Look, man, I think we should set up a 3-on-3 tournament. You know, us 3 against y'all 3, you feel me? And they did say you was in Sarasota, right? So if you in Sarasota, I figure, hey, you could just send all 5 of us to PJ. You feel me? We're kind of Sarasota. And,
What's up next week? The whole week.
What 3 against what 3?
Y'all 3 against us 3. Me, Rashawn, Dustin against you, Ed, and Jeremy. Hello?
You know you can get smoked, right?
And what?
You can get smoked.
No.
You can get smoked.
All right,
what's going to happen is you're going to appreciate the experience and have fun.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, that's going to be my first time golfing.
Oh, man.
It's going to be my second time.
Hey, hold on.
No, let me
listen, hold up.
Though,
we're going to let you get to it, but listen to Ed's laugh. That's my first time playing. Okay, get to your point.
Hey, come on, man. Don't act like we can't beat y'all. But anyway,
it's a hard game, dude.
I'm not acting.
I ain't going to lie. 69 is from 2 to 69. That's kind of crazy, right?
It is.
But I'm not going to get all like disappointed, right? Because I remember last year when ESPN was saying, "Oh, the Ravens the best team in the thing," and look what happened. So I don't agree with 69, but I hope that just motivate Lamar because you got to think about it. It's his peers. It's his peers that do the voting. See, I think some fans act like the coaches do it. It's the peers, the people that play with them. You know what I mean? And plus, like Jeremy said, they go each year.
Yeah.
So you can't. And then, I mean, let's be real. Lamar didn't really have a great year last year, can we admit? Like, so it's like, I mean, it's cool, 69, but I ain't gonna lie, though, man. I wonder who's gonna be 67, because 71 was they. Who's gonna be 67? Derrick Henry next?
There were two things here.
Man, hey.
Go ahead, Trippy.
But y'all enjoy y'all day, man. I'm about to go to work, man. I'm already running late.
Did you see my ears perk up when he said 3-on-3, and I went, wait a minute, is he talking about basketball?
No.
Me, Ed, and Rob will still smoke your guy's ass. I don't need those two. It's just, but no, you know the funny thing? The only world in which I think Lamar would be ranked 69 on that list, if that list started at least 68. If they started it there, then I'm listening to you. If you don't have him 1 or 2 on most lists, and in year to year, that's why I think when you were talking about, like you said, if it fluctuates and they dropped him to 16 or 20 or something, you go, okay, he had a bad year. I get it. Somebody dinged him. It's so weird to see.
What number are they up to now? Is that it? They cut it off there?
No. They usually do like 20 at a time.
Yeah,
don't they?
they should have had 68 already, I think.
Yeah. I'm just curious how many Ravens are going to be ahead of him now. Because you know Kyle Hamilton's on the list.
Yeah.
And Roquan and Derrick Henry, I mean, they're going to be on there. So I'm just curious how far ahead of Lamar they're going to be.
See, this is what my problem is, though. We keep saying he had a bad year. He didn't have a bad year. He had a short year. He had 13 games. He had 2,500 yards, 21 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and he had a passer rating of 103.8. When is that a bad year, Ed? What is that? He played injured, and those are the numbers he put up. He didn't have a bad year. He didn't have a short year. He didn't have a Lamar Jackson year.
Right.
And if you want to say that, then fine. But even with that, if you're telling me he didn't have a Lamar Jackson year, you're still telling me how much respect him. He averaged 5.2 yards a carry last year. Come on.
So Pete Prisco put out his top 100 list. And, I mean, look, I think it looks stupid already, but, like, he has Lamar at 10. He has Lamar. Here, I'll give you the list.
That's reasonable.
Lamar, Puka, Justin Jefferson, Patrick Mahomes at 7, Penei Sewell at 6. He's always got to get cute with some of this stuff. Joe Burrow at 5. Shut up. Jamar Chase at 4, Josh Allen 3, Stafford 2, and Myles Garrett 1.
See, what does he have? What does he have, Patrick Mahomes?
7.
Okay, so he has 7. Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes out of the top 5 because of the injury last year. That's more reasonable.
He even says that in the write-up.
That's more reasonable. Because in a perfect world, those two are top 5. They're probably 1 and 2.
And Justin Jefferson didn't have a great year, and he still got him in the top 10 because he knows he's the best wide receiver in football.
Yeah.
That's a more, you can argue positions of certain players, and that's fine. But that's a more reasonable list because Lamar Jackson should not be number 1 or 2. He shouldn't after last year. If we're going year by year, he shouldn't be. He's top 10, but he's not top 5, arguably.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a little torn. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are tied for 1. So y'all shut up. All the rest of them receivers can take a back seat.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. If you look at Lamar Jackson's numbers last year, and you're telling me you're pushing him down in the rankings because he had a bad year, then you're telling me he's top 10. Because for everybody else, that's not a bad year. Man. You're telling me what the standards are.
Yeah.
He set the bar that high. Jay in Baltimore. What's up, Jay?
Hey, I like to say, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, my man?
I like Trippy, but if he believes that the players are actually voting on this, he living up to his name, Trippy. because there's no way in the world players voting on this.
You think they're lying?
Well, they said anonymous. That could be anybody.
No, no. Anonymous was a quote. Players vote on top 100.
But that's still anonymous too. They don't say the players that vote.
Yeah, they say what players, but they are players.
I don't believe any NFL players voted Lamar 69.
I don't either, actually.
Yeah, I have a hard time.
Frisco got Myles Garrett right anyway.
But again, are they, like, my question is, are they asking these guys to list 100? How many players are they asked to list in order? Like, how many of these guys actually want to sit down and write down 20 players?
Well, that's true. I mean, they're not sitting down, here's 100 spots, fill it in.
Yeah, what if they ask them who their top 10 players are and then they filter it out? And like all the stuff we're seeing, the guys that are anywhere between, 60 and 100, he got a vote. He got 2 votes. He got this.
Hey, Joe, you got an answer for us on this?
All right, players do not rank 100 names. They rank their top 20. The ballot is weighted. There are no fixed quotas by position, team, conference. Not every player votes.
I never thought every player voted, but so they only vote top 20. So you have a lot of people not putting Lamar Jackson in the top 10, so it's weighted. That's how you come up to 69. Which goes back to this. What was the last caller's name? Jay's right. Nobody voted Lamar 69 because they don't vote on 69.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder how they did that because, again, like, I don't know how many of these guys, who wants to sit down for them and, hey, I'm going to write down 20 players. Most of those guys, they don't want to interrupt their time. So
you think some of this is narrative based?
Yeah, I mean, Harold Fannin Jr. was the guy I was talking about earlier that said he grew up watching Lamar. It's like, you've been in the league for 2 years. When did you grow up?
So if you ask players to vote, they don't give you all the votes, and they don't fill it all out, then you're saying some of this is narrative based.
And I think the hard part about this too is that they're interviewing players about different players. It doesn't mean that guy voted for that guy. They're just getting sound bites from all these guys.
Ken McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side. World Cup resumes tonight. The semifinals, classic. They went chalk. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and we're celebrating all month long with our Salute to Savings event. More inventory, more value, and top dollar for your trade. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
When I scraped my car in that parking garage, I was worried that it could be a long process to take care of it. Like a landscaper's first day trimming a hedge maze.
I have definitely already been here. Now, was it left, right, or right, left? Well, maybe I'll cut a path out and find my way back later.
But it wasn't like that. I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the Geico app, and they handled it from there. It was taken care of almost as quickly as it happened.
It feels good to get help quick. It feels good to Geico.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied.
Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 northbound, just before exit 52. That's 295 Russell Street. All lanes are closed northbound due to an accident. It's backed up all the way to 695. Also, 95 southbound is affected in that area as well. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And Crane Highway still shut down in both directions between 6th Avenue and Virginia Avenue. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The American League and National League will face off tonight in the 96th annual MLB All-Star Game. Baseball's brightest stars will be on full display this evening in Philadelphia with names like Bobby Witt Jr., Junior Caminero, and Kyle Schwarber ready to light up the city of brotherly love. You'll be able to hear tonight's game on The Fan via ESPN Radio with first pitch slated for 8 p.m. Eastern. Dylan Cease gets the start for the AL while the NL counters with Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez. Last night in the Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber, homering in his final 6 swings to win the event. Walker is the first Cardinal to take the crown, and at 24 years and 52 days old, he is now the 5th youngest person to win the Derby. And today on the pitch, France and Spain battle in the World Cup semifinal with kickoff from Dallas at 3 p.m. The victor moves on to face the winner of tomorrow's Argentina versus England matchup with the World Cup final slated for Sunday afternoon. The losers of both semifinal games battle for 3rd place on Saturday. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Lady Madonna, children at your feet. Wonder how you managed to
Joe,
make ends
who's
meet.
this?
Really? Dude, they played this on Full House all the time. You had to have seen this. It's the Beatles.
Who's this? Get out of here.
That's a callback. Well, welcome back, Joe. That's like, you know, the best thing about the Kevin.
Know what I hate about this the most?
What?
Like I can't carry that out because Ed would laugh knowing. Like, stop, Rob. Stop it.
Did you watch the part of the Kevin Hart roast where Big J. Okerson goes, John Stamos is here? What the F is John Stamos doing here? And Kevin Hart goes, that's my friend. He goes, yeah, because of all the black people on Full House. By the way, there was none.
I couldn't even carry a joke out. Damn. Hate it around here, man. World Cup resumes tonight. Actually, today at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
I love that. Am I the only one loving that?
I love it a lot. Seriously, instead of having to wait till 9 o'clock at night for an NBA playoff game, whatever, this is great.
I think this is just to appease the fans overseas and make it easier for them.
Because they're in it, we're not.
Well, I mean, to watch it, because why else would you have it at 3 o'clock? It's in the U.S. Anything in the U.S. is played at 8 o'clock.
And did I tell you? I didn't tell you what I told Jeremy last week. If I was United States, I would go full Martin Lawrence on him. Get out. You can't play. If I'm not in, you can't play in my stadium. Get out.
That's stupid.
No, I'm taking the money, man. I'm taking the money.
It's pretty cool though. This is all chalk. These are blue bloods now.
We all picked teams too.
Yeah, my cousin told me 3 days ago. He said, "Man, I never heard of the World Cup until I started hearing about it on your show a couple weeks ago." I said to him, "Don't talk to me again."
What else?
Have you ever heard of the Olympics? I mean, seriously, dude. I mean, you never. Yeah. I can understand you saying you never watched it. You never heard of the World Cup. You're joking, right? I thought it was like me telling you I didn't know who sang that song. Right. I seriously thought it was joking. He said, "Dude, I'm serious." I said, "We've talked about the World Cup on our show every 4 years. So how have you never heard it?"
I used to, our show. As far back as I can remember, we talked World Cup. I used to wear a Germany jersey just to piss off Weinman. I'm dead serious. It was a joke.
Hold on.
We did it forever.
For what reasons?
No reason.
Oh.
Put it this way, for reasons that I'd never recognized.
Yeah. I could have got a jersey.
It's absolutely true, though. Ask Ken.
I could have got a German jersey with Kahn on the back of it, and I wouldn't have to get it made. It would already be there. Their goalie was Kahn for all those years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So today, 3 o'clock, France, Spain. Who had France?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't have France.
No, Ed does.
Oh, Ed?
You
Who
have
has Spain?
Argentina.
Who has Spain?
Jeremy has Spain.
Espanol.
Yeah, so you two are going head-to-head today.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to lose.
So one of you
giving up one goal the entire time.
One of you get knocked out.
Yeah.
Mbappe going to win.
Mbappe. Boopity, we're going to get all of them. It doesn't matter. It's Spain.
And tomorrow, Ben and I go head-to-head because he has England and I have Argentina.
I'm pulling for Spain and Argentina. This is probably going to be Messi's last World Cup, right?
Uh-huh.
I think there's
Ronaldo's. He already said that was it for him.
Yeah, I mean look, there's a lot of great young players which we've seen here recently, but
that's what I wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean because everybody talks about obviously Messi and Ronaldo. I mean Mbappe is going to be. He's like the next Messi. This guy's incredible. I mean, and Jude Bellingham from England has been awesome. Well, just awesome. And there's just so many good young players now that I think it's like the NFL. We talk about it's in good hands. Or basically, it changes.
It's funny because like when Breeze, Manning, and Brady were all kind of on their way out, Brady being the last one, everybody's like, "Oh my God, like, are we going to be able to replace these guys?" Yeah, Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Like, it
was a good baton, wasn't it?
Yes,
they just passed it right on. And the good thing is those quarterbacks embrace the new ones, and I think you have the same thing in the World Cup. When you care about the sport, when you love the sport, you don't want the sport to die just because you're gone. And I just don't see guys like Messi. Now, I don't know about Ronaldo. I don't know whether he gives a care. Sometimes he strikes me as he really doesn't care. When he's gone, he's gone.
He said he was gone. This was his last World Cup.
But Messi seems to be a guy who really cares about and loves the game. I think today's match is going to be unbelievable. I think today's match is going to be a better match than tomorrow.
Yeah, like I said, and just watching some of this stuff and following it, and I try to handicap it, even though that's not my thing, like betting soccer with the draws and all the other stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
The thing I can't get past is Spain has given up one goal, and that was the Belgium in their last match.
And I was going to just ask you both, do you see this game going into extra play with no goals scored?
That wouldn't shock me at all.
No goals scored, yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me, yeah.
Does it go to PK? We get our first goal in PK?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just too much talent here. I can see, it being a low-scoring game, 1-0, whatever. But I could see it be a low-scoring game. But I think France wins.
Yeah, Rob was trying to take his pitch and go home. It's a soccer term.
I know.
I wasn't telling you. I was telling Ed because he didn't know. Telling everyone.
But this is, I think 3 o'clock is just, that's great, man.
Tomorrow's game is 3 o'clock as well.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I mean, you get some afternoon soccer. Then you got baseball all-star game tonight. Yeah. So from 3 o'clock on, you're going to be pretty busy in the sports
entertained.
Yeah.
It's not just soccer. This is World Cup soccer. I mean, EPL is great. But this is awesome. This is different. All this nationalism is kind of cool.
Especially now that you're in that this is it. You win or you go home.
This is crazy. Think about what's going on now. We talked yesterday. I talked yesterday about the Colombian player that wouldn't go back because he missed an easy goal. He can't go home because he's getting death threats.
Yeah.
Then you get this idiot. I think he's from Paraguay. it's just basically it's spewing the most vile racism against Mbappe. She's called him a colonial Cameroonian, and you know, yeah, I mean, just awful. Said call him ugly and arrogant and resentful. It's
if you hear what some of these soccer players get
she's
said
a
to
senator.
Them,
a senator.
Well, the other thing I just looked it up, and I think we all know, like France, Spain, 9:00 their time, so it kind of makes sense. World Cup, same thing. We got all these teams that are kind of
watch the game before dinner.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're getting the 3:00 games. I don't know if that was planned out ahead of time. I wonder if they would change it if someone was playing from Japan or somewhere.
I agree with you. What you said, I think they're accommodating the countries.
Yeah.
He's a senator.
She was a woman.
I thought you said he was a senator player. Okay, I got you now.
No, it's a female senator from Paraguay, and she just went off on Mbappe, like just disgusting. And this is what I mean. It gets so much incredible nationals. People get so crazy about this.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Mike and Towson. What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, good morning. You guys are right on it. I think this World Cup for this generation is huge because I look at like Holland, who just got eliminated, and Mbappe as the next generation's Messi and Ronaldo. And then even today, the matchup today, the last two Ballon d'Or winners, which is given out to the best player in soccer in the world every year, Rodri in 2024 for Spain, Ousmane Dembele 2025 for France. So no matter where you look, if you want to learn about the sport, tell your cousin Rob. He can watch today.
Hey, you sound like you know this. Is he still there? You're gone.
Mike, you still there?
Yeah.
No comment.
Yeah. Wait. What do you think of Jude Bellingham from England?
Yeah, I think he's right up there, and unfortunately, a lot of people, casual fans, tie the success of a player to the success of a team. So Spain wins a lot, France wins a lot, England hasn't won in 60 years.
Yeah.
So as casual fans go, that's where it. But as far as talent, he is right there with them. He's another, and I believe he plays for Real Madrid during the season. So
him and Mbappe are teammates, I think, on Real Madrid.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what that budget's like. But yeah, he's another guy to watch if you're into it. You'll really grow to like him too.
Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, come back with Hey Jude, and Rob can ask you who plays that.
It's almost like in the Baseball World Classic when the big dumper didn't look at Randy Rosarena.
Yeah.
Didn't acknowledge him. I'm sure you're going to have a little bit of that today, Ed. Yeah, we may be teammates, but not right now.
Absolutely. It's like in, excuse me. Oh, man. What's our soccer show?
Ours?
Yeah. The one we love.
There's a soccer. Oh, you're talking about Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
I didn't know what you meant at first. Yeah,
Ted Lasso. When the goalie gets kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Right? When they play against each other.
I love when the guy kicks, what was it? Football is life. And he kicks, what does he, kill the mascot or hurt the mascot and they can't kick anymore?
He kicked his teammate in the face with the ball. Remember? That was, yes. He's actually the only real soccer player in that show.
Yeah.
Kim McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, I mean, like a couple of things here. We're going to talk about hazing. And I know, like, every time we do this, Ed has a couple of great stories about hazing. And I've got some audio for you. It's for a poor umpire. And I said poor 3 times because something happened 3 times in the game, and he wound up on his knees. I'll tell you what that was when we come back and play you the audio.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Need to sell your home in a hurry? Will want to avoid costly repairs? Get to know Vinny Steele like I have and ask him about his Fix It to Sell It program. It's a no-brainer. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. on a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
History made in Philadelphia. St. Louis Cardinals star Jordan Walker has stunned the home run crowd to become the first Cardinal to ever win the MLB Home Run Derby. In a dramatic final round, the 24-year-old rallied past Philadelphia favorite Kyle Schwarber, sealing the title with a spectacular string of home runs. A breakout moment for the young slugger, capping off an unforgettable night at Citizens Bank Park. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hey, it's Black.
And Abdallah.
When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path.
A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly.
A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you.
So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
What's up, Foos? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Spain enters the knockout stage as one of the tournament favorites, a beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession and quick movement. La Roja has controlled matches with technical precision, and its depth across every position makes Spain one of the teams to beat.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 northbound, just before exit 52. That's 295 Russell Street. The northbound lane still shut down due to an accident. 895 southbound, super slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And Crane Highway still shut down in both directions in Glen Burnie. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's get into some of this. There was a couple stories that I thought about doing. A shirtless man destroying a Waymo in East Hollywood as he just jumped on top of it and started ripping everything off of it. Wonder if it just wouldn't turn or just kept driving in circles. You also had another story where we went over the bison thing yesterday with the guy getting flipped. I was laughing my ass off because somebody said that guy now has the greatest Christmas card ever. And if he doesn't send that out with that still shot of him in the air, then I saw somebody put him on a skateboard on a ramp. It's like, oh, it's awful. And then I saw this video and I had to bring it up. DoorDash delivery driver's gone viral because as he's getting out of his car, he gets hit by a suspect in a car running from the police. The car swerves and goes into the neighbor's lawn. The guy flips, still delivers the food, and just gets back in his car and goes about his way. He's got to jump right up and deliver the food.
Himself. Underwear included.
Everything good. But that reminded me of the time I'm sitting there doing a podcast at my house, and my neighbors, there was somebody running from the police, and he crashed into their front porch and just took off running through the woods. And I'm like, is this real life? Is this happening right now? This stuff's not supposed to happen, is it? I guess it happens everywhere. So... and then there was another story, too, about a Nebraska man. If you haven't seen it, here, I'll show you the video. He falls 8 feet from a locomotive, Rob, and fractures his spine. Look at it. Like, it's just, he's waiting to take a step up, and then he just falls, and you could see he's out.
Did he fall on the track?
He fell on the tracks.
Man.
So, like, all kinds of craziness that's going on. Anyway, I want to start with this. We've got, there's a beaver that's out for blood in New York. He's terrorizing upstate New York swimmers as officials issued dire warning about rabid rodents. Beaver out for blood attacked 2 swimmers at a quaint upstate New York vacation spot, prompting officials to issue a warning about rabid rodents in the area. Braden Shortsleeve and his cousin Tyler Longsleeve. Oh, what the short sleeve? Who named this guy? His last name's Shortsleeve.
So beaver or the guy?
Ed, the report says he was bitten by a beaver on July 4th when he went out for a swim on Turtle Island. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Small island on the west coast of Lake George.
Okay. I know what Lake George is.
The first time my friend ended up picking it up, it swam back at him. So we were like, okay, it's just out for blood. It's just going to keep attacking. Well, maybe you're near its nest or whatever, but I ain't messing with one of them beavers. Not the kind of beaver you want to mess with.
Facts. I don't want to mess with any of them.
Yeah, no, that's not true. All right, let's get to this story real quick because I want to play you this audio. And I'm going to explain it so that way you know what's going on. I think I've listened to this like 5 times. There was an umpire at like maybe a Little League game, and there were 3 foul balls that hit him straight in the nuts. Ooh. Listen to this. Just go for a walk. 3 times. Pink. The last one, he's on his hands and knees like, Lord, what did I do to you?
No. I want it. Homer Simpson playing? Wear a cup.
Yeah, well, you want to hear it again? Joe, can we play? How long is that? It's just 3 nut shots.
I can't imagine the ump not wearing a cup.
Maybe, but I'm sure it still doesn't feel pleasant coming off of an aluminum bat hitting you in the nuts. It sounded like there was like a dunk, like it was hitting him in a cup. But the last one dropped him. I mean, he was on all 4s just questioning life. What a fun time to be alive. Here's one for you. Former St. Joseph baseball player 18 was stripped naked, forcibly attacked during teammate hazing. I still don't know how this all goes on with all the stuff we've seen over the years. They stripped this kid naked, physically assaulted him. He was hazed by his teammates in a trip in March. The lawsuit was viewed by the Post, was filed on Monday. Elliot Robles and 30 unidentified teammates claiming a pattern of hazing, bullying, physical assault, humiliation, retaliation, negligent supervision, and institutional misconduct occurred while plaintiff was a member of the varsity baseball team. So now everybody is getting in trouble from that group. Everybody. Strip naked and stand exposed is one of the things they said to him, while only being allowed to cover up with a plastic cup, which he declined to do while other teammates succumbed, meaning obviously he had his junk in the cup, trying to cover something up there. But Ed, you went through a ton of hazing. We've talked about it numerous times on the show. It's an awful thing that happens. There's no reason for any of this.
No, it's terrible. It sucks. It really does. And a lot of nudity. I mean, in high school particularly. College, we had hazing. And I was in a fraternity, which was brutally. There was actually, people ran out for their lives. Crazy. But I mean, there was a lot. I remember in high school, we were because we were in New York City, there was no place to really practice. Went to Pennsylvania and stayed in these cabins in a nice camp and all that stuff. The seniors would come in at night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, make us get out of bed, strip naked, and run through the woods, sing the Levi's jingle to humor themselves. Seriously. And this is like crazy. And then, of course, in fraternity hazing was like wild.
Yeah.
What else did they do to torture prisoners?
Yeah, when I was in college, they hazed a bunch of guys, and then once we had a party, this old guy, Blue, he got in this, I guess you could call it like, it was a pit of KY jelly where he was wrestling 2 girls and had a heart attack and died. Sorry, that was old school. Never mind. You know what? You guys don't know it. Screw you. That's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. We give out shovels at 8:30, but on the other side, Kim McCusick, Film Study Baltimore, joins us in studio on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Black.
And Abdallah.
When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path.
A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly.
A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you.
So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Ken McCusick in studio, filmstudybaltimore.com. Now, Ken, I know you watch film and there's certain things that we talk about, but because you watch film, I want you to tell me in what world is Lamar Jackson the 69th best player in the NFL?
Not this one. So, Lamar Jackson is the player who makes all boats rise. He's the tide that rises all boats. The thing I can't stand about people not getting about Lamar Jackson by now is just how much the threat of him keeping the ball impacts the running game, the passing game, and everything the Ravens do. It drives the Ravens offense, and it's been a very, very successful offense in the time he's been here.
Well, that said, Ken, now we're going into the season, and this is a big because you have a new coach, new head coach, new coaching staff. Not a successful season last year. What are you have groups of confidence, groups of concern. What's the most confidence you have as far as position groups in this team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confident about Lamar. We can talk about that next. But the most confident position for me is the safety position right now. And I think the Ravens have done a very good job this offseason of picking up a player in Jalen Hawkins who's going to allow them to keep Hamilton in the position of maximum impact, which I think is that slot corner and dime back role where he's closer to the line of scrimmage. Look, he's the best horizontal defender in the entire game. takes away the strong side of the football field and really limits what the offense could do over there. And now it looks like they might gain an additional benefit from the safety position. Keandre Jackson looks like the real deal. Looks like he can play the back end. In addition, he could play dime back as well, in addition to being the team's best special teams player. If all that's true, then they can get by with 4 safeties on the team instead of 5 if Jackson can't play the back end. And then they could carry a 7th corner, which would be really good for keeping some youth on the team. So that's the position I'm most confident of the group.
What about running backs? What's your expectation? Like, how much longer can Derrick Henry do this at a high level?
I ask that to myself from time to time, and I think it's the same question.
I've been asking for 4 years.
Yeah.
One of these years he'll be right. He's going to hit the wall.
I didn't predict it. I've been asking.
Well, believe me, Astros fans were, and then Rangers fans were asking the same thing about Nolan Ryan when he was in his 40s. And it's just he's an amazing specimen, an ageless wonder. I was honestly very lukewarm on the deal to bring him here, and now I'm surrendering to the notion that he's kind of an ageless wonder, and it's really good. And the Ravens now finally appear to have a guy who could take a bell cow role behind him if anything were to go wrong in Adam Randall, and he's a similarly built, very powerful back who could take on a heavy carry load. I don't think they've really had that in the past, really since J.K. Dobbins was healthy.
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com, joins us. Ken, Nate Wiggins, I think, is an absolute stud on the quarterback position. If the pass rush becomes what I think it's going to become this year, I think he's going to become upper class elite. Not just elite, but upper class elite. How expensive is that going to be for the Ravens in 2 years?
Yeah, that'll be an expensive cornerstone piece to fill, and it's something the Ravens don't have a lot of money to deal with. So they've got a lot of cornerstone contracts in place, and a lot of them are for older players. I've mentioned this before, I'm not sure on this show, but they've got 5 guys on defense in years 10 or later. They've got 2 more on offense in year 11, Stanley and Henry, and then 3 other guys who are big money, important players in year 9, including Roquan, Lamar Jackson, and Mark Andrews. So they've got a lot of aging talent on this team, and hopefully they don't fall victim to that at some point soon.
All right, Ken, enough of the good news. What are areas of concern?
Cornerback and some of that's due to the age situation, but what Rob just mentioned, Nate Wiggins is really the key player, and they've got a couple other guys, Awuzie and Humphrey, who are older, and you have significant decline risk from either of them, and they haven't yet figured out who their younger players, even who are going to make the team, are. TJ Tampa will be there. I'm not sure if he has the speed to play outside corner. We'll see. He played 148 snaps last year, played okay. But then they've got 5 guys. They've got Chandler Rivers, Robert Longerbeam, Bilal Kone, Marquise Robinson, and Kenyon Martin. And 3 of those guys will make the roster, assuming they keep a 4th safety and not a 5th. So we're already talking about a very competitive outside corner room after the you can call it the big 3 or the big 4.
What about Vega? How are you feeling about him coming in first-round pick and obviously what he brings to the table? If you watched him in college, I think you had to love him, but we'll see if it translates to the NFL.
Yeah. So, one of the rules about offensive line play is generally it's very difficult to have an outstanding rookie season, like to just jump in and be an all-pro right away. It does occasionally happen. Joe Alt, fantastic player right away, but Vega is a guy who I think could be that good, but I wouldn't say necessarily he will be. If he had a C+ season, as I would grade it, I think he'd be more than on track to have a Pro Bowl career. But if he could do better than that, and the Ravens have occasionally had that, but most of the time they have to wait for their offensive linemen to be good.
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Ken, I got to think the position groups of confidence are probably safety and quarterback. Am I missing anything?
Quarterback and running back. So
running back. Yeah.
So let's talk about quarterback for a second, because most people would say, well, why isn't that the number 1? And it's nothing about Lamar Jackson's play. I actually think
who's after him.
No, it actually, it is who's after him. It's if there's an injury, what's your problem? At safety, they're actually fairly well insulated from an injury, and they've got additional players who could step in, and it would be a step down, but it wouldn't be the kind of step down for Lamar Jackson to Snoop, as much as Snoop really helped the team this last year. I think if we look at Lamar's play last year, I'm very happy at what happened in Week 18. There's nothing I want to remember about that game other than Lamar Jackson's fantastic play in the fourth quarter. And the way his season was really goalposted by outstanding performances in the first 4 weeks when we thought he was going to not lead, he was going to set an all-time NFL record for passer rating. And then the final game against the Steelers, where he looked like himself running around making plays again. I think that tells me that he hasn't made concessions to age yet, which would be one concern now that he's entering year 9. So he seems to be re-energized by Declan Doyle. Just very positive on what's going on with Lamar this year, and that's what makes the whole number 60, 67, 71, whatever it was, 69.
69.
Yeah, so ridiculous.
That's preposterous. Anyway, specific question now, just individual plays. Matabike's status and who's our center?
Okay, so Nnamdi, the weekly question from Ed. Right, so Nnamdi, I don't know anything more than anybody else does. So I've been there at camp. He's sidestepped the question. Okay, so I'll give you the order of events. We came up to the podium on the final day, kind of the last day of school, and he had his preamble to the questions. And Minter said that all of the veterans were or all the players were expected back for camp. And immediately Jeff Rebeck piped up and said, including Matabike? And he said, well, no, I've got to backpedal a little bit. It's going to work itself out. Well, you'll know where that is, kind of thing. Or I'm going to let him talk to you about it, is what he said. So terrible syntax with Matabike in terms of what's going on. It almost is like retirement syntax that they use. Steve Smith, they used that same syntax Harbaugh did when he was on his way out, and he was going to announce his own retirement. So I'm a little bit concerned about it, and it may be that there's differing opinions and whatnot, or the Ravens haven't cleared him to play, but Nnamdi has doctors who want him to play or who say it's okay for him to play. So it may be an internal question, but I have no special knowledge. I'm completely speculating on that part. With the center thing, obviously, it's the same problem. They've got 3 guys. None of them are really exciting options, and we'll see how it plays out in camp. I think Corey Bullock makes the most sense given the AFC North because he's the biggest of the 3.
Rob, you had that list of where with Travis Jones ranked on the interior D lineman. Do you remember when we were talking about that one day?
He didn't even receive a vote.
Does that kind of shock you with the way that he's played? Because I feel like he's played above board, and he's kind of one of those guys that flies under the radar because of his position.
Absolutely. I mean, if you asked opposing offensive coordinators in the AFC, they'd say, no, Travis Jones is the first guy I need to worry about on the Ravens defense. It's how you need to start your blocking assignments from the inside there. And they thought that about Haloti Ngata as well, even though Ngata didn't post big sack numbers. Travis Jones drives the Ravens pass rush from the inside. He's the one who creates one-on-one opportunities elsewhere. It was for Matabike for a time. That's why he was such a great running mate for him, and also for the guys on the edge as well. And Travis Jones will be playing next to Hendrickson on a number of the plays, so that'll be an interesting thing. And he could play some 3-tech, and we'll see him get to rush the quarterback against some single guard blocking assignments as well.
Okay, tell us all about Film Study Baltimore and the podcast.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. So the Film Study podcast, I'd ask people to take a chance on here. It's take
a chance on Ken. Take a chance on Ken. Sorry.
Anyway, it's out there on your favorite platform, and the Expectation series from this summer is one we've been very fond of.
Can I say this? For Ken's so in depth on everything and just covers all things Ravens. It's amazing to me even listen to you when you break down stuff. And my wife and I were talking about this the other night, the relationship you and your wife have as she helps you break down film. I think that's so cool.
She is the greatest. Maureen out there, thanks so much. And she's now the producer of the show. She's taken over that role and is it's unbelievable to watch.
Our producer today sucks. Does she want to come in?
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Thanks a lot.
Go back to program directing.
Thanks a lot, Ken.
Jerry Bembry joins us at 8:45, but on the other side, Ed, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, well, some relationships are bad. This one literally sucks. And wait till you hear what happened here.
Shovels up next on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, are you having TMJ pain? I know people on the show have it. My wife suffers from it sometimes. If you find yourself clenching your teeth due to stress, it's awful. It really does. It can really mess up your day. And how about the wrinkles that come with it? right? Well, did you know Botox can remove wrinkles, decrease clenching and grinding, and provide significant and lasting relief for TMJ pain? It can. And they give you back the beautiful, smooth-looking skin you had when you were in your 20s. And I've been talking about the Smile Design Center and Dr. Lairfield for years and years now because I believe in what they do. I really do. I mean, they do great dentistry, it's just beautiful cosmetic work, all in a stress-free spa-like environment. And that is not an exaggeration. He's one of the nicest people you're going to meet. And the whole staff actually treats you that way. It is really stress-free. It's a very different experience from what you're used to going to a dentist. So check out Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design Center. And they're happy to announce using Botox now to help rejuvenate their patients' faces to go along with those beautiful smiles they make. And they're looking for a few models right now. So if you're a patient, you want to be a model patient, call them. Call Nicole at 410-321-1100. She'll give you details of special offer. That's 410-321-1100. And please ask for Nicole.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 northbound, just before exit 52, that's 295 Russell Street. An accident has all lanes except for the left lane closed. Only the left lane getting by, 95 northbound there. Southbound is affected as well. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, super slow from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Crane Highway still shut down in both directions in Glen Burnie. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Time to give out shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Ed Norris will get your shovel.
Shocker, a Florida man in a relationship that just sucks. Literally. Let me tell you something. Florida never disappoints. I gotta say, I know we joke about it, but this place is different.
Where's Bug Bunny when you need him? Come on, man.
I mean, I know you like the little Bugs Bunny song off Florida. You know, all that. This story just, it encapsulates everything. A 51-year-old man right outside Disney, so I guess somewhere near the mid-state, Orlando. They don't give specifically where it was. He was arrested because he was in a relationship that sucks. He was having sex outside with his vacuum cleaner. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before anybody makes judgment, what kind of vacuum cleaner was it?
Hoover.
Ooh. Well, I get it. It's a nice vacuum cleaner. That thing sucks.
Yeah. And I mean, the funniest part is the police report, because they have to go into detail. So he was doing the obvious, exactly what you think with it. And obviously getting, as they described, sexual gratification from it. And then he moved the vacuum hose to his testicles and continued to pleasure himself.
Well, that's the next move. I mean, if you've... Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
This is your story.
obviously. Yeah. He got arrested and was taken away and has now been forced into psychosexual evaluation, as they called it. But I mean, how do you know how to describe this? Like, you look out your window, and one of your neighbors is outside. He was naked from the waist down, according to reports, with his vacuum.
I tell you what I'm doing. I'm watching. You know, it's not every day you get to
doubt.
see something like that.
You watch
Correct.
the guy outside pleasure himself and couldn't understand why Katie didn't want to.
Wait a minute. No. I watched a guy watching a guy pleasure himself. That's what I watched. It was Katie's neighbor.
By the way, say it again.
I woke up at 1 a.m. one night, staying at we were dating then, but my wife's townhome that she was in, or apartment, I guess you would call it. It's one of these giant townhomes that has like 3 different, places to stay in it. And the guy that lived above her was kind of like, he was kind of in charge of the building, but he wasn't, if that makes sense. Well, 1 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and I hear something outside the window when I'm walking to the bathroom to pee, and I look out, and there's a guy just doing a knuckle shuffle, and the guy upstairs is like 2 inches away from it, just watching it. And I'm watching him like a hawk, and I'm like, Katie, come here. She's like, what, somebody getting robbed? No, this guy's busting one out, and your neighbor's watching it. I don't know what's going on. That poor dog's there for no reason. So, yeah, you're going to watch that stuff because you've never seen it.
Right.
What's your shovel, man?
My shovel goes to that Netflix broadcast, whatever the hell that nonsense was. A lot of people that...
Baseball?
Yeah, Will Ferrell and putting... Like, I get it, you're trying to push your golf show. That's awesome. But, like, what's going on? Why do we have these people... Like, they tried to make it seem... They almost did the back, like too much...
shtick.
Yeah, shtick in that first one.
Yeah.
He acted like the first home run hit won the World Series. It just... I don't know what they're doing. People were criticizing L. Duncan, and I get it. Like, these other apps that are now going to get their own broadcasting units. I don't know how you feel. Like, you get to see the Apple guys, and sometimes you get days off because of that. I think Apple's done a nice job with baseball. You may not like some of the announcers. That's fine. But these other apps, it's been kind of crappy, especially on Netflix.
I don't like when Apple takes my game. I'm a contractor.
You get paid for those games?
No. I'm a contractor.
Oh. I thought you liked it.
No. I like Apple. Apple can take days that I'm not working, but not when I'm working. My shovel goes to Zach Wheeler. There's a kid out there right now who dreams of playing in an All-Star game. Once upon a time, you were a kid who dreamed of playing in an All-Star game. But now you're too big for your britches. They passed you over on the first selection. They passed you over on the second selection. So they came your way, and you went third person. Zach Wheeler's too good to be the third selection when you forgot. Once upon a time, your dream was to play in an All-Star game. Those kids that in the stands dreamed of doing that. But your arrogance, your ego is getting in the way right now of what it's all about. And that's playing in an All-Star game. And on top of that, the All-Star game is in the city of a team that employs you. And you're not thinking about your fans. You're thinking about you. Because they passed you over. I'm too good. What about me? I'm having a great year. You are. All of those things are true. But you get to do something that you always dreamed to do. And that's play in an All-Star game. In the city in which you play. Your home games. How do you pass that up? How you play base, your home stadium is hosting an All-Star game, and you have a chance to play. But because they didn't get you at a timely matter, no, I'm not playing it. You disrespected me. Well, guess what, Zach? You are disrespecting the game. The game is much bigger than you. It was around before you, or be around long after you. And you got a chance to do something special. You said, no, I'm not doing it.
Zach, F them kids,
Yeah,
man.
okay.
Do you.
Yeah, he is doing him. Derek in Baltimore has a shovel. What's up, Derek?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I probably got 2 shovels, and they go to Chris Sims. So, did you guys see his top 10 all-time QB list?
No.
So yesterday,
you know why? It's Chris Sims.
So listen. So yesterday he came out with a list. It was called the top 10 quarterbacks of all time in their prime.
Oh, I saw this because the number one answer was correct.
I don't know, Jeremy, but But
that face again.
For one, he didn't have Joe Montana on the list at all.
Oh, that's just trash. That we don't have to talk about the list anymore.
The list is
that
trash.
The list has no credibility without Joe Montana.
And then he had Brady ranked 9th. Mind you, all time in their prime. Yeah, so I'm not a Ravens fan, so I'm not going to bash Lamar. But Lamar and Josh Allen should not be ahead of Brady when it comes to in their prime top 10 all time.
Hey, I was upset with Lamar where he was earlier, ranked too low, and I'm upset right now because Lamar should not be above Brady. And a list is in their prime top 10 without Joe Montana is trash.
What do you want the top 10?
Yeah, get to me.
Staubach 10, Brady 9, Marino 8, Lamar 7, Josh Allen 6. Josh Allen's still ahead of him. Then to say, what are you doing, you dumbass?
Stupid.
Brett Favre 5, John Elway 4, Aaron Rodgers 3, Pat Mahomes 2, and just the greatest quarterback of all time at the top spot.
So
Peyton Manning.
Go back to who's 4?
John Elway.
Who's 5?
Favre.
So Brett Favre.
He had some really
in
great
his prime
years, but it
was
was
better than Joe Montana in his prime.
Maybe Joe Montana's still in his prime and he's getting graded on it. I like that. I appreciate when guys want to make a list and try to, some conversation here when we talk about things if you feel a certain way. That list is just crap. I mean, it's just trash. Like,
that's just stupid, man. Come on.
I haven't seen a top
Tom
10.
Brady's 9th.
I'm not trying to diss Roger Staubach, but I haven't seen a top 10 list with his name on it.
Ever. Wow, that's shock radio right there. Daily Line with Jeremy Kahn at 9:15, but on the other side, do you see Adley Rutschman as trade bait? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access, live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you ready for summer? Baseball is in full swing and life is picking back up. And if you're still carrying around last year's extra weight, it can feel like you're stuck in the dugout watching everyone else play. At Life Med Institute, their medically supervised weight loss GLP-1 programs are built around you, your body, your goals, your timeline. They also offer hormone optimization, IV infusion, medical grade supplements, and genetic testing to tackle the real reasons stubborn weight hangs on. With on-site medical providers guiding you every step of the way, real results aren't just possible, they're the whole point. This season, make the call that changes everything. Schedule your free consultation, 410-575-1200. That's 410-575-1200. Or visit LifeMedInstitute.com. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. And tell them Rob Long sent you.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through July 31st. See store for details.
When I got a new car, I thought my insurance premium would increase and empty my bank account. Like if a tween won the lottery.
I've invested most of my winnings in chicken tenders because they're bomb. But bro, I bought a house and it's sick, bro. I'm thinking the floor is gonna be all trampoline, bro. With the helipad on the roof. The contractor said it's structurally unsound, but they're just being babies.
But switching to Geico saved me hundreds, so my bank account is safe.
It feels good to save some hard-earned cash. It feels good to Geico.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
new customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Celebrate with us during our Salute to Savings event happening all month long. Shop a huge selection of new Fords and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai's Freedom to Upgrade sale and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment till October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Major problems, 95 northbound, just before exit 52, that's 295 Russell Street. A motorcycle accident and investigation has all lanes except for the left lane getting by northbound. That's affecting 295 northbound and 95 southbound in the area as well. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop is slow at Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, Bel Air Road to Providence, and then on the west side from Old Court to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The American League and National League will face off tonight in the 96th annual MLB All-Star Game. Baseball's brightest stars will be on full display this evening in Philadelphia with names like Bobby Witt Jr., Junior Caminero, and Kyle Schwarber ready to light up the city of brotherly love. You'll be able to hear tonight's game on The Fan via ESPN Radio with first pitch slated for 8 p.m. Eastern. Dylan Cease gets the start for the AL, while the NL counters with Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez. Last night in the Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber, homering in his final 6 swings to win the event. Walker is the first Cardinal to take the crown, and at 24 years and 52 days old, he's now the 5th youngest person to win the Derby. And today on the pitch, France and Spain battle in the World Cup semifinal with kickoff from Dallas at 3 p.m. The victor moves on to face the winner of tomorrow's Argentina versus England matchup, with the World Cup final slated for Sunday afternoon. The losers of both semifinal games battle for third place on Saturday. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. All-Star Game always has a media scrum, and media comes over and talks to players. Adley Rutschman front and center, according to Andy Koska. The question was asked, how do you handle the trade deadline? Do you pay attention to the reports and rumors? Adley says, no, I try to stick on stuff I can control, and that's not one of the things, so whatever happens is out of my control. Next question, do you feel you guys have done enough to convince the front office to buy Rutschman says, no idea. Next question. Do you talk to the front office? Do you want clarity beforehand? Rutschman says, honestly, I haven't thought about it till you just asked. Honestly, just focus on trying to win. That's my job. That's the most important thing, and that's what we talk about as a clubhouse, as a team, just finding ways to do that. Final question. There are reports the Yankees would be interested in you. Is that flattering or something you have thought about at all? Rutschman says, I haven't thought about it at all. First of all, flattering. Man is a Major League Baseball player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I don't understand. Is it flattering? The man was drafted number 1 overall. Okay? Now, if you have dreams of playing for a certain team, that's one thing. But you're drafted 1 of 1. I don't think a team wanting you would flatter you.
Wasn't he drafted over Bobby Witt?
Yes. Yeah. You know, so a team wanting him is not new. You know, he was the first pick in the draft. That's a dumb question.
When somebody asks that question, it's just like what I say with with training camp. Training camp. You got your offense is facing your defense, and somebody's like, "Hey, the offense scored. Yeah, they scored on your defense." You get down to it. Are you flattered? No, I'm hurt that the team that drafted me didn't want me. Or yeah, I'm flattered. I mean, it's like it just doesn't make any sense. And
I'm assuming because the Yankees.
It had to be.
Yeah, that's same thing. Jeremy said earlier today.
Reporter. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You know how sometimes when you read things like this and you don't really know the player and you don't know the intent behind it, you don't know whether they're giving media speak or that's really who they are. Mm-hmm. That's really who Adley Rutschman is. Yeah. Adley Rutschman hadn't given any of that stuff any thought. I guarantee you.
I believe that.
He's not that dude. He doesn't. If you trade him, he will be hurt definitely because I think he wants to be here. But after he gets over there, he's going to pack his bag and work for whoever it is who employs him next. That's Adley Rutschman. He's going to keep chopping wood. And I just think it's funny that of all the players on the team, he's the one that's front and center of trade rumor. Mm-hmm. If they traded Adley Rutschman, Ed, I would be shocked. I just don't see it happening.
Well, yeah, but he is obviously, I mean, this has come up because, Basayo now, I guess, where the Orioles, I think, are in, they're in desperate shape. They have to do something. You have what we thought was going to be a great roster, but it hasn't worked out. They're not performing, the way we expected. And I think you point to the team like the Yankees. The Yankees are obviously in contention, and they need a catcher because Wells isn't getting it done. So I think it's, it may just be a rumor, but I get why people are pointing that way.
Jeremy, if you trade Adley Rutschman, you're trading one of your biggest offensive pieces for, how do you replace him? The lineup. You're spinning wheels.
What are you getting?
Exactly.
Right, what are you getting?
What do the Yankees have to give the Orioles that help them now? Let's just start with the Yankees. What do you have that you're willing to swap with the Orioles to get you? Because whatever the Orioles getting, they're not getting for the fufuture.
You're willing to trade within the division, trading a guy you drafted number 1 overall to the team that's in, that's been the top of this division.
And is that team willing to give you something to help you get into the postseason, where they may have to face you?
They're going to send us Spencer Jones and a bunch of players.
I just don't get it. And let me explain to you everybody the catcher situation. Let me just go back to one series. They played 3 games. How many games this past series? How many games did Adley Rutschman catch?
He catch 1?
Caught 2.
He caught 2. Okay.
Before then, same thing. Adley Rutschman is the Orioles catcher. Samuel Basayo is the Orioles catcher /DH /first baseman. Adley Rutschman is he's the team's catcher. I don't think Samuel Basayo is a guy that can catch 2/3 of your games. I just don't think he is. I think he's a guy that can play 145 games a year, but I don't think he's a guy that's going to catch 120.
I think it's more than that, too. I think there's something about Adley, and this isn't just me saying this. We've heard this from some of our experts, the guests we have on the show, saying he brings an intangible to this team where they're very different without him. And I can't imagine of anybody being traded. If it can't be Adley.
Ed, I'm with you. I don't see it. We talk every Sunday. We talk to a different coach from the Orioles. The manager doesn't talk. Craig Albanez doesn't talk on Sundays, just like Brandon Hyde didn't talk on Sundays. They let one of the other coaches talk. Mm-hmm. Donnie Ecker, who was the bench coach for the Orioles, spoke this past Sunday. You know what he described Adley Rutschman as? QB1.
Yeah.
They asked him about Adley Rutschman's Adley's QB1. I mean, he's QB1. You can say whatever you want to say. Look at the Orioles' record with Adley and without him in the lineup.
I love it that you have a guy that bats second or third for you. He's a switch-hitting catcher, which gives him opportunities. You have a good backup catcher or, another catcher, as you pointed, slash this, slash that. Because we've said all along, first base, DH, and catcher in most games are probably locked in. If they're healthy, those guys are in the game somehow, some way.
Yeah.
There are going to be a few times that doesn't happen. And I still believe it's people looking at a team that has 2 number 1 wide receivers like, they can afford to get rid of that guy. Well, why would they?
Why would you?
Well, you don't have to.
It's not like, and again, it's not like catchers are breaking the bank when they get paid too. You might have 2 guys in your lineup if they pay Adley and keep him here that you're going to have there for a while. How nice is it to know that you have a good catcher every single game of the year?
And why is it for a fan base that's been screaming bloody murder about his ownership not spending money, that now you're being conservative about the money that they spend?
Yeah.
Why do you care? That's my question. Why do you honestly care? I told you before, guys, and I'll say it before and I say it again. I think the biggest comparable for Samuel Basallo is Yordan Alvarez. I think he's the next Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez this year is DH 81 games, left field 15 games. Now, I think when it's all said and done, I think Samuel Basallo's numbers will be a little bit better playing in the field, a little bit more, but I think that's who he is. He's going to play predominantly DH, some catcher, and a little bit of first base.
Yeah, I don't love him at first base yet. It's going to take some time.
I say a little bit of first base.
It's going to take some time.
I said a little bit. How about a teeny bit?
I watched the one where he kind of wasn't sure if he was going to first base or if the pitcher was going, and he just looks at him and the pitcher runs over, tags it, and he just smiles. But I think he should have been covering at that point,
At Houston, Yordan Alvarez threw a ball from left field and hit me in the camera well. All right. How do you get it in the camera well from left field on the fly?
Especially with
attractive target.
Yeah, especially with that head block and everything.
It was totally intentional.
Hey, Ed. Yes. I don't need that from you. I don't need it from you, man. I thought I had one adult in the room.
Before we move on, is anybody talking about the fact that Alonso has played 97 games out of 97 this year?
Yeah, he's what is it? What was
he got one day off, but they pinch hit him, right?
He's appeared in every game.
Really?
This year.
Okay. He started every game. I think his streak is like 500.
So he DH'd the day that Basallo was at first. I'm trying to remember back to it.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Daily line at 9:15. But on the other side, Jerry Bembry drops in to talk some NBA up next on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. Major League Baseball's biggest stars are pushing back against a proposed salary cap. During the All-Star festivities in Philadelphia, players like Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, Paul Skeens voiced unified opposition to the league's plan, which would limit individual contract values and reshape the economic landscape. Contentious. I'm Drake Toll.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's smiles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore their career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Major problems, 95 northbound, just before exit 52, that's 295 Russell Street. A motorcycle accident and investigation has all lanes except for the left lane getting by northbound. That's affecting 295 northbound and 95 southbound in the area as well. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop is slow at Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, Bel Air Road to Providence, and then on the west side from Old Court to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
So, guys, yesterday, I forgot to give my friend Jacqueline a birthday shout-out because I didn't give any shout-outs yesterday. I was off my game. So, happy birthday, Jacqueline. You're not supposed to tell a woman's age, right?
I think
you're not supposed to tell a woman's age, right?
I'm learning French. That's a faux pas.
Yeah. Okay, I won't tell her age. She's born in 1985.
Okay.
There you go.
The first All-Star, or first home run derby in 1985.
And it's hard to believe 1985 was 41 years ago. Man. Joining us right now, our basketball insider, Jerry Bembry. What's up, Jerry?
Man, that's cold-blooded, Robert. Come on, man. Come on. I'm going to be waiting outside the studio for you today.
I'll go through the back door. Jerry, LeBron watch. I don't have to think. Never in the history of any league has a 42-year-old been, so interesting in terms of free agency.
It's crazy, and you see how LeBron loves attention, right? And so he's slow walking this whole process so the focus can be on him. And you saw Rich Paul, did the interview, and he had the graphic in the background of the teams that are interested, and he's got Philly on the board and Cleveland. I mean, it's just crazy right now, but LeBron wants attention. He craves attention, and he's getting all the attention. And so I think the word will come down pretty soon. And in my mind, I think it's either Cleveland or Golden State. Golden State is really pushing for him. Draymond is having conversations with LeBron. Steph Curry is saying he wants to play with LeBron, and so they're in play. And then Cleveland, it's the hometown. And I think Cleveland's the only team that will probably take his son. So, Cleveland's in play. So I know Philadelphia is trying to make a run in with their recent deal.
Did LeBron just go on vacation with Draymond?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, on vacation. So, it's a hard sell right there. So, I think that, we'll probably see a decision probably at the end of Summer League. But, LeBron is the focus of the league right now. Everybody's waiting to see where he falls. So, it'll be interesting.
Jerry, with all these creations, these super teams that I think has ruined basketball, were you surprised? I mean, obviously happy, but surprised that our Knicks won it all when they were just a collection of dented cans that nobody wanted?
I'm not surprised. I think that a team that's built that way, there's a certain amount of cohesiveness to them. And there's no star system, right? So, there's no competition. Those guys really genuinely love each other. And I think that was a big reason why they won the championship. And, let's credit Jalen Brunson with taking less money so they could assemble that group of players. And that's what Wemby is doing in San Antonio right now. He just signed a big extension for $262 million over 5 years. That's $100 million less than what he could have gotten. But his thought is that, I want to help this organization build for the future so we can win a championship like Jalen Brunson did. And so I think that it's a smart play by Wemby to do that. I mean, when you make $260 million, man, what difference is an extra $100 million make? Yeah. Come on.
What can't you buy at Target,
That's right. You can buy Target.
Hey, Jerry, can the Lakers win now with all those exciting whites?
No.
They called me.
Oh, man. Oh, that's hilarious. Man, I don't know how to answer that. But, no, they can't win. The way the roster is built, they can't win. I mean, they signed Kessler. It seemed like they've been after Kessler for a couple of years now, so they finally get him. And Luka, like Luka likes Kessler. They got Kevon Looney, who's there. It's just not enough, though. So I'm not
they
sure.
thought his name was Kevin. That's why they signed him. Sorry. Anyway.
And to answer the question, no, the Lakers cannot win. They cannot win.
Luka.
Impossible.
We would be remiss to ask you about the Philadelphia 76ers because, not to ask you about them, so reports are, or rumored that LeBron is considering them as well. Let's say the roster remains what it is without LeBron. Is that the only team in the East that you think can take down the Knicks?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have to put Miami into play with Giannis there, and I don't know if Giannis and Bam are the proper components or that can build it. I mean, they can build a championship team. It depends on who they assemble around them, but I'm looking at Joel Embiid, Maxey, Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown. They have some stars. It's a star-studded cast there. I think the key to that is whether Joel Embiid can stay healthy.
Yep.
And that's always been the key for the Philadelphia 76ers over the last, since Embiid has been in the league, whether he can stay healthy. And not only stay healthy, but adapt his game. Embiid has turned into a jump shooter in the latter years of his career. And I think that's really been detrimental to his effectiveness. I think that if you put him in a low box, he can score over anybody when healthy. But he settled for jump shots, and maybe because he's just not healthy enough to really play in the low post. So I think that's the big question mark, whether that team can get over the hump to win a championship. And if Embiid can play 60-plus games at a high level, then they are a contender. But we all know that Embiid will not play 60-plus games at a high level because he will get hurt early in the season.
Al Basketball Insider Jerry Bembry. Jerry, thanks a lot for your time this morning, my friend.
Okay, man, watch that back. Get that back door ready for that.
I am. I'm going to start the car during the next break.
There you go. That's right.
All right,
guys,
thanks.
take care.
Thanks a lot,
Jerry,
man. Ed Norris, tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
8 o'clock is brought to you every day by the Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. They got a little, Ben's not here, but Joe knows.
Oh, Joe. I got a promotion, baby. Get in here. You're not going to believe it. I'm in charge now.
We're going to get extra Lions Den pieces now.
You know he's good. He gets freaky. You just know it.
I'm in charge now. Not in the bedroom, Joe.
Anyway, check out Lions Den. If you want to just, make these hot nights even hotter, it's a great time to do it. Great place to stock up on what you need. Toys, games, lingerie, books, whatever you need to spice up your personal life. Lions Den. Locations all around Baltimore, Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. Of course, lionsden.com. Whatever you do, take a look. Seriously, it's a great place.
Is it more fun to go into the store than it is to order online?
I like going into stores. Yeah, I like going into the store.
And
the staff
try
is
on
really
the
nice.
stuff.
Yeah, I like to. Yeah. Well, that's they let you. Yeah.
Can you will they demonstrate for you?
Yeah, if you bring Jeremy.
These edible panties are missing a couple of bites out of the back. What happened?
And of course, the back.
Oh, by the way, Ed, I asked Jeremy a question 20 years ago. I asked him, "What's my motivation to go swimming?"
And then I said,
if you check out our group text, he just sent it to me.
And by the way, if you want to check Twitter at JCon Sports, you guys can see it too.
I found my motivation to go swimming.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Talk to you tomorrow, Ed.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Steve Bernhard joins us. Talk a little baseball draft, see some of the results as well as All-Star game. But on the other side, ridiculousness on the NFL Top 100 list. Up next on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, I've been talking about the Mount Washington Tavern for 20 years now. It's been a long time. I don't remember how long we've been partnered up because it's a great place. I mean, the food's great. Drinks are cold. The people are the best thing about it, from the staff to the people that hang out there. It's just a great place. And, of course, every day of the week, got something going on. Wednesday's a prime rib night, and happy hours Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. They have great specials on drinks like Manhattans, old fashions, martinis. But more than that, they do a lot for the community. And that's what I want to talk about today, because it's one of my favorite places. It's been my place for 26 years. But on the 22nd of this month, next Wednesday, I'm having my Christmas in July toy drive at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. It's a great cause because, look, nobody wants to be in the hospital. These are children. It's just not a great situation. So we do our best to try to brighten their day. And this is, we collect toys now, Christmas in July, to give out around the holidays, but they're used year round. And it just helps out the families who are in a terrible situation for the most part. And just, it takes some of the burden away from them. So if you want to feel good about yourself, come on out next Wednesday, have a couple cocktails, say hi, talk a little bit, and just bring a toy. Bring an unwrapped toy. It can be a boy or girl. Don't forget the teenagers too. They're not just toddlers. You got kids from, newborns to teenagers there. So gift cards, toys, cash, whatever you want to bring. Just come on out for a great cause and have a good time. A lot of people in the station will be there. And I, of course, will be there as well. So I hope to see you next Wednesday, July 22nd, Mount Washington Tavern.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. Brad Evans here to help it beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the city of brotherly shove, an air-minded receiver could take off in 2026. With A.J. Brown now in New England, Devontae Smith is due for a target spike. Last year, top 20 in air yards and yards per catch. The Slim Reaper goes over 1,500 receiving yards this fall at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ed Norris and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Daily line at 9:15, but right now, ridiculousness. NFL Top 100. Lamar Jackson last year, the number 2 player on the list. This year, the number 69th player on the list. 67 spots is just wild and maddening.
As we talked about, the players vote on 20 guys. They put 20 players in. So he wasn't voted 69th when they're doing the math and adding everything up. I guess a lot of people didn't have him in the top 20, and that's why he falls. But it just seems weird to me. I like what you said. I understand why this drop happens. I don't agree with any of it. Because of the injury last year. A lot's going to say about how people view Lamar or these guys do when we hear where Pat Mahomes was. Like I brought up, Pete Prisco had his top 100, and Lamar and Pat Mahomes were in the top 10. And he writes, tore his ACL at the end of the year, or else would be higher. Got injured, or else would be higher. They're obviously guys that are typically going to be in your top 5.
Right. And that's okay, but 69th is just crazy.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Lamar being number 5 and the top 10 quarterbacks on ESPN, and you saw that list and you disagree with that one as well.
It's stupid, man. I get so tired of this. Like, why do we have to keep defending a guy that should have 3 MVPs? What, like, it makes no sense to me when people do this. To have him, and again, when we talk about Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, the same things that they do don't get brought up, the same things that Lamar does. You know, it's like, I don't get it. People are sitting here saying, well, Lamar never won a Super Bowl. Well, why do you have Josh Allen number 1? Has he been to an AFC championship? How'd that go? And I'm not knocking Josh Allen, but don't move the goalpost on a guy. Yeah, he's great in the postseason. He just threw 5 picks and they lost the game in a year where there was no dominant teams in the AFC. Nobody was scared of the Patriots.
Going into that game, everyone was saying he had no excuse not to get to the Super Bowl. Coming out of that game, they gave him excuses for not getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and then the same thing with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, these are all good quarterbacks, right? We're poking holes in them. I'm not saying that these guys suck or anything like that, but when we're comparatively speaking, Joe Burrow went to 1 Super Bowl. He had that 1 run. His defense carried his ass to that Super Bowl. I'm not saying he didn't do anything. What do you have, 5 touchdown passes in 4 games? So I can't sit here, like, people want to label him as the greatest, and he's been hurt more than Lamar.
One thing that gets me is this. This is just, and Ken brought it up today too, Kim McCusick. Lamar's age gets brought up. Like, well, he's getting older. Lamar's age.
He's younger than Burrow.
He's younger than Burrow and Josh Allen. But why is it that their age never gets brought up? Why do we bring Lamar's age up all the time? Lamar Jackson is 29 and 188 days. Joe Burrow, 29 and 216. Josh Allen, 30 years old and 54 days. They're older than him. But yet, for some reason, we always bring up Lamar's age. This is the most...
Well, think of the things that people bring up, all right? Can't throw the football. Led the league in touchdown passes from the pocket multiple times.
All-time leading passer rating.
All-time leading passer rating. Always gets hurt. Give a pass to Joe Burrow. Give a pass to any one of these guys that gets hurt. He made it to a Super Bowl, so that means it doesn't matter what happens. He always gets hurt, and it's not fair. If they would have stacked this team a little bit better and Cincinnati's defense could be better, maybe Joe doesn't have to throw it 50 times a game. And then it gets to the postseason success. Yeah, Lamar can't win in the postseason. Well, where's Josh?
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. This is life. We're judged differently. And I'm going to give you an example. I was in a room once. There were 3 older white men on Veterans Day. And they were told Happy Veterans Day because it was assumed that they were veterans. All 3 said, I'm not a veteran. Guy walked past me. I'm the only veteran in the room. But it's assumed because you get judged differently. Lamar Jackson is not seen as a quarterback. He's seen as an athlete. So as an athlete, his age matters. That's people still looking at him as a running back. And a 30-year-old running back, age matters. 30-year-old quarterbacks don't matter. When is the last time a quarterback at 30 was considered old?
Yeah.
It's not if you consider him a quarterback. This is in people's minds. He's still not a quarterback. He's done everything there is to do. Everything. He's checked every box.
The only thing he hasn't done is won a Super Bowl.
So these other guys that they're not talking about. He's checked every box.
By the way,
as a quarterback, but because he looks different than the rest of them, you look at him as an athlete, as a running back. And a 30-year-old running back, 30-year-old wide receivers, all these other positions, once you hit 30, it matters. 30-year-old quarterbacks get better.
Yeah.
They get smarter. They see the field differently.
The game slows down.
The game slows down. Lamar, in spite of what he's done as a quarterback, is not given he's not given, here's a term, the same benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's just given doubt.
And by the way, just to be fair, I have you ranked as the 69th best veteran. So
that's a good number.
Yeah.
Let's go to Baltimore and get Rashawn. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
What's up, man? Doing well.
Hey.
Well, I heard you did Trippy wrong, man.
Yeah, you bailed on him, man.
No, man, we told him be ready at a certain time, man.
He said he was there and you weren't there. He said he was there and you weren't there.
No, man. We had to get up 95 before the rush hour hit.
And on top of that, me and Jeremy saw you and Dustin online, and you posted it, so I'm not worried about bringing it up. It's not a secret. You guys got into another
altercation
situation, verbal, up in Philly. Every place you go.
Can I read you what he wrote?
Yes,
he
please.
said, we had a good time at the Home Run Derby. Even security didn't like how Dustin Pryor and the Phillies fans was getting along so well that they came over to harass us. Yeah, security harasses you everywhere you go.
They do. They just hating, man. It's like, man, they didn't like that, man. Like when Dustin got around them Philly fans, man. It's like, man, they was like one and the same. I'm telling you, man, they were like long lost brothers, man. So people was complaining and saying this and that, and then security was threatening to put us out. I'm like, Dustin, we paid too much for these tickets to get put out, man. So just try to tone it down a little bit, man.
But why is that every place you go?
It ain't any place I go. Is Dustin, though. That's the comment. They act like it's me.
No. I've seen you with Trippy. I've seen you with Dustin. And it's always the same videos. The common denominator is you.
Maybe just trouble attracts me. It'd be around me. I don't know.
Rob, did you see he almost got in a fight at a gay pride parade, too? I'm watching. Rashawn, I'm reading this right on your page. Gay aggressive women almost gets in the fight with straight man at Baltimore Pride Festival. And you said we went to the gay pride parade a few years ago. That leads me to believe you were there getting in fights.
Yeah. You know, I support the LGBT people.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying everywhere you go, you get in altercations.
Because every type of, gender and race and sexuality get into arguments and fights, though, and I can't help it that the phone I got just automatic detects, drama and starts recording. It's like it's the new Samsung. Y'all got to get that one, by the way.
I don't want that. I don't want it. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, man, that's maybe I was talking about, man. About Lamar, though.
Uh-huh.
So it's like this the Lamar thing, man. Like, if the Cowboys is the most hated in this whole team, Lamar is the most definitely hated quarterback in the league. And I'm not going to sit up and say because he's black or anything like that, but, we had people call up for this show, for instance, and say, oh, he need to cut his hair. He looked like Frederick Douglass and all that other stuff like that.
They're racist. They say it.
Yeah.
Like, look.
Hey, Rashawn, good talk.
Thanks, man. Pat Mahomes ain't getting beat up like that. Look at that top 5. Look at the top 5 and tell me the difference. The hell out of here, man. I hate these people. What do you mean these people? All of you.
Steve Bernhardt. Joins us at 9:30, but on the other side is the Daily Line.
Yeah, talk a little about Home Run Derby last night, the All-Star game. I'm not betting it. I'm not betting the World Cup, but I'll tell you where I'm leaning in the game if you haven't heard already. We'll get into that, break it all down for you, and we'll do that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's Home Run Derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money!
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
All right, so we had the home run derby last night. I like Junior Caminero. Jordan Walker, the guy that won it all, beat him in the second round. Got to apologize to Wilson Contreras, a guy I said I'd never take, and he had a phenomenal first round. I still don't think he's built for something like this. But that first round, he's telling me to shove it. So he looked really good. It was, for people that like the home run derby, I didn't like the way that everything was set up. I didn't like the broadcast as much as, I don't know how many people liked it. I saw a lot of negative things out there. But it was entertaining, right? They come down to, I don't know that you could ask for a better like ending depending on what you had.
I didn't watch. I saw after the fact, I saw the highlights, I saw who won. The home run derby just ain't my jam, man.
I tell you this, I don't watch. I saw clips of it. Right. That's not true. I flipped it on at one point, and there was a lot of like, there was just them talking while somebody else was coming up, and then I said, you know what, screw this, I'm going to bed. But yeah, like,
you know what's funny to me? One of the biggest complaints in baseball from fans is these guys just go up there hit home runs, but then you watch the home. I don't get it. I mean, to me, I love home runs in games, but just sitting there swinging away at the fence does not do.
Do you like them juicing the baseballs? Because they clearly do. Yeah, 490-foot home
because you're
runs.
there to see the ball leave the yard.
Okay. So that was what we had yesterday. I had Junior Caminero, didn't come through. I did say, like, I don't take first-year guys playing, and Jordan Walker was the one that I wanted to go with beforehand. He was the one, like, first-year player I liked because he's just got ridiculous power, but I didn't pick him. I picked Junior Caminero. So with tonight in the All-Star game, I usually don't bet the All-Star game. This is true gambling because you could have a player get taken out just because it's time for another guy to come in. You don't know how they're using the pitching staff. And you say, well, you can do that. No, I know the starting pitcher's going to go 5 to 6 innings if he's able to. And if he doesn't have it that day, he's going to go less. So now you have guys coming in. Speaking of the juice baseballs, the thing I would bet in this game, which I think a lot of people be scared to do, is bet the over. If the baseballs are juiced, I'm going to take my chance on it with some of the best power arms aren't even in this game. So we've got some good pitchers. Don't get me wrong. You got good pitchers in there. And I think good pitching usually beats good hitting. But if the balls are juiced, I think there's a chance that we might have a big inning or two. So I would take the over there. Speaking of the World Cup, I was talking about it earlier. Spain has only given up 1 goal the entire time. This feels like one of those games that could, as you pointed out, be 0-0 going. PK. Yeah. And then with these two teams, and we have 4 really good teams, and I know people are down on England. I'd like to see Argentina and Spain win. I picked Spain to go with that. I think a lot of people like to see Messi in the final if that ends up happening. But, yeah, I mean, at 3 o'clock today and tomorrow for the games, if you guys are watching, I'm not betting any of these things, so I'm not suggesting you do. I'm just giving you my opinion on it. Yamil, the guy for – everybody talks about all these young superstars. Yamil for Spain is another one of those guys that I think people should start talking about. I think he scored in the last game, but everybody was saying, no, he hadn't scored, he didn't do this. Really good player, solid player. So give me Spain there. But that's all I got for you today. I don't know about you. Like the All-Star game, you will watch.
I'm watching.
Yes, I am too.
I love this. This is my favorite of all the All-Star games.
It's
the only one that they're playing.
Yeah.
Pitchers don't want to get rocked, except for Chan-Ho Parks. And hitters don't want to get embarrassed. They play baseball. I remember back in the day where the starting pitchers used to go 2 or 3 innings. You knew it. Because the max you can go was 3 innings. They would go 2 or 3 innings. Nowadays, everybody's so protective of their pitchers, you get to go 1, that's probably it. But I don't mind that because I love to see the other pitchers as well.
Yeah, I go back to watching these baseball games, it's the only one of the All-Star games that feels like a real game. And you talked about, it's weird, without having anything, it doesn't mean anything to win it. And I know when they talk about it, whatever, I'm not listening to that nonsense.
Right.
But guys, want to play in this game. Whereas the All-Star game in the NBA, nobody wants to be embarrassed on national TV. Nobody wants, you do your dunk, I'll get out of the way. And it's like, what are we doing?
See, for the same reasons in the NBA that no one wants to be embarrassed and they don't play, it's the same reason in baseball you have to play.
Yeah.
Because if you don't play,
you'll be embarrassed.
If the pitcher just lobs one up there, hitter's going to take advantage of it. If the hitter's just not ready to take that fastball, pitcher's going to make it look bad. Baseball players don't want to be embarrassed, so they have to play. And that's why I love that All-Star game. What's the good place to watch the World Cup today? Joe, you live downtown now, right? Joseph?
Yeah.
Where are you trying to go?
Going down there.
Slanches?
No, I'm not going down there.
Plata?
I'm not going downtown.
Downtown. Where are you going? Downtown Bel Air?
New shoes. What movie is that?
What?
Buy some shoes. Is that Blues Brothers?
It might be. The only thing I remember from Blues Brothers is Rubber Biscuit.
Let me think. Yeah, I might go downtown. I might go downtown Bel Air.
What's
Do the German bars have good soccer?
Every bar should have the soccer game.
Like if I go to DOS.
DOS is a great place to go.
Will they have, because their team is not represented.
I'm sure they'll still have soccer on. The World Cup will be on. I think if anybody's not paying attention, like it does suck going into a bar when the Orioles game's on and nobody has it on the TV and you're like, what are we doing?
That's the bar I don't go into anymore.
Yeah.
If I go in an Orioles game, I'm not asking. I'm just U-turning.
Yep.
We can't be friends. You don't have the Orioles game on?
Somebody has to be on top of that.
Now, hear me out. Once the U.S. was playing, the men's soccer team, they were playing, and the Orioles were playing at the same time. They had the volume in the big TV on the soccer game. I'm okay with it, but they had the Orioles games on the side TVs. Baseball happens every night, every year. World Cup once every 4 years. They should get, especially when our team is playing, that should be the main TV. Mm-hmm. That should be the sound. I'm cool with that. But if they didn't have the game on at all, I would have about faced. But that was Looney's in Bel Air. They know better.
Ben Hall was talking about being at live for Saturday when the World Cup game was going on, and then MMA starts and wanting the sound to be on for one. Like people were, obviously certain people want the soccer game, certain people want MMA, but if it's Conor McGregor and the game's essentially, you're not worried about who's winning or losing at that point, people can watch the soccer game without the sound. I think you want to hear the call.
That's either or for me.
Is it?
It's not your team, but it is World Cup. But at the same time, Conor McGregor hadn't fought in, 5 years?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's just preference.
I wouldn't judge you on that one either way.
It's preference.
Yeah, I wouldn't judge you. Joe LaCroix's Encore. Man, we haven't said that in a while. 9:45, but on the other side, Steve Bernhardt from the Baseball Factory joins us on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Big savings are here during the Salute to Savings event at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, Monday, July 13th through Saturday, July 18th. Stop by Lincoln's Columbia campus to explore career-focused programs in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Tour the campus, see the tools and equipment that are used in today's industries, and discover where hands-on skills can take you. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, July 13th through the 18th. Visit lincolntech.edu for info. That's lincolntech.edu.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The American League and National League will face off tonight in the 96th annual MLB All-Star Game. Baseball's brightest stars will be on full display this evening in Philadelphia with names like Bobby Witt Jr., Junior Caminero, and Kyle Schwarber ready to light up the city of brotherly love. You'll be able to hear tonight's game on The Fan via ESPN Radio with first pitch slated for 8 p.m. Eastern. Dylan Cease gets the start for the AL, while the NL counters with Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez. Last night in the Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber, homering in his final 6 swings to win the event. Walker is the first Cardinal to take the crown, and at 24 years and 52 days old, he's now the 5th youngest person to win the Derby. And today on the pitch, France and Spain battle in the World Cup semifinal with kickoff from Dallas at 3 p.m. The victor moves on to face the winner of tomorrow's Argentina versus England matchup, with the World Cup final slated for Sunday afternoon. The losers of both semifinal games battle for third place on Saturday. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln Tech. Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus between today and July 18th for their summer open house. See where hands-on training can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for more information. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
What are you doing?
I was doing the Trump dance.
The Trump dance?
Yes, you think of it? What do you think I was doing?
I saw 2 people standing to your left and to your right.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Salt and pepper shaker.
One
video.
Big Bad Morning Show, Rob Long, Jeremy Carr joining us. Right now,
Steve.
Fortunately, he does not have a video. From the Baseball Factory, Steve Bernhardt. What's up, Steve?
What's happening, guys? How are you?
Doing well, man. Listen, we had one of our Oriole draft experts on yesterday, Annie Claff from Mass and All Access. We asked her, so now we want to ask you, from a macro point of view, your thoughts on the Orioles 2026 draft.
Well, I like it. I'm a little biased. I'm excited they went a little more for like high ceiling guys. They had years where they took 1 or 2 high school players. This year, 8 out of their 20 picks are high school players. And it was a year that a lot of the rest of the teams went safer. I think overall in the draft, it was like 20% high school. So I like it. I think E.J. Booth and Kevin Roberts Jr., their first and fourth rounders, have really, really high ceilings. There's a lot of risk that comes with that, but I like the idea that they went for it a little bit this year with some of their picks.
Hey, Steve, regardless of what, maybe it's value, maybe it's one of the guys you just named, who was your favorite pick for the Orioles?
Well, I think I like the Kevin Roberts pick a lot because, he's a freak athlete. The kid's like 6'4", 220. If you watch some of his old highlights of him dunking on the basketball court, he's just ultra athletic. It's like who knows how they produce, but it's kind of a Julio Rodriguez kind of look to him. Mm-hmm. Right-handed hitter with tons of power, can really run and play center. So I like that one for upside. I like their second-round pick for a little bit safer. Ty Head, I got to see a decent amount in high school. He's a left-handed hitting outfielder from NC State. Really good baseball instincts, just a true baseball player kind of guy. And he can hit. The one knock is power, but I think that can come with guys, even a college guy, as they get a little stronger, learn counts and leveraging and stuff like that. But I think he's a really good defender in center field, and I like the way he swings a bat. So I think if there's a quick mover out of this draft in the minor league system, it would probably be him.
Steve Bernhardt joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. He is from the Baseball Factory. Steve, we had some fans complaining about the Orioles not taking any pitching. And I pointed out to them that 10 of the top 15 prospects in the Orioles organization right now are pitchers. I don't know if people are noticing that right now or not. And right now, if you look at it, the best group performing right now on the major league team is the starting pitching. You could never have too much pitching. I don't think pitching is the biggest need in the organization right now.
No, I would agree with you, Rob. I know. There's been a lot of talk over the years of not taking a pitcher with a first-round pick ever. They did take a lot of pitchers. They took a lot of them later. And if you look at the American League All-Star roster tonight, there's a lot of first-round pick position players. I think Michael Wacha is the only pitcher on the American League that was a first-rounder. So, history says there's plenty of value in the little bit later rounds after the first to get a good pitching prospect. And a lot of it's on your development system and being fortunate enough to keep guys healthy. But, I'm with you, Rob. They still took a lot of them. They took a lot of pitchers. I think it was 10 or 11 out of their picks were arms. So they stacked it, and we'll see. You also don't know who they'll sign. Even their 20th rounder, they took a flyer on a high school kid out of Texas that's a junior college sign. He's signed to go to San Jacinto, but he came on a lot this spring, and he's an intriguing guy, low to mid-90s and athletic delivery and stuff like that. So who knows where they could pop. They took a lot of them. You hope a couple stay healthy and get to the big leagues.
Yeah, they took a guy in last year's draft that went to college, right, or didn't sign with the Orioles, and then all of a sudden he moves up a bunch of picks and they draft him again. But wait, I want to ask you about some of the people look at the statistics, and you'll see one of these pitchers with a 6-run ERA, and why are they drafting this guy? It's more about their makeup, right? Because one bad game can sink somebody, and if somebody's a relief pitcher or anything like that. What are your thoughts on just looking at the numbers? You can't look at that stuff.
No, you're right. And to your point, Jeremy, stats can be skewed, especially when you don't have as many games in a college season or a high school season or something like that. And I do think with how prominent analytics are now, the Orioles have looked at the numbers on these guys. And I think sometimes if you see a pitcher with a high ERA, it could have been a bad game or two. And it also could be that the Orioles think they can fix it. They see something and think with pitch development and changing some things and that they would be able, based on the analytics, to turn this guy into something much better than he performed at the college level. So, I think there are a lot of things that go into it, and you're right. You can't get caught up in the stats.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, joining us from the Baseball Factory, Steve Bernhardt. Steve, one of the things that I've noticed lately is, baseball fans are complaining about the lack of fundamentals and things like that in the game. one of the things that I pointed to is something that you're involved with directly, and that's a lot of the showcases. And I wonder, are kids playing as many games as they once played, or are the showcases taken away from some of those actual tournaments and playing games?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a mix, Rob, but I will say that the showcase style baseball, like even when they are playing games, say, oftentimes it's a little bit of an individual thing.
Right.
You know, it may not be playing as much for a team victory like you would to win a high school state championship or something. You know, when you play all summer and fall, and you may have some college coaches and professional scouts there, you know, you're not gonna move a guy over from second with nobody out and risk just, you know, being in front of the Vanderbilt coach and grounding out to second. You know, you're gonna take your hacks and see if you can hit one off the wall and open his eyes. So yeah, I think there's between that and you're right. You know, it's just some straight showcase stuff where metrics wise, you're just trying to show how fast you run, what kind of exit velocity you can throw on a ball, whether it's off a tee or in batting practice or something. And those things maybe aren't translating to performance in a game situation and understanding all the situations and playing it the right way.
Steve, as far as like, and I asked you this when we had you on last week, but I want to get back to it, where the Orioles drafts, do you consider Mike Elias, as far as the drafting aspect of it goes, a success?
I do. I think they've gotten a lot of good players in the draft. And I think, like we talked about before, it's, you know, I think the jury's still out whether they hit on all these first rounders or not. Obviously, some of them have shown glimpses with a year, you know, the 1 year Colton Cowser had, and you've seen Jackson Holliday show flashes. You know, I think those guys are going to be good big leaguers. And then, you know, if you keep Westberg healthy and if Beavers can get a little more consistent, like I think they've gotten very good players. I'm sure it's been frustrating for the front office that they just can't seem to maintain the consistency that you're looking for at the big league level to be regulars, you know, the way that Gunnar and Adley and some of those other high picks have done. But overall, yeah, I think he's drafted well.
Hey, Steve, tell us all about the Baseball Factory.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Rob. We try and work with players, make them better, try and find a fit for them at the next level, whether that's college or professional baseball. And we do a couple bigger events. We'll have an All-America game with the best 40 high school players in the country at Camden Yards. And it hasn't been formally announced, but a little tease. It should be August 30th this year, so hopefully some fans can come out and see the next generation of players. And we do some development events, too. We have a big one in December when kids are off school between Christmas and New Year's down in at Pirate City, spring training, home of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we get after it down there with some guys that want to get better and get to kind of live that professional lifestyle for a little bit. So you can go to baseballfactory.com and check it all out. But thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, buddy. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. So he even said it. You know, it's you get to a lot of the metric stuff that doesn't always translate to the game. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that concern me. I think, but he made a great point. If I'm playing in a game and I know scouts are around, I'm not moving a runner over. Mm-hmm. I'm probably trying to yank one out.
Yeah, I mean, when eyes are on you, it's like, you know, you never know when eyes are going to be on you, but when you go to a showcase, you know they're on you. Right. Yeah, you want to. I don't know moving a runner over, even though it's important when you get to the major league level and even at every level, you want to showcase your ability to hit, pitch, throw, whatever it is.
Yeah. Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ryan Ripken will check in live from Philadelphia to talk about last night's home run derby and his expectations for Adley Rutschman in the All-Star game. Kevin Ostreicher will also join the show for his reaction to Lamar Jackson being ranked 5th amongst quarterbacks in ESPN's anonymous poll.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Bryce Harper is speaking out against FanDuel after a personalized cameo video he recorded in 2024 was used as a promotional reward for a VIP bettor without his consent. Harper said he filmed the message in good faith after receiving a script for a holiday video. And it was branded for FanDuel. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. On July 23rd, it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters at the Lincoln Theater. Merriweather Post Pavilion has back-to-back incredible shows, starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, followed by The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. Then head over to the Anthem for Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Get your feet on the floor. Jumpstart your day with your boys on this Taco Tuesday. Jeremy?
Yep.
So you won the bet.
Yeah.
I said that this dude is so out of touch with producing that we wouldn't get on the 603. You had a little bit more faith in him than I did, and you said 602.
Yeah, good job. What's this guy's name? New guy?
Joe Lacroix.
I am the radio.
Lacroix? Are you French?
Oh. Le bleu. Le bleu.
Suck le bleu. Je le crois.
You got to learn French, don't you?
How is the LaCroix, like, drinking business?
I actually like that stuff.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
How was it getting up this morning? Were you out of shape?
I'm here, but it sucks. One day.
The program director, I'm here, but it sucks.
Joe says, I'm in shape. I'm just not in morning show shape.
Yes.
At least I could probably leave at like 2 or 3 today.
Oh, at 2 or 3, I'll be not here.
Yeah.
Now, how is that, being here that late? I don't know. I've never done it. And that's the encore for the day. 410-583-1057 is the number. Let's go to Marcus in Baltimore. Marcus.
What's up? Good morning, guys.
What's up, man?
So I had looked back and saw the segment. First of all, before I say that, I wanted to tell you guys I feel like I got to buy you guys a bourbon or a beer or something for the personal introduction I get just for being on the show. And plus, it just seems like it'd be a good laugh. You know what I mean?
No, you get annoyed because we just keep doing Boomerang all damn night.
And Jeremy and I can quote that whole damn movie.
I can't quote the whole movie, but I've seen it way too many times, and that has been following me my whole life.
Gerard,
actually.
did you know your dad has mushrooms on his belt?
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
But my main point of calling was Lamar being ranked number 69, voted on by the players. And there's this clip that I think of Lorenzo Neal, of his guy giving his welcome to the NFL moment. And he was like, Lorenzo Neal would ask you, did you vote for him to be a Pro Bowler? And if you didn't, he kind of messed you up or whatever. So this is voted on by the players. Lamar sees this. Now, if he sets fire to the league, this is your fault.
That's what I said earlier. You done messed up, right?
Yep.
That's what I said. Look, y'all did this to yourself because y'all didn't disrespect that man. Do you mean to tell me there are 69? I can't name 10 players right now better than him.
Ain't no lie.
Yeah, as we kind of talked about, so what they do is they have players, they give their top 20. So nobody rated him 69, but there are some people that didn't have him in the top 20. Maybe that's injuries. Maybe you ask a defensive player and he wants to put more defensive guys up there. But I said this, and Rob had the best line of the day. It's let's find out where Pat Mahomes is on this list because he got hurt last year too. Is he dropping way down the list? Are we going to see him at 63 or something?
Let's see that.
But I talked about Pete Prisco's top 10 that had Pat Mahomes and Lamar, and it's pretty simple to put a guy in your top 10 and say, yeah, I'd probably have him higher had he not got hurt last year.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we shall see.
Yep.
We shall see. Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
A tough learn for me. I learned it as I walked into the building today. My daughter played for the Tigers AAU team, one of her first AAU teams that she played for. Walter Roman and Kevin Young Sr. were her coaches. Kevin Young Sr. and I became so close that a couple of years later, he sent his daughter to play JUCO ball for me to get her straight. And years after that, his son, Kevin Young Sr., joined my staff at Rosedale to lead my JV team.
His son's a DJ too, right?
Yes, yes. To lead my middle school team. I think we won 2 championships in 3 years. So I learned today from Kevin Young Sr. that his dad passed away. He had been battling pneumonia for a couple of days, and we were like around the same age. And there's no greater ways to show somebody you trust them than for you to send your kids to.
Yeah.
He sent his daughter to me to play JUCO ball. I sent my daughter to him at a very young age. I think she was 10 or 11 to play AAU ball, and she learned so much from he and Walter. And you realize certain things when you lose a person, all the things you took for granted. All the times I knew I needed some advice, coaching-wise, whatever, I shoot him a text, and Kevin never texts back. He always called back. You know what I mean? Yeah. You shoot, hey, man, I got this. And you would get that call a minute, 2 minutes later. Even if the call was, I can't talk right now. Can you talk at this time? He was just that dude.
Yeah.
He was just that dude. And I knew he meant a lot to me. But now you know exactly how much he means to you. At the time with Jay-Z and Jay Electronica have a song. I got texts in my phone that I'll never have again. You know what I mean? I'm never going to erase those texts. Those texts are still in my phone. But he was never going to text me again. He's never going to call me again.
I mean, it's sad because, like, again, once it sinks in, it's like I don't get that anymore. Something as small as, like you said, a text message. Yeah. That you don't have it, and I'm sorry for your loss, man.
Thank you.
And I do have to say thank you for that lead-in. This is
now do some jokes, Jeremy.
Yeah, hey, make me laugh. Yeah, it's a tough one. I got a Dennis, one of our listeners said, "Do you mind if I send you dad jokes?" I said, "No, as long as they're good, I'll read them." And he sent me this one. I'm horrified by the results of my recent genealogy test. Turns out that my great-great-grandfather was originally from Transylvania. I can no longer look at myself in the mirror anymore. If a person is diagnosed with kleptomania, does the doctor give them something to take? How does a dead songwriter make new music? He decomposes. What do you call a Frenchman attacked by a cat? We've done this one before. Claude. Yeah, that's great. In England, it's called a lift, but in America, it's called an elevator. I guess people are just raised differently. My cremation should go smoothly. I'm already burned out. These things in life, what does it say? 3 things in life that I love are eating my family and skipping commas. So you get that eating my family and skipping commas. Yes, thank you. What happens when a strawberry gets run over crossing the street?
What?
Causes a traffic jam. What do you call an airline full of bald people? Receding airlines. Why didn't Indiana Jones go in the strip club? Because Dr. Jones knows when there's a booby trap. And lastly, I just quit cold turkey. I don't mind, though. Warm turkey tastes way better. Again, man, sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Jeremy Kahn. Vinny and Haynie up next. Nolan filling in for Bob Haynie. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Taco Tuesday.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
We all do it. You have a night for yourself but don't like the sound of the silence, so you turn on the TV just for the ambience. It's a little trick that helps you feel like you've got company and aren't alone. And other insurers, well, they may make you feel alone. But when you switch to Geico, you've got claims reps available around the clock. So whenever you need, you'll have people around to help. And let's turn on the washing machine, just for good measure. Oh, isn't that soothing?
It feels good to have support. It feels good to Geico.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It looks different for every player, right? And I think the misconception with a lot of players is that you have to be the vocal leader. You have to be the one that's out there like giving speeches. And to me, that's the furthest thing from the truth. Players just authentically just be themselves and they're leaders, right? All of our guys at some point were a leader on their team. And leadership looks different. And so for me, it's just letting our guys know that be themselves. We're here to support you, whatever that looks like. And to me, communication is the biggest thing between the players and, more importantly, between the players and the staff. And when that communication is clear, open, and honest, to me, that's where the players can really thrive.
There's Orioles manager Craig Albernaz, and if that sounds a little bit different, it's because that's an older cut. That's from back in January, the Birdland Caravan, when Craig Albernaz was still the new guy. He was still in the honeymoon phase, being asked about his vision for this Orioles baseball team. And the direction we're going today here on a Tuesday morning, Vinny and Haney, by the way, Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you, hanging out until 2 o'clock this afternoon, is we're talking about Orioles leadership. And I'm thinking more player-oriented here with the simple question, whose team is this? Who's the leader? Who's the one guy who runs the show here? And Craig Albernaz, you heard him talking there back in January, being asked, hey, do you have a vision for what you would like? Do you want a singular voice, the rah-rah type of guy, whatever it is? Basically, the question being that guy hasn't really been present here. You got good players. You got guys like Albernaz said that lead by example. They're good in that regard. But there's no just big voice, you know what I mean? And either you get it from a player or you get it from the manager. And Albernaz, to be fair to him, as a first-year guy, might be a little soon to expect the big personality out of him. You know, maybe you get that from a veteran manager. Either way, whether it's a player or manager, whoever, the team should take on the identity of that personality. And I think you look around baseball, you look around pro sports, the best teams, the most successful teams, they at least have one guy on the team that's capable of being that voice, right? You can't just have everyone, well, we go about our business the right way. We're all leading by example. We're all pulling the same direction. There's got to be a little leadership there. And I guess my concern is that I look around here halfway through this year where we should have seen kind of a cultural shift from the Hyde days to Mansolino now with a new manager. I don't see a clear de facto leader. Is it Pete Alonso by default? I can't believe I'm saying by default. When he got here in the offseason, I thought no brainer.
Right.
Pete Alonso, it's going to be his team. Maybe not in year one. By year two, he could get, if he views himself as the new guy. But I did not expect the organization, the entire operation, to look more similar to the past than go in a new direction, I guess. So, Vinny, the question today is, when you look at this roster, is there a clear-cut leader? Is there someone capable who isn't doing it in your eyes? And mind you, this is all fan perspective from the outside.
Right.
We're not in there.
Let me give you a couple examples, Nolan, from my experiences. 94, the year we win the Super Bowl. I mean, we had a lot of veteran guys. I mean, and we had a lot of leader-type guys. Gary Plummer was the leader of the Chargers prior to that. Deion Sanders was, but that was in his younger days. We had Tim McDonald, who was the captain of the Arizona Cardinals prior to that. So Ricky Jackson, had been in New Orleans. And then on offense, we had Jerry, we had Brent Jones, Steve Young, Ricky Waters, William Floyd. So we had a lot of guys that were capable, and the guy that you wanted to be was Steve Young. He was not until Steve was kind of quiet, kind of reserved, where we had a lot of personalities, and we were struggling at the beginning of the year. I think we were 1-2 or 2-2. We got beat by Philly 40-8, and then when Steve Young, George Seifert pulled him out of the game. They went out onto the field, and then he embarrassed him by pulling him right off the field. and Steve went off. You know, wanted to fight George Seifert. People had to hold him back. And then teammates looked at Steve differently, and all of a sudden, we had our leader. And that's all. And then he was the guy. So he kind of he didn't do it on purpose, because that wasn't his personality. But he was embarrassed, pissed, and we're losing 40-8, and then he became the leader of the football team.
I like that example and that story because I think something similar could apply here, right? That's in the short term. We're getting beaten this one game. We're off to a rough start in the season. Well, I get the Orioles here. Their organization is heading in the wrong direction, and it has been for a while. To me, this offseason felt like a crossroads. You were either going to definitively get back to your winning ways, or you were going to continue to trend down and you were going to crater, and this window would progressively start to close more and more and more. So, yeah, the importance was heightened. Somebody, please step up and be that guy. Right. There needed to be a culture change, for lack of a better term. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, that's organization-wide, in my opinion, but that's a whole story for another day. We're just talking about the on-field product right now, whether it's Albernaz or the players themselves. I guess it's Pete. It doesn't look the way that I thought it would.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is it's a lot of the little things, right? You can look at just, well, they're losing more. So, yeah, the operation doesn't look right. Things are going to be off. Guys aren't happy. They aren't upbeat. I get that. That's surface-level stuff. But there's stuff that I've gathered over the last couple of years, stuff that was there under Hyde, Mansolino, now still here under Albernaz, that it's like, this just feels the same. Why it's the same thing. And I'll give you a few, like one that stood out to me last year and probably got more mileage out of it last year than I should have, not taking batting practice in the heat. There was a June-July series. I think the Rangers were in town. It was really scorching hot out, probably something similar to what we're going to get these next couple days here in Baltimore. And they decided to work indoors in the batting cage. Okay, you get your work in, I get it. But it just looks soft. And then when the Rangers or whoever's in town, they're taking BP.
Yeah, and they play indoors.
Yeah, what does that say? And you can say, well, that doesn't matter. It's what happens when you get out on the field. I disagree. These are all cultural things that add up. And okay, you're getting away with not taking batting practice on the field. What else can you get away with? It starts there and it snowballs. Earlier this year in May, I was looking it up. Baltimore Sun had a story. They skipped batting practice during their 10-game homestand in late May. Now, to their credit, they did actually win a good handful of games there, but that wasn't weather related. What's this about? It was like Albernaz was already saying that, we can get our work in the cages. Just because we're not here as early in the morning, we're still getting our work in. No, this is all stuff that adds up. It's all a cultural thing. And I would hope that someone like Pete Alonso would come in and see that and say, I don't think this is good enough, Skip. I no offense to you. You run the show here, but in my experience, this is what I would do. Or this is what I think would resonate with the players. Alonso's not coming in here to be the manager, but he has valued experience that could lend itself to being a natural leader. And I don't see that on this team right now.
I would say this, Nolan, that when Pete walked in the room, I think he probably had more street cred than Albie as a leader. When Pete walked in, people like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Albie comes in, they don't know Albie. They know Alonso. But back to your thing with the organization, because I was thinking about going back to my 49. You know what makes a great organization, in my opinion, Nolan, is everybody knows their role. Like we had, like the owner, he was in Youngstown, basically kind of like Rubenstein, and we had a president, Carmen Policy, who was there, and Carmen ran the show, and everybody knew Carmen ran the show. I mean, he talked to the owner 3 or 4 times a day, but the owner never bothered anybody else. He ran the show. He controlled everything. What Carmen said went, and like Dwight was the GM. Dwight did his thing. I did all the nobody bothered me. Nobody bothered. The coaches were allowed to do their thing, and that's what made it so successful. There was no owner, whispering this or doing that or, any of those types of things. Whereas in Washington, it was totally different. And, the records, say for themselves. Now, a different type of leader that we had in Washington, Clinton Portis, during the week, absolutely not the leader. Absolutely not. Hated practice, wouldn't work out, McDonald's for breakfast every day. But on game day, there was nobody better. He was the best. Everybody looked to him. He was, he was the toughest. He was most competitive. He would bring it every game. And everybody looked, they didn't like Clinton during the week, but on Sunday, you wanted to line up with Clinton Portis.
Mm-hmm. Right, so we're looking for the total package
yes.
here.
And Clinton was not that, and he didn't want to be that, but on game day, that was just his personality.
Didn't want to be that. That's a key phrase there. And not everyone's cut out for it.
No.
Right? You can't just anoint a guy just because you need it. It has to be a natural fit. And that, again, that's why I thought Alonso, he served that role in a more rabid media market in New York. I thought it'd be a no-brainer. Come here, it's a little more slow, a little more tame, a little more personal with the fan base. It would work. And maybe in the long run it will. He's here for 5 years. Maybe by next year, he sheds the new guy label. And it very much is his clubhouse. But for right now, you're still in flux at a time where you can't be as an organization.
Well, it seemed like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nolan, you know better than me, the year before, was it O'Hearn and McCann?
Good point. Yeah. That's the leadership I think you've had in the past, not just last year, we'll go the last couple, has been like those 1 year or a couple year mercenary type of guys. Adam Frazier, Rougned Odor, Kyle Gibson on the pitching side of things. There's been a long list, but they're all guys that aren't here long term. O'Hearn was here for a couple years. I know you've heard through the grapevine that that's one that kind of his departure has sent a little more shockwaves. Mullins for sure. Mullins, I think, probably a better example. Guy who grew up here.
Yeah.
Right? That's probably the best example. But how do you justify keeping a Cedric Mullins around for just being the clubhouse guy and good defense? He wasn't hitting.
Yeah.
He's still not hitting. It's you can't just have a guy around just for that. So I thought, perfect world, it'd be Gunnar, right? And he's producing and everything, and let's sign him for 10 years, and it's just everything's hunky-dory. But Gunnar's the guy that needs the leader right now.
Yes.
He's the guy that needs the guy in his ear to say, hey, do this, slow it down, take the pressure off. He can't be the leader when he's domed up and going through it.
Yeah, I think the guy who's got to be the leader, Nolan, is the guy that can kind of stay even throughout. You're not, because Gunnar's like, woo, when things are going good, Gunnar's up here. When things are bad, Gunnar's, that can't be your leader, because he's too up and down. Whereas more Pete, Pete's there every day. Pete seems like he's the same all the time. And you love Pete's effort. Scoring from second base, on a base hit and diving into home and making a play, and how about how he's improved his defense, showing those kind of things too. I think it's got to be, I would think that if you asked any of the players, it's got to be Alonso.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be that guy.
Right. I would hope it's that singular answer or close to it, but it just feels like it's kind of a directionless group that's just kind of going wherever they feel like day by day, or they go wherever the wind takes them.
Well, it can't be a pitcher, can it? Because they're kind of separated.
Oh, sure. It could be a pitcher. Ideally, you'd have one on each side. And to that point, go back to spring training when everyone was hyping up Alonso. They said the same things about Chris Bassett.
Yeah.
Said the same things about Charlie Morton last year. Well, that all goes out the window when they're stinking it up themselves.
Yeah, you can't.
Or in the case of an injury, you're not around.
It's hard to be the leader when you're struggling as bad or worse than anybody. It's got to be, like Pete seems. Pete's been, like he struggled and then he's kind of becoming Pete. But throughout, and I'm sure all the players, probably when we got Pete Alonso, all right, he's not a great first baseman, but he's a great hitter. But then, boom, he worked his ass off, kind of showed something coming in. Hey, everybody said I'm not a good defensive player, and I worked my ass off, and now I'm a good defensive player. So I think it says a lot about Alonso,
Exactly.
Yeah,
this guy just got paid. He's been in the league how many years? He could have easily said, I am who I am.
And it seems like, too, Nolan, like watching, the TV, and because I haven't been to a game, but just watching TV, when they flash in there, like if he's struck out or got it, did something, he's in talking to the guy who's, going to bat next or whatever, kind of telling him, and then I saw him the other day, like he's talking to Rutschman the whole time, so I mean, he's always engaged with somebody.
410-583-1057. Already see one person on hold. Would love to hear from more. Whose team is this? That's the question today. We're kind of roundabout way landing on Pete Alonso, but it still doesn't feel like, we'll put it like this. It doesn't feel like when he was with the Mets, right? You know what I mean? And
the Mets miss him.
Yeah, or the fans. I mean, they're chanting his name, right? And I think maybe they're back to that defensive point. They're sitting here saying, well, where the hell was this? Right?
Yeah. Oh,
we
yeah.
could have used some of that, and maybe we would have kept him around, or the front office would have kept him around. 410-583-1057. Who is the Orioles leader? Do you think they have a leadership problem? What more? I mean, does Alvarez need to hold up his end of the bargain? I know he's still kind of the new guy, but I feel like he could have helped himself out with the media side of things. The comment side of things hasn't really helped out the cause here, but we'll get into that when we come back. Plenty to get to today. Ravens-related topics we'll get to later in the show. Players that we're looking to take a big step forward this year, or at least take on a bigger role. We'll also talk about looming contracts. Everyone focused on Lamar and Zay. They're on the horizon, but what other names could create issues for Eric DeCosta when it comes to spending? And we'll also talk about the Home Run Derby, because I was worried yesterday, Vinny.
Yep.
Remember, came on here, I said, I don't know about this format, but watching it last night, not only was that a success, that was a resounding success.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
All you got to do to sell your home these days is Google Sell My House. And you're going to find hundreds of those cash offers that are going to let you skip the traditional selling process. The thing is, most of those lowball offers for tens of thousands less than what your home is really worth. Now, Lee Tessier, he's an honest dude. He's going to let you he's going to let you sell your house for. He is not going to let you sell your house for less than what it's worth. He's going to get you. He's willing to make a cash offer too, but it's actually going to be worth what your home is worth at fair market value. Lee's offer is still going to let you skip the hassles of traditional selling, like spending thousands of dollars to fix things up and having strangers in your bedroom during an open house. You're going to get to sell your home as is and pick your move-out date still. The difference is Lee's going to offer you way more money. And I'm not just saying that. Test it out. Calling the only agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. And his number is 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555, or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, it's so simple when you call Lee. All you got to do is just start packing. Why? Because he's going to sell it.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haney here on a Tuesday morning. It is Turn It Up Tuesday on the midday show here, so you know the drill. Text those song suggestions in. Give us a call, 410-583-1057. We'll play whatever you want to hear for the rest of the day. It's up to you. We're talking Orioles here out the gate, player leadership and leadership in general for that matter. We'll hear from you here in a second. I went more player in that opening segment, Vinny, but Alvarez can't be let off the hook here. On the one hand, you could argue, okay, why'd we go with the new manager? Why'd we go with the first-year manager at this point where the organization is going? Was that really the best choice? That's a whole separate argument. Now you're here, Alvarez is here. Where do you go with it? And in my opinion, I think he could have held up his end of the bargain a lot better in these first couple months of the season. We know the incidents, the Pasayo stuff, the public comments there, the strange benching of him at a time when Adley Rutschman was injured, the Gunnar Henderson hit by pitch thing against the Padres, probably not a good look at overall. In your opinion, how much of this is Alvarez? How much of it is the players?
The players, they, for a young guy coming in, the players are looking to him like they're trying to figure him out too. Mm-hmm. Like when I was in Washington and Joe Gibbs walked in, I mean, he's a legend, and the players are kind of in awe. When he walks into a room, he's got instant cred. What he says goes. When Albie walks in, they're questioning everything. Mm-hmm. And the best way, why do they not question Joe Gibbs? Because what did he do? He won. Mm-hmm. Albie hadn't won nothing yet, So, and the players want to win, and the players biggest thing the players want to do is they want to play well. All right. And Nolan, when none of them are playing well, they're looking at like, the hell kind of coaches did you bring in here? These are all new coaches. We're not getting any better. You got to show them, success. Mm-hmm. If you have success, they'll buy in to anything. And let me give you a good example, Nolan. And I didn't even know this was going on. Back when I was at Notre Dame, the strength coaches, the freshmen come in and they get tested, and they run the 40-yard dash. And you might have heard me tell this story before. They run the 40-yard dash, and I didn't realize that the strength coaches were doing it like 41 yards. I didn't, because all our guys were running slow times. And Lou Holtz is like, thought you said this kid ran 4.4, and they're all running like 4.6s. All right? So they go through an off-season program with the strength coaches, and then we test. And then they're running 40 yards, and all these guys are running 4.4, 4.3, and then the buy-in to the program, whatever the strength coaches said, they would do. Why? You get somebody faster, they're going to buy into any. So that's what I'm talking about with a player is they want to buy in, but LB, you gotta show me some success. You got to show me something, because we sucked last year and we're still sucking the same. Mm-hmm. So if they can get on a run here, and then get rolling a little bit, then the guys, kind of buy in a little bit more.
So that was intentional, measuring it at a yard.
Yes. Yeah, they didn't even tell me. Like, I was getting my ass chewed every year. They didn't tell me, till 3 or 4 years later.
A little heads up would have been nice.
Yeah.
All right. Head out to the phones here. Angel and Stevenson, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, just 2 quick points. Number one, it boggles my mind because I've been watching baseball for a long time that nobody is taking Gunnar Henderson aside when he has a bad at bat and he's throwing his helmet and he's FUing, to the camera, and nobody's taken him aside and said, dude, you just can't do this. It affects the team. It lets the other team know that they have you. You just can't keep doing this. It has a negative effect on everybody. No one is taking him aside to this point is insane to me. That's number one.
What do we know that nobody's taking him aside?
Well, to the caller's point, he keeps doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
Still doing it. The other thing is about Pete Alonso. To me, leaders are born. They're not made. And I'll give you a great example. When I was growing up, Thurman Munson was a leader. He led the Yankees. Recently, you had Derek Jeter. You had Ortiz. This leadership thing comes naturally to them. There's an intangible to it. Everything I've seen about Pete Alonso, he's a leader in the sense of his effort on the field. People see how hard he tries, and they may feed off of that. But being in the clubhouse and, guys rallying around, I just don't see that with Pete. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
All right. Hey, good thoughts. I mean, the Gunnar one, I think, is a fair observation, because he's not the first young player to do that. He will not be the last. And heck, I mean, not even a young player thing. I mean, he's a good couple of years into this, but other day, Taylor Ward in left field, right? We know the story with him defensively. I think early in the game, incredible catch, robbing extra base hit, maybe even a home run. Later in the game, dropped one that would be routine. And the camera, Masson keeps cutting back to him and left, and he's mother effing himself. And I kept going back, and it's like 2 at-bats later, he's still doing it. I'm like, all right, man, let it go. The ball's going to come back to you. And sure enough, I think final out of the game. It was the day game in the rain, and he gets it. I'm like, it's that kind of stuff. Like, where's the let it go? Where's, I don't see it. So to the caller's point, and Gunnar in particular, that stuff, it festers. And if you're walking away from every at-bat, I stink, I can't do this, it's going to fulfill itself, right? Or you start, the hard luck as we've seen in the last week, the high velocity, but it's driving right into the ground, and you're saying, well, man, I felt like I hit that well. What do I got to do? Now it's a demoralization thing, and all of a sudden it snowballs on you. We all go through it, the mental stuff. It's any walk of life. But when you apply that to sports and all the pressure that's there, the money and all this stuff, people watching you live, people like us commenting on it the next day, it adds a little more weight. So if you can't handle it or you don't have somebody providing sage wisdom, then it's going to get out of control. And it's no wonder why you see slumps last that long.
You know who the guy should be, Nolan, is? It should be Adley Rutschman. But it doesn't seem like that's him.
Not the personality.
No.
Yeah. And I didn't even mention him in the opening segment because I feel like we've talked this talk. Now, there's the whole other side of it with him is like, well, how long is he for Baltimore? Which is another, but you said the same thing about Cedric Mullins. Like, we kind of saw the writing on the wall there. Yeah, ideally, 1-1, college player, college World Series. I mean, every accolade you could possibly want coming into this thing. Why not? But it's just not the personality. So like the caller said, you're either born it or you can maybe develop into it. And maybe later in his career, Adley or Gunnar could be that guy. They develop like Pete Alonso did. But like the guy that you said walks into the room and just,
you know who one of the best leaders I've ever been around in sports was London Fletcher. He was, this is a dude that undersized, 5'9", wasn't drafted, and then he comes in, he's a Pro Bowl every year, and, he's smartest guy, hardest work, everything he's basically a coach on the field. And everybody respects the hell out of him because what he's had to go through. He's not 1-1, and all that. So he was never given everything, had to earn everything. And you talk about respect, he had it from everybody in the league, too.
Do the Orioles have a leadership issue? Are things being blown a little out of proportion here? Your thoughts on that state of the team or anything Orioles related? 410-583-1057. When we get back, and talk about last night's home run derby. I was skeptical about the format change and how this would work out. We did get less home runs in volume and by a significant margin, but the entertainment factor was not sacrificed in any way whatsoever. Vinny and I will break down our observations of the event and also start to preview the All-Star game tonight where Adley Rutschman will be the Orioles' lone participant.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, Monday, July 13th through Saturday, July 18th. Stop by Lincoln's Columbia campus to explore career-focused programs in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Tour the campus. See the tools and equipment that are used in today's industries and discover where hands-on skills can take you. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, July 13th through the 18th. Visit lincolntech.edu for info. That's lincolntech.edu.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Philadelphia, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted hometown hero Kyle Schwarber to win the 40th annual Home Run Derby. Walker went yard 6 straight times to end it, and in the process, he becomes the 5th youngest player to win the event, and he is now the first person born in the 21st century to take the Derby. This evening at Citizens Bank Park, it's the main event of All-Star Week as the AL and NL battle in the 96th annual Midsummer Classic. Christopher Sanchez will start for the National League, while the American League counters with Dylan Cease. First pitch at 8 p.m. Sticking with baseball, this time a little closer to home, the Orioles' lone all-star rep, Adley Rutschman, spoke with reporters yesterday, and he was asked about one of Baltimore's rising stars, catcher Samuel Basallo. Here's Adley's response when asked what it's been like to watch Basallo grow this season.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player, unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into a big league player. He does a great job, and I think he's way more mature than his age.
Adley was also asked about the possibility that he's a trade chip for the Birds as the deadline approaches, but Rutschman said he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win in 2026. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday here on Vinny and Haynie. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Anything you want to hear, send it into the text line 410-583-1057. We're talking Home Run Derby right now. Last night's event, a resounding success is the way I looked at it. New format change, kind of mirrored or a little bit, we'll say, similar to the old outs system, right? A set amount of swings. Although the big difference here this year is that a swing that goes for a home run still counts as part of your total. So I thought we would naturally see a decline in home runs overall to the point where some of the rounds would be really, really boring. And overall, here from Buster Only, things did drop significantly. Over the past 5 years, the Home Run Derby average with the clock format was 275 total homers. Last night, same amount of time for the event, in a whole couple hours, 131 homers. So very significant drop in the volume, but I don't think that crowd in Philadelphia cared one bit. They were on the edge of their seat, and maybe that's the best place to start is I thought, okay, you want to introduce a new format or you're just trying to revitalize the Home Run Derby, put on a good derby. That's a good venue to do it. And even if Schwarber and Harper weren't in it, I think the crowd there still would have carried it. But the fact that you had a couple hometown guys in it and then one of them makes the finals in Schwarber, that added even more to it, to the point where I don't know if I've ever tuned into a derby before and heard the crowd booing contestants or booing guys for standing there and taking a pitch. It's like, well, all right, come on, lay off the guy a little bit.
Oh, that's Philly.
They even booed one of the kids in the outfield shagging fly balls. He dropped one and the crowd starts erupting. And I'm like, oh my God, this is different.
You've been to a game in Philadelphia before.
Never been to a game there.
Any sport?
Any sport. Well, I saw Villanova play at the arena,
Pro
but
sports.
that doesn't count.
Yeah, they're as different as any crowd anywhere, Nolan.
Well, I'll say this: I'd never go see the Ravens play in Philadelphia. If I'm going to see a game, it's a neutral observer. I'm watching Philadelphia take on the Texans or whoever. If it's the Orioles and maybe Orioles and Phillies baseball, it's a little more casual. But even then, I probably wouldn't push it. Football's a no-go. Not even.
Football,
No.
I mean, like, I remember, like, we'd be walking across the field, they'd be throwing stuff, pregame, throwing stuff at us and stuff, you know? And then, like, the suites there, Nolan, you're still outside. So, I mean, you got people right next to your suite, and, like, you know, like Dan stood in the back. I was kind of in the front. And they're MFing me about Notre Dame and everything, you know? I mean, just trying to do any... And then when we won at the end, then they were all nice, just shaking your hand and stuff, you know. So, but during, no.
Burying the lead here, Jordan Walker, your winner in a surprise upset. I mean, we'll call it an upset because he did it over the home run leader in the league. You did it over the guy who had the crowd behind him. But watching Jordan Walker last night, if he wasn't on your radar already, and be honest here, most baseball fans outside of St. Louis, he was off your radar. He's on your radar now.
22 years old.
Very impressive showing. Very impressive showing for him. And to me, the biggest thing was the demeanor, right? That's an event where, does it matter in the grander scheme of things? No. You know, it's not the playoffs. It's not the World Series. But when the crowd is that, you know, rabid, it could get to you. And I'll give credit to Contreras setting the tone. You know, he came out, he was playing to the crowd, doing kind of the Hulk Hogan thing. He's, yeah, boo me, you know, that sort of thing. And then he hits, 13 homers in the round one right out the gate. That, to me, set the tone. Walker was relaxed the entire time. You know, was not afraid to take a pitch, stand back, wait for his. And it didn't look like he was exuding much effort. Like, he was just willing to pace himself. From the jump.
Yeah, I when I was watching at the beginning, I saw Contreras, you know, at the beginning, and he was launching them. And then the next guy had the same, had 13 homers too.
I think, Walker went next.
Yeah. And then the next one had 8. And so, but yeah, it was, the crowd makes it, Nolan. Bottom line is, and you know, I don't know if, like you said, Philly's a great place to have it because Philly's a great fan base. You know, especially, you know, in every sport, they're a great fan base. So you would expect nothing but. And then when you've got two, like you said, you got two Philly dudes there, you know, that makes it even better.
Now, the one area or the one rule change that I was maybe raising an eyebrow the most at was you got rid of the bonus rounds, you know, the timing format and everything. But they had that sort of bowling type of rule where we talked about yesterday. Your last pitch or your last swing, if you hit it for a home run, you keep going until you don't hit a home run. And the entire night, sure enough, it's almost like they wrote the script for this. The whole night, it didn't come into play. Everyone's last swing wasn't a home run. And then you get to the final round, and Walker's chasing Schwarber, has to get to 11. Well, you're watching the counter. He's running out of swings. So this is going to have to go into overtime. And he homers on 6 straight swings. I think at least 2 or 3 of them were in the bonus where he has to hit a home run or it's over. Throw in the crowd that's booing him. I mean, that was cinematic, and that's what made it. Now, I don't think Major League Baseball knew that that's what they were going to get. I think they hoped that it would have been more in play in the previous rounds. I don't know if that's something that's even going to happen year over year. But boy, did they get lucky with that aspect of the rule change that it actually led to a dramatic finish like that.
Now, like listening to the radio this morning and stuff, national radio, Nolan, everybody loved the change of format. They just didn't like the broadcast with Netflix. That's what they didn't like.
And, people really, the Netflix thing, because remember, the Yankees and Giants opened up the season on like a Wednesday night, the opening game. And that was a Netflix production. And people then were like, what's going on here? We've seen Netflix do the NFL. We've seen them do boxing and other live sports. So it should work. But the way they handled baseball, it was like an award show. I mean, you had celebrities there. You had comedians there. It's like, get these people off the screen. I don't want any part of it. and you're teasing the panel for last night, and it's like, well, some of these people don't belong here. And then what ends up happening? The guys that you want to hear from the most, Albert Pujols, Barry Bonds, former players, big sluggers, home run derby participants, they ended up being the most boring. I mean, tip of the cap to Elle Duncan. She had to work last night because she should have been just queuing these guys up, like throwing BP. Literally, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And Albert Pujols and Barry Bonds are sitting there on the couch like, oh, that's a nice swing. Yep, that one's going far. See, there was no entertainment value.
It was almost like Netflix went into it figuring that, all right, it's going to be boring. We need to be able to entice the people watching on TV. And they didn't.
No.
Because the event took care of itself.
Right. And well, that's how it should be anyway. Even if the event's in a down year, that's why I tuned in. I didn't turn on Netflix to hear what so-and-so has to say about the Derby. I tuned in to watch people hit dingers. That's what it is. Like, I think Major League Baseball looked back on last night, breathe a sigh of relief. They're probably locked into this new rule change, this new format for the next couple of years. I didn't think I'd like it more than the time format, but I kind of do. Even with over 100 homers less. It felt more dramatic. I'll say that. Like in the time format, the last 30, 45 seconds, it was like rapid fire, where they weren't even playing by the rules. Like you're supposed to wait for a home run to land before you throw the next pitch. But because guys were chasing this total in a certain amount of time, then it's there's like 2 balls in the air and you're throwing another pitch. Yeah. And it was too much chaos. Didn't really work out. This, I think, was a little more fair and added a little more drama to every pitch. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the Derby last night. Was it as a resounding success as we are painting it to be? If you want to rag on the Netflix production, go ahead and do that too. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to talk Ravens. Players that should be taking on or are in line to take on a bigger role in 2026. There's quite a few names to pick from here when you look at the depth chart. We'll get into that then. Your calls coming up next. I see Rashawn's on hold. We'll get to him. Ryan Ripken coming up at 11:30. He was live on the scene in Philadelphia last night for the Derby, so we can talk to him about that and his expectations for what Adley Rutschman will do tonight. It's Vinny and Haynie here on The Fan. Go until 2.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's Vinny Serrato. Summer is in full swing, and if your home or backyard isn't quite ready for the heat, it's not too late to upgrade those appliances you've been meaning to replace, whether you're perfecting your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the dog days of summer hit. They're here. Trust me when I tell you, they're here. Tomorrow's going to be triple digits. So it is here. You want to get that air conditioner? Get the Town Appliance now. You got to check out Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event. So the sale's still going on, and it's going to be hot as heck. So what better thing to do than to go update that AC? From premium grills and outdoor refrigerators to ACs and luxury kitchen appliances, they have everything you need to make the most of the season. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And I can tell you firsthand, Mayor, they made buying my GE fridge incredibly easy, and I promise they're going to take care of you just like they did me. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders. I loved the delivery. They dropped my fridge off and took the old one. That's what I loved about it. And their price match guarantee, perfect time to save. Tell them that Vinny sent you and stop by the Owings Mill showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The World Cup semifinal this afternoon between France and Spain is basically the World Cup final. These are the best 2 teams remaining. With all respect to England and Argentina, the winner of France and Spain is going to win the World Cup, and I believe it will be Kylian Mbappe and France lifting the trophy. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay,
Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you here. A little short segment before we get into our Ravens topic at the top of the hour. Ravens players expected to take on a bigger role in 2026. A lot of different directions we could go there, but for right now, we're talking to you. Let's get out to the phone lines. Rashawn in Baltimore, waiting patiently. Good morning, Rashawn.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
You doing good?
How was that home run hitting contest, Rashawn?
Man, it was incredible. It was incredible, man. You know, I'm glad Dustin convinced me to go last minute. You know, it was just intense, man. The crowd was into it. You already know how Philly fans are, so. But wish some Orioles was in it though, especially like somebody like Alonso.
Yeah, I wonder if he got offered at all. It might be a question to ask him when they get back here this weekend, because they didn't fill out the field until over the weekend. I mean, there's still a couple spots up for grabs. Right? Yeah, so I wonder if they asked him and he turned it down.
Yeah, maybe so. But now I know he was supposed to be somebody got injured. He's not playing in the All-Star game, right? First baseman. For the AL,
they're all set with the rosters there. But yeah, Vlad's not playing.
Oh, it was Vlad. So who took his spot then?
I think Ben Rice got elevated to starter, and then someone else just filed in.
Oh, okay. Okay, would have been nice. Alonzo maybe could have got that. But maybe our guys need to rest off, too. You know, it's better, you know, to focus on the second half of the season, man, and getting things together, especially with Blaze being hurt, though. So out of all people that could get hurt, you know, that's the least player we could, you know, afford to get hurt, though.
No doubt.
I would have wanted, I hate to say this, but Gunner could have got hurt, in my opinion, you know. But other than that, we'll see what they do second half, and especially with this trade deadline coming up, man. Like, I mean, if they still 2 games out by the time the trade deadline comes, I mean, you got to be biased, though, because Lies is fighting for his job, you know. You think he might get canned if they miss it, or you might give him another year.
Oh, he's definitely out. I mean, if they miss the playoffs, it's tied directly to playoff. And I mean, you could probably even justify if they made the playoffs and went early in the playoffs, you could probably even justify it then.
I don't know, man. They might give him a little leeway because with all the injuries and everything, it's not his fault. Eflin got hurt, and then Westberg got hurt.
The only thing that may save him is the lockout.
Oh, I forgot about that. Might be coming, so that might be a real thing too. So maybe that will save him, man. He might have, you know, luck like John Harbaugh had luck all them years. Remember them years we thought he was going to be gone, and then like we bringing him back for another season. So,
yeah. Hey, thanks for the call, Rashawn. I mean, to his point there, like we're saying, you know, it almost feels like it should be obvious to us that okay, you missed the playoffs, you're out. But we don't know what ownership thinks. We can't get inside the mind. We can assume, or we can say, well, they're seeing the same thing we're seeing, and they have an even greater financial investment in it. So yeah, it's a no-brainer. But like Rashawn said, I don't think the Harbaugh's a fair direct comparison, but in the sense of a guy hanging around because they have that loyalty from the organization they work for, you know, sometimes that can work against you. So I don't know how loyal.
I would say this, that the owners probably react like fans. The only thing that, you know, I would think that they probably do, Cal, what do you think? Because he's the baseball guy, where they're just rich dudes that are baseball fans that bought a baseball team.
Yeah. It's hard. And the lockout, right? The timing of that. Now, the CBA, if I'm not mistaken, expires December 1st. So you do have kind of a month and a half window there at the end of the World Series before. It's not like the day after the World Series ends. They're, all right, that's it. You know, everyone go home. You can't do anything. No free agency. I mean, there is a window there of some wiggle room. So teams, obviously, teams are going to fire managers. Teams that have already fired managers are going to try to hire somebody. There's going to have to be, that's going to have to take care of itself before December 1st.
Yeah, but you know what? To the other point, you know, if you did fire him, gives the other guy a lot more time to prepare. You know what I mean? Whoever you hire, you know, to be the new guy, he's going to have a lot of time to learn the team, know what he, you know, to get his plan in place.
But I think they, like, is that fair to him, right? You come in on the job, you're being judged, right? You're being evaluated based on the moves you make or don't make, but you're handcuffed. Like, you're not allowed to wheel and deal. Like, if we're in a lockout.
The new guy? Yeah, if the lockout's December 1st, you're not wheeling and dealing anything.
That's what I mean. Like, is that...
Yeah, that's
not a good spot to be, though.
But it's the same. Nobody's doing anything.
Yeah,
you know. That's and all I'm saying is you got a real good chance to learn your team, know who they are, and then when it happens, then you're ready to make moves. It sounds like if there is a lockout, Nolan, it sounds like it's going to be a long lockout because they don't agree on the most important topic.
Yeah, I was reading some quotes from yesterday. All these all-stars getting interviewed for the Derby.
No cap.
A lot of, you know, and fittingly, a lot of these guys that are getting interviewed, they are big money guys. So they're the guys that would have contracts that do not fit in the current mold. And one big thing here that isn't being discussed, hasn't been proposed from the owner side of things, is how you're going to phase in current contracts and make that work.
Right.
That was always the biggest hurdle to me. Right. It's going to be hard enough getting the Players Association to go for the 5-year limit or the 6-year limit on free agents and a certain percentage of the cap. But how do you just okay, the fantasy land where everyone's on board. Let's make it work. How does a Shohei Ohtani current contract or a Juan Soto current mega money contract fit into the system? You know, it's going to take a little bit of a transitional period.
Yeah, they may be piggybacked right in, you know. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at what the NFL did in 94 or 95, you know, how they did that.
But, of course, things weren't as out of hand money-wise.
Oh, no.
It's probably easier to get a handle on, but same structure, yeah. 410-583-1057. We'll get more of your calls on the Orioles throughout the day. But when we come back, we've been teasing it. Switching over to the Ravens side of things, players taking on a bigger role here in 2026. I'm thinking defensive side of the ball is where I'm seeing a lot of the names that come to mind for me. But we'll hear what Vinny thinks after the break. It's Vinny and Haynie here on The Fan. Nolan McGraw in for Bob these next few days. Coming right back.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
We've all been there. You pop into the shop for 5 minutes and all of a sudden you've forgotten where you parked. Car. Unfortunately, that lost feeling is what it's like trying to manage your policy with other insurers.
Here, car. Come out, wherever you are. Please.
With Geico, you can use the app to easily manage all your policies in one place.
Did this parking lot have a waterfall?
I think you've wandered too far, mate.
It feels good to find what you're looking for. It feels good to Geico.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello.
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
A few tickets remain for 311 and Dirty Heads So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome.
Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd.
A Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23, it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday here on 105.7 The Fan. Vinny and Haynie with you, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie this week. Vinny Serrato here as usual. We're talking Ravens right now, players that will have a bigger role in 2026. Quite a few names you could go with here, Vinny. And I'll let you go first because I'm leaning more on the defensive side of things. And by no means are these under the radar. I mean, we kind of, we've mentioned these before, but now that there's a little bit of a clearer picture with training camp right around the corner, if there was one guy that you felt like has a lot more to give or has the clearest path to contribute more, who would it be?
Nolan, I'm going to say whoever the second tight end is. Just because, like if you look at Detroit or you look at Chicago's offense, that second tight end has almost 50 catches. So who is the likely, who is that guy? I mean, they don't have a guy. Smythe has 4 NFL receptions. Other than that, they don't have another guy on a roster that's got an NFL reception. Mm-hmm. So where is the production? Who is that production coming from?
Yeah, tight end's an interesting one to me because you'd like that security of knowing that you've got a guy there in the event that Andrews misses a couple games or really craters with his career trajectory. The injury one is what would scare me, though. Like, if you just don't have Andrews at all, how does that change the play calling in the offense? Maybe by later in the year, these rookie tight ends are acclimated enough and have shown enough. But if Andrews were to miss time early in the year, I'd have concerns over that.
Now, let me ask you this, Nolan. Let's just say, would your concern level be if the tight end situation was they had signed Likely, not Andrews? I would have a lot less concerns because we've got a guy that can get down the field and a guy can make plays as a tight end.
Yeah, you feel like you'd have the guy that's ascending, not descending, plus, a true
number one guy.
I think we'd also be excited about it because it would come off the heels of years and years and years of likely not having that clear path, right? You'd have it in bursts, Andrews missing time down the stretch the one year. That made him naturally the go-to guy, and the numbers followed. So that would be exciting to me is that, okay, he would finally be getting his shot, and we were going to see the breakout come to fruition.
And then, what would be interesting to me would be like, all right, if they had signed Likely, what would Eric have done differently? Would he have drafted two? Would he have signed somebody else, differently? Because, with Andrews, did you have to go get some, a tight end that could run? Did you have to go do that? I don't know. I know that he's doing extremely well thus far up at the Giants. Likely is. I mean, I've read a lot of stuff where, they're very pleased and he's been making a lot of plays.
So for me on the defensive side of things, I think it's TJ Tampa.
Yeah, I agree.
And mostly because you're going from him not really contributing at all, not having a path or not having really much of anything. We just haven't seen him get utilized. But I think out of necessity, he's going to be needed this year because, all right, sure, there's names ahead of him, Awuzie, Humphrey, Wiggins, but if this year is another year trending down, it's kind of like the Andrews thing. It's no different than tight end. If Marlon Humphrey is truly going to be phased out here, then yeah, there's an even greater emphasis on that depth. And then we can start getting into even the Kones of the world and the guys or longer beam who didn't get a real shot as rookies last year because of injury. Where do they factor into the equation? Secondary is always going to be creating those opportunities to me because it's a position where guys always get hurt. Yeah. Whether it's short term or long term, but you're always churning through your depth there. It's always getting tapped into. I think this year TJ Tampa is going to see a significant, at the very least, very, very dramatic snap count increase. What leads, stat wise, what comes of that remains to be seen.
Yeah, because at every OTA, every mini camp that I was at, Nolan, TJ was the starter. Like if Wiggins was there, TJ was on the other side. And if if Wiggins was out and Marlon was there, Tampa was on the other side as the starter. So it's almost like he's the third. Seems like he's like the third guy, and they have a lot of faith in him. They throw him out there. He's been out there as the starter almost every practice in OTAs and minicamp. Whether it doesn't seem like he'll be that, but that is going to be. I agree with you on Tampa. The other one I think too on defense is Hawkins because I think that guy's a playmaker. And I think we talk about getting turnovers and getting fumbles and getting interceptions. Just watching him, he has a knack for the ball. So could he get 5 or 6 interceptions? Because he's going to be playing all the time and he's going to be playing back there, because Kyle's going to be playing up.
Right. I think the most popular choice might be a Mike Green. Again, defensive side of things. Now, that's one where, and even Hawkins for that matter, I mean, he was a starter with New England. So if you're asking yourself, like, who's going to go from the basement to the penthouse, I don't know if I'd really identify Hawkins just because he's been there, right? He's reached the plate in a Super Bowl last year, right? What more, just because he changed teams, how much different does his role look? But Mike Green, snap count could go up, I guess, a little bit, because he was a rotational piece last year. But where people look at him in that step forward breakout capacity, it's going from just a handful of sacks to potentially double digit.
Yeah. Another guy I think, Zion Young, I think. And the reason I think Zion Young, because Nolan, I think he can rush from the outside, and then I think they're going to put him over the guard too, which will be a mismatch, for him. Mm-hmm. So I think he would have the opportunity to play, get more reps because he's got some versatility where he can rush inside and outside, and he's kind of a power guy on the outside.
Just related to this, if we're anticipating, him to come in right away, have that kind of role, Mike Green's going to take that next step. Trey Hendrickson needs his reps. Where does Atavius Robinson factor in? Does this almost not performance? It's not a performance step back, but from how much you're needed type of thing. Like, will his snap count just go down because there's more depth around him? and he can go back to being exclusively the edge setting guy.
It all depends what they do with Hendrickson. You know, are they playing him all the time, or, you know, on first down that he's not out there a lot, Trey Hendrickson, because Tavius Robinson, that's what he's good at. And the biggest difference, because Tavius can't bend the corner, because he's a long strider. And I've said that before. You know, he takes long strides. To be a real good pass rusher, to me, you got to have nifty quick feet. You know, so you can change direction real quick and, you know, do those types of things. But Tavius Robinson's a hell of a run defender, you know, and if that's his role, so be it. But the only way that'll be his role if the other guys are kicking ass. You know, if Zion Young and Mike Green and Hendrickson, if they're getting pressure on the quarterback.
Real quick before we break here, get out to the phones. Trippy's in Baltimore. What's going on, Trippy?
Hey, what's going on, Vinny and Nolan?
What up, Trip?
Hey, man, just getting happy, man. It's almost about that time, man. Hey, real quick, though, man, look. I want to see – my biggest concern this year is the wide receivers, right? We know what Zay going to do. It's so funny how y'all used to be like, oh, it's Zay and pray. But I'm just high on LaJohntay Wester, Tez Walker, all the other ones except for number 7. You know what I mean? He had all the opportunity to show out. So now let's give the younger kids an opportunity. And another thing about this team, man, I just hope we don't make the same mistakes that we made last year. Like, we might be up double digits, and here we go. Whereas, though, we might think John Harbaugh's still on the sideline, if you get what I'm saying, right? And I'm glad you said something about Tre'Davious Robinson, man. That's my sleeper pick. I feel like he's going to ball out this year. He might have over 8 sacks, right? Trent Simpson, I feel like they finally going to utilize him right. And also my man TJ Tampa, I think this going to be a break season for him. I can't say make a break because I feel like he's going to break out. You know what I mean? But
he's got ball skills. He's got really good ball skills.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying, though, because remember when him and Nate came out, right? TJ Tampa was like the number 1 cornerback coming out. It was like him and Nate, you feel what I'm saying? But we got TJ like in the 3rd or the 4th, which I feel like was a steal. But, I mean, Zach ain't here no more. So, I mean, we keep praising Jesse Mitchell and all these other coaches. I just hope they use these players right. You know what I mean? Like, utilize them to their ability, and then hopefully we'll be in what the Super Bowl at, L.A.?
I don't even know.
Got ways to go before that, but yeah, it's on Valentine's Day. I know that.
We got ways to go, man. But look, I got hope in the Orioles making it to the World Series. Let's just hope the Ravens go to the Super Bowl. But hey, man, y'all enjoy y'all Tuesday, man.
All right,
same to you. Thanks, Trippy.
Now, TJ Tampa at Iowa State, Nolan, he played in the slot a lot, you know, and he's a good tackler. That's what I liked about him. He's a good tackler, and he's got ball skills. The biggest negative on TJ Tampa is his catch-up speed.
But you're saying they were using him on the outside, at least in like mini camp. And,
every time. Because they had, what is it, David, the rookie from Duke?
I'm not off the top of my head. I'm not familiar.
Number 29. You know, that's who was playing on the inside all the time.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's even a scenario where I hate best of both worlds. Like Marlon Humphrey's still kicking, that he could play inside, and then Tampa can be the outside guy. And then everything's hunky-dory. Everyone's working. You know, it's not like Tampa has to get his snaps at the expense of someone else.
The only problem is you got one guy that can really run that at corner, you know, Wiggins.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing. Chandler Rivers.
Oh, there you
29
go.
from Duke.
They were familiar with that name. When we come back here, we got the whip around for you. We'll preview briefly a little World Cup action today as the semifinals get rolling this afternoon. And also a story I'm reading here about, man, we got like NCAA tournament brain when it comes to the World Cup. They're already talking about expansion. It expanded this year.
They're going to go to 64.
Oh, my God.
And they're chasing the basketball, NCAA.
We'll get into that. And maybe if there's time, we got to touch on this at some point today. The Michigan drama that's brewing here with Ward Manuel. This is, something's coming here soon with that for sure. It's Vinny and Haynie here on The Fan. Don't go anywhere.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's the Freedom to Upgrade sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. He's going to give you a great sales experience, and you get to save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's, gas and hybrid. So test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. Yesterday, I had to get gas, $3.89, and make no payments until October 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes. Just think of the money you save. Free car washes and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I bought 18 cars over the years. Jones Junction. Been in every department. Done sales, service, parts, collision. Been to them all. 10 out of 10 on my surveys every time. Upgrade your ride now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this summer. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right. Whip Around here. 105.7 The Fan. Vinny and Haynie will go fast for you on this one. Ryan Ripken joining us at the bottom of the hour live from Philadelphia for the All-Star festivities. Teased it before the break. The World Cup tonight, or this afternoon rather, 3 o'clock. We've got Spain and France going at it. France the favorite in this one, although the matchup and star power, we've discussed it all along. These are the most favorable matchups. Argentina and England tomorrow. So can't really go wrong. Any combination of these four in the finals, I think people would go for. But the top one, definitely France, Argentina. Get a repeat of 2022.
Yeah, that'll, you'd have Mbappe and you'd have Messi. you know, and you'd get a lot of people tuning in that just because of the star power. And the nice thing about what's been going on with the star power, the stars have been producing. So, I mean, they've all been making play. Mbappe, Messi, they've all been scoring, you know, a ton of goals and stuff. Now, France, I believe, or is it Spain? Spain's only given up 1 goal the whole tournament.
That's what I was going to say, is that today, and this is total soccer outsider, football outsider here with this stuff, is that's what I'm curious about. Mbappe, who's like this scoring phenom, can't be stopped against the guy who's been the best in goal. I'm not familiar with his name, the Spaniard, but you're right, 1 goal, and that was against Belgium in their most recent matchup. So he's been incredible. Something's got to give. Could this be a 1-0 finish?
I don't know. I guess it could be, you know, and just like in hockey, Nolan, great goaltending. You know, you get great goaltending, and you figure those nets are so big, how do they make saves? But, I mean, some of the saves that these goalies have made thus far throughout the tournament, unbelievable, the saves they make. You know, it's exciting. To me, it's exciting. And you know, like if you threw on an MLS game right now, I probably wouldn't watch it. You know, but I'll watch these games start to finish. I mean, I got to call my daughter to tell her to tape the game at 3 because I'll be at the gym and I probably won't be home till 4. So yeah, this is must-watch TV because it's the 4 best teams in the world.
So, Vinny, you've been caught up in it. The United States in general has been caught up in World Cup fever here as we are hosting. But this is always a big to-do, not really breaking any news. But now you're seeing the headlines come out. How many more teams can we get in this thing? How many more countries? President of FIFA recently discussed expanding the Men's World Cup to 64 teams after the 2026 tournament, saying every nation should have the chance to dream of playing at football's biggest event. We've already expanded this year to 48 from the long-standing 32 team field. So you're already, I had it here, you're jumping up. You used to play, you played 104 total matches in this year's tournament. Under a 64-team format, 128 matches, double the number of what used to be played from 98 to 2022. That's just a lot. And sure, on the surface, they'll use all the typical talking points like we hear with the NFL adding an additional game. It's more money, right? It's more ticket sales. So no, it's going to happen. But I would say, is that really what's best for entertainment value? You know what I mean? Like, how much are you going to water this thing down? These additional teams or these additional countries that are getting a shot, are they really like good at soccer? Like, if they were actually good at soccer, they'd be in it already. You know what I mean?
Well, like Italy didn't make it this past year. You know, like, Nolan, how many teams are there going to be? Like, where's that country? Like Cape Verde. Do you ever hear of Cape Verde before? No. There were some teams that you didn't even know who they were, but their fan bases showed every state, at least in the U.S. And I'm guessing if they have it in Europe, Nolan, it's more popular there than it is here. So we fill up here, and the people loved coming to the United States because all the stadiums are packed. And look at the TV ratings, best they've ever been. Right. So if that's Nolan, you keep going back, man, to the dollars.
Now, I will say the way that it's set up, like we talk about expansion of the NCAA tournament, where that's single elimination and it's pure chaos. I'd imagine you'd still have the same,
play 3 games,
pool play, and then, you can weed out the people that obviously don't deserve to be there. And then your knockout round would still have the same energy that it's always had.
Yeah. Nolan, mentioning about soccer or football in Europe, soccer as we would call it. When I was walking the beaches in Portugal, the volleyball nets, you know what I found interesting was they were playing, it was like 2-on-2 volleyball, but it was as if it was soccer. You could not use your hand. You had to kick it, and everything. And there was bicycle kicks and everything else. It was pretty interesting watching that. It was basically volleyball, but soccer rules.
Wow. You use your head?
Yes. Okay. There was headers and your feet, just like soccer. And it was pretty interesting.
That's a visual. I think I'd be more impressed with a soccer goalie if he couldn't use his hands like the rest of the players. Then I'd be really impressed. Like covering the top right corner with your... That's a funny visual. But Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably where we're heading. The fact that they already expanded from 32 to 48 just opened the door for this. And to be honest with you, was that even a negative talking point this year? Like, 48 teams, it's too many. We can't make this work. I didn't hear a peep about that. So I'm probably the one that's off base here. 64 would be no problem. But then the question is, when does it end? Right? I mean, when
you know when it
64
ends?
now?
When people don't go and don't watch.
Yeah.
That's when it ends. Like the U.S. They weren't. I'm guessing of 32, they were 16th, or they weren't rated high. And look at the buzz that created. And the U.S. is getting better. Why is the U.S. getting better? I mean, all their players now are guys that are playing in Europe. And so look at all the teams that are playing in Europe, all those leagues. And Nolan, like driving by the stadiums like in Portugal, those stadiums are like 100,000 and they're filled, you know? So it's crazy. Look at all the NFL owners that have bought major soccer teams over there.
True. When we come back here, Ryan Ripken's going to hop on the line with us. He was live on the scene at the Home Run Derby last night. I saw him making the rounds, interviewing some of the All-Stars before. And then obviously we'll talk to him about what he's expecting out of Adley Rutschman tonight. It will be a limited amount of playing time for him, probably just one at-bat, a couple innings behind the plate, but hopefully a better showing out of him than his previous 2 trips to the All-Star game. We'll talk all things Orioles with Ryan Ripken when we come back.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Philadelphia, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted hometown hero Kyle Schwarber to win the 40th annual Home Run Derby. Walker went yard 6 straight times to end it, and in the process, he becomes the 5th youngest player to win the event, and he is now the first person born in the 21st century to take the Derby. This evening at Citizens Bank Park, it's the main event of All-Star Week as the AL and NL battle in the 96th annual Midsummer Classic. Christopher Sanchez will start for the National League, while the American League counters with Dylan Cease. First pitch at 8 p.m. Sticking with baseball, this time a little closer to home, the Orioles' lone All-Star rep, Adley Rutschman, spoke with reporters yesterday, and he was asked about one of Baltimore's rising stars, catcher Samuel Basallo. Here's Adley's response when asked what it's been like to watch Basallo grow this season.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player, unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into a big league player. He does a great job, and I think he's way more mature than his age.
Adley was also asked about the possibility that he's a trade chip for the Birds as the deadline approaches, but Rutschman said he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win in 2026. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here, 105.7 The Fan. Let's not waste any more time. We get out to the phone here so we can maximize our time. Friend of the show, friend of the station. You know him. You've heard him. You love him. He's live in Philadelphia right now. He's Ryan Ripken. Ryan, good morning. What's up, man?
What's up? I am, walking the streets of Philly, taking it all in. But as always, happy to talk to you guys. I'll see you in a couple of days when I get back.
Yeah, no doubt. He'll be here Thursday and Friday. But the new Derby format, Home Run Derby last night, you got to see it up close and personal. Just curious, what did you think about it at the time where the rule changes were announced compared to how you feel about it this morning? Were you skeptical and now you're sold? Where are you at with the Derby?
I got to tell you, Nolan, I freaking loved it. I thought it was awesome. Because I think for a little bit of time, while in the moment the clock was cool and it really was, how much endurance did you have? But I thought it took away from the aura, the essence of the ability under pressure. You only have so many options and so many swings to put the ball in the ballpark. So seeing what Contreras did to start off was awesome. Jordan Walker was, obviously the star that stole the show at the end of the day. And then Kyle Schwarber with the Philly crowd and knowing he had X amount of swings left, you could feel the momentum build with every pitch. And I thought that was a slam dunk. And I will also say, you can take it for what it's worth. Those balls were flying. And I'm not saying the guys don't got some power. They do. But they might have had a little bit more oomph, some more juice, it seemed like, in the Derby. But I thought Philly balled out for it. I thought the whole event was amazing.
Now, Ryan, you say you're walking the streets. You had a cheesesteak yet?
Oh yeah. We already. I got a cheesesteak. I got a Philly guy here that that set me up. Now, am I going to have another one before I leave here? You're darn right, because I am all about trying to blend in with the culture of the areas. And so, yeah, if you got any recommendations, you guys let me know.
Hey, Ryan, let me ask you this, because I was bringing this up the other day after the draft, and there were, because they changed so much, took so many high school kids and stuff. And, I was thinking, is it because they've got, Cal down there working on development and they figure, hey, we can take these high school kids because we'll be able to develop guys now?
No, I don't think it had any, for me on that, I don't think it had any correlation. I think when each year you go to identify what have we done, who's available, where are we picking, and make the decision. Now, for a while, the Orioles have done a lot of college bats, because the theory is with college players and high picks, when you do that, people think that, they're more along in the development process and they've had more really experience. And the one part with high school kids is you're coming in and you're trying to learn, but you can see if you learn and you grow at the right, right development process, you can become a budding star. I mean, we can't go back. I know he's struggling right now, but don't go back too further to, 2019 second round pick for the Orioles, Gunnar Henderson, high school kid, turned out to be, obviously, to me, I think he's going to have a great post All-Star game. I do believe that. But so I don't think it had to do with that. I think just Eric Booth was one of the best guys on the board. They went with their gut there. But to me, with my dad in that question, I don't think that had anything to do with the development side.
Talking to Ryan Ripken here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Ryan, a lot of good in that last series against the Royals, way more good than bad, but it's hard not to go immediately to that sour taste that gets left in your mouth when Blaze Alexander goes down with that injury. It's just very demoralizing. How could it not be? But what do you see being their strategy at third base, coming out of the break this weekend and maybe heading towards the trade deadline? Do you just anoint Kobe Mayo full-time starter, or are you going to be shuffling your infield around to try to get Jeremiah Jackson in there as much as possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. It's disappointing. It just stinks because Blaze had been playing at such a high level, specifically swinging the bat, right? And he's versatile. I know he made some errors, but he helps alleviate more problems because he can do so much. What it means for right now, it's really two options until we figure out what the Orioles will do at the deadline. One, do you give the opportunity to a guy like Kobe that you mentioned, which to me, I still want Kobe to get at bats because you see what he can do versus lefties. I think he will figure it out more against righties. Not saying he's going to be the complete power threat that he is against lefties right now to righties, but I think we're talking about development just a second ago. I think the development for Kobe Mayo, if you can unlock that, can you imagine what the potential could be? But the other option here is, would they possibly move Jackson Holliday over to third a little bit more? And that's something that I'm not saying I agree with, but just going through the thought process of how the Orioles are thinking, I think that is one move they're really going to look at. And if they do that, it will give flexibility to have Jackson over there, Kobe, and push Jeremiah to second base, which that to me is my gut that they will end up doing. But I really would like to see Kobe and Jackson both get a lot of at-bats here. And above all, I think for the Orioles, if you're looking at the deadline, the relief arms will always still be the priority. I don't think getting a rental makes a ton of sense.
Ryan, I've heard you talk, in the past about core guys, like the Yankees have 7 core guys that play all the time, and how do you think that Jackson Holliday felt? Because I'm guessing that he feels like he's a core guy. In the 7th inning, he gets pinch hit for by Jackson. I mean, it turned out well, which was fine. But I mean, if you're Jackson Holliday, I'm sure he's pissed as hell. It just seems like Albie doesn't have total confidence in Jackson Holliday. I mean, the excuse after going 4 for 4, that was kind of BS. So what's your opinion on that?
Well, I would say any guy that views themselves as a big league player, an everyday player, they think they should be in every situation. Now, the manager's goal is to try to put your team in the best situation, right? So I understand, and you're gonna try to pinch hit and try to make moves down the stretch, but to really dive into it, an everyday player in my mind, and he's your guy, you want him in every situation. And I know you want to protect young players, but another part of the experience to learn more about yourself is being against some of the best, whether it's a righty or a lefty on the mound. And I'd even go a further step here with what Colton Cowser's done. Cowser has made some tremendous strides, and if we're going to look at just the defensive side, he looks like your center fielder for the rest of the year. He's your best center fielder for the rest of the year. So for me, I would rather him continue to get comfortable lefties and righties, which he's still making progress, because if they're everyday guys, it shouldn't matter on the matchups. Ben Rice is in this all-star game. I know he didn't have a great home run derby, but the derby is the derby for a reason. You got to play on the field and show up for the 162 of the season. Ben Rice hit around 200 in the minor leagues versus lefties, and yet he's an everyday player for the Yankees because they said, Ben, we want to figure out if you can play every day, and if you are, we're sticking with you. And what has that been rewarded with for the Yankees? A guy that I think has 28 home runs at the break and has been a huge reason why, with no Aaron Judge, that this Yankees team has elevated their game and stayed in this race despite some of their other struggles and losing arguably the best hitter on the planet. So long-winded part of saying, if they're your guy, you got to give him more runway. I want to see Jackson in there each and every day. I want to see Cowser in there. But I do understand you have the urge that you want to try to put your team in a good position, but sometimes you got to look at the long-term piece as well.
He's Ryan Ripken. He's live in Philadelphia right now, going to be there through the All-Star game tonight. He'll return to Baltimore, tell you all about it between noon and 2, Thursday and Friday this week.
Ryan, are you a cheese whiz guy on your cheesesteak too?
No.
Me either. I'm not either. I just want the meat and the onions.
Well, you know what? Some Philly guy said, hey, I'm doing it this way. And I said, do you trust this order? He goes, that's the order. I said, okay, great. Give me that. And it wasn't cheese whiz.
That's the way to do it. I mean, it's a whole different language over there. Give me what he had. I'm not going through the humiliation of ordering. Right.
That's it. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys later this week.
We'll see you, man. There he goes. Mentioned the All-Star game. That is tonight on Fox. Adley Rutschman is the Orioles' lone representative. When we come back from this break, we're going to talk about our expectations for the game in general. And, can we continue that entertainment factor that was so strong in the Derby last night? And what can Adley Rutschman do in what's realistically going to be a very limited amount of time to play tonight? Adley Rutschman, his third All-Star appearance, still looking for that first All-Star hit.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. I don't think the Los Angeles Lakers will be in much of a winning zone this year. Yes, the Lakers could win 50 games. Yes, the Lakers will go to the playoffs. But this new core of Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves and Walker Kessler, I think is a middle-of-the-pack team in the West, and I don't think we'll win a championship anytime soon. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game.
because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Major League Baseball's All-Star Game will take place tonight. Always a good time watching the Midsummer Classic, right? And you can't even use the World Cup excuse either, because that'll be over and done with by the time this thing's on. So there is nothing else going on. If you're looking for live sports, this is your bet for tonight. And as far as the Orioles are concerned, Adley Rutschman, the only player from Baltimore being represented in the All-Star Game tonight. He's not starting, but he's one of 3 catchers included on the American League roster. So thinking that he's probably going to be relegated to 1 at-bat. It's usually what you get when you're a reserve player. Now for catcher, defensively, he could spend a couple innings behind the dish before he's replaced. Shea Langoliers of the Athletics will start, and then you got to get Dingler in there, catcher for Detroit. He's also going to get some reps as well. So not saying that he's going to have a ton of opportunities, but it would be great if he could get that first All-Star game hit. Back in 2023, 0 for 1, lined out facing Giants reliever Camille Doval, 0 for 2 in 2024. That was when he was a starter. Ground out against Max Fried, strikeout against Shota Imanaga. So hitting, that's one thing, and it's hard. You're facing the best of the best. You're facing National League guys that you really don't see, so that adds to it. I'll tell you what I'd like to see, Vinny, before I hear from you. How about show that defensive ability? You know, in my opinion, that's a big reason why you got back to the All-Star game. Everyone's focused on the offensive side of things, but Adley Rutschman is not only having a resurgent defensive season, he's having his best defensive season. And when it comes to throwing out base runners, he has been great this year. He's been even better than he was in the first year of his career before they changed the rules surrounding base runners and pickoff attempts and all that stuff. So how about, hey, you're not going to get a hit tonight, but if you cut someone down, a speedster at that, I'll count that as a signature moment.
Do they steal many bases in the All-Star game?
I think just with the talent level, and I mentioned speedster, like let me look at the National League roster here. If there's a guy
just because, like you said, with Gunnar, his release looks spectacular. You know, looks so quick. You know, throwing to second base. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would like to see him get his first hit. I think that'd be kind of cool. That'd be a cool accomplishment. Is you know, I got a hit. You know, in the All-Star game. I think that if he had one thing to do, I bet you that would probably be the thing that he would like to do.
Right. And you put some pressure on yourself because, like I said, you know you're getting just that one at bat.
Right.
We're going to talk more All-Star game later on, but star power in this thing. You know, I felt like the original votes and everything, the initial cast that was released before, you know, guys drop out and replacements get involved, it was good. You know, it was kind of what I would expect. But boy, we really took a hit in the injury department. Aaron Judge being the biggest. Then you look over on the NL side, Shohei Ohtani's not going to participate. Right off rip, that's terrible for the game. Your two reigning MVPs, your two unquestioned best players in the sport, that's really not up for debate, are not going to participate. That's not good. And then I'd even say on the pitching side, I was really amped up. Paul Skeens, of course, but we've seen him in it before. Didn't time out. He started Sunday, so he can't pitch tonight. And Mizorowski, who was supposed to pitch Sunday, wasn't going to participate, but now he's banged up. So either way, we're not going to see the guy that's throwing 105 miles per hour out there. That's a net negative. I think when you look around, and there's plenty more, Byron Buxton, Vlad Guerrero's not going to play. A lot of guys dropping out here that, could you get by year to year. New younger guys can make a name for themselves. You know, Jordan Walker last night made a name for himself in the Derby. But star power for sure is kind of lacking.
And that's more for the TV audience. Just because you've got so many Philly players, you know, their fans are going to be there no matter what. The fans in the stadium, they're going to be there. But, yeah, is it the TV audience because there's, no Skeens, no Judge, no Ohtani? All of a sudden, what do I want to watch for? You know?
Well,
so the true baseball fan will probably watch, but, what's going to attract the people that aren't? Like the people that'll be watching, like I've been watching the soccer, Would I normally? No. So what's gonna bring the people to watch tonight?
Other than the fact that there's nothing else on, I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem here. I'll say that this is okay for now because all those names that I listed are pretty much all injury related or health related. So you can't really argue against that. If we ever got to a point in time where star players are saying, all-star game, take it or leave it.
Kind of like the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, that's when it will have a sharp decline. And it's totally on the players. And I hope they realize that. In my opinion, you have unquestioned the best all-star game in pro sports. It's not even close in terms of entertainment value and actual, like, resembling the normal game. It's
Correct.
Close enough. The only way that you can kill the all-star game is if the Aaron Judges of the world decide that they don't want to do it anymore. That's the only way. But we don't want to harp too much on the negative. Back in the positive side, someone like Mike Trout finally going to participate after not being able to injury-wise or
plus it's his hometown.
That too, yeah. So he's almost like a de facto Philly.
Yeah.
And they've already got a couple on the pitching side, 3 on the position player side. So, yeah, he'll get a nice reception, but he hasn't played in the All-Star game since 2019.
Damn.
That's and before Aaron Judge and Ohtani, that was the guy. Mike Trout, unquestioned best player in baseball. He's the face of the league, even if he played on the West Coast.
You know what disappoints me a little bit about Trout, though, Nolan, is like he's had opportunities if he wanted to leave, and he just wants to stay with a crap team.
This year included.
Yeah.
And it's the same script every time. Like, he has the no trade clause. That's your right as a player. I'm not going to take that away from you. But I do look at him different than I used to, because everyone would give you a free pass to come out and say, I'd like a trade. Yeah. Right? As rare as that is in baseball for a guy to be public about that, he would have every right to do it. Angels fans could feel a type of way about it, but I think even they would have to be realistic and say, we've had this guy for over a decade.
Especially like if he goes to the Phillies, you know?
Yeah. So I think it's better for baseball if he's in there. And now it's at a point with his career where between him being banged up all the time and just being whatever age he is, you're like, well, his best baseball is behind him. Now it's like we missed the window for whatever epic, October heroics he could have delivered. He could still have a moment, but it feels like the time has passed. And the way I look at his career will definitely be different. Undoubted Hall of Famer, first ballot. Can't take that away from him. But the way I view him compared to other...
Unanimous?
Only one person is unanimous. So even Justin Verlander, who's going to be first, he won't be unanimous. And that'll tell you everything you need to know. So, yeah, I think I look at Trout a little different. Let's grab a phone call real quick here. Alfred wants to talk All-Star Game. What's going on, Alfred?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my phone call. You were talking about the entertainment value of the All-Star Game. And I know I'm older than both of you guys. But in the 60s and the 70s, that's when it was real entertainment because they played for real. It wasn't uncommon for a pitcher to pitch 3 innings. And to me, today's All-Star Game is a joke. It's just putting guys in to represent their team. But back in the 60s and 70s, and the National League dominated from, I don't know up until when, but they won like 16 games in a row. That's when it was entertaining. When you saw Willie Mays get up 3 times in a game and Tom Seaver pitching 3 innings. Mm-hmm. That's when it was. This All-Star Game is just, to me, is just boring.
Oh, and then and then having guys wearing mics and everything when they're in the field and stuff.
That's some of the extracurriculars that probably don't have a space. I thought he was going to go real old school there. He's like, bring back the Pete Rose and Ray Fosse stuff. I'm well, we could do without that. Yeah. I think there's a balance here. We can play hard, but we don't need that kind of stuff in a meaningless exhibition game. 410-583-1057 if you've got thoughts on the All-Star Game. We'd love to have you. Coming up next, we're going to shift back to the Ravens here. It's news from the Nest. Kind of forecasting the future a little bit. Prospective free agents. Everyone's fixated on Lamar, his contract, Zay Flowers and his pending contract, but who else is on the horizon here that could be a difficult decision for Eric DeCosta to navigate?
Have you been to an All-Star game? Baseball?
No. Which is why I'm so excited for it to come back to Baltimore, because I will be all over that.
I've been to one in Minnesota, and that was with Kirby Puckett and all that. It was awesome experience.
All right, we got Ravens coming back, buy or sell after that, and then Kevin Ostreicher get back to the Ravens at 12:30. Plenty of stuff going on here in the second half of today's show. If you want to be a part of it, 410-583-1057.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Springtime can bring a new season of change and growth. Getting back into activities can be difficult, though, if you suffer from pain in your feet, knees, hips, or lower back. Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing, was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2 up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Last night in the 40th Annual Home Run Derby, St. Louis's Jordan Walker captured the crown, homering in his final 6 swings to beat out Philadelphia's Kyle Schwarber in the finals. Walker becomes the first Cardinals player ever to win the event, while Schwarber was denied the chance to become the 5th player to win the Derby in his home stadium. All-Star Week comes to an end this evening with the 96th Annual Midsummer Classic. Dylan Cease gets the start for the American League, while the NL counters with Christopher Sanchez. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Coverage via ESPN Radio begins at 7 p.m. Prior to yesterday's Derby festivities, Baltimore's lone All-Star representative, Adley Rutschman, met with a small group of reporters, and he was asked if being selected to this year's team means more than the other 2 selections, considering how much he struggled in 2025.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23, it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years. Like, making it here now it definitely means a lot.
Adley also addressed some trade rumors, including those that linked him to the New York Yankees, with Rutschman saying he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. It's News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back here. News from the Nest. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We are already up against it time-wise. Totally my fault, but we're going to fix it. That's what we do around here. We solve issues. So we're going to slide some stuff around. We're going to make sure we get the most out of this Ravens conversation right now so we don't shortchange ourselves. But the gist of it here is basically these next 2 years, right? You're looking at prospective free agents, pending free agents that are already in-house here with the Ravens. Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers. Those are the big names, both set to become true free agents in 2028. We know they're working on both. We know they'd love to have both of them. It's not really much of a conversation around either. You know, we're Vinny and I are in agreement. Bring them both back.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's
Zay,
sort of a.
I'm guessing Lamar's like 63.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes got 64. Zay is, like 38 mil. It seems like is the number for him.
So those are kind of easy. But there's some that are looming here on the horizon that are maybe not as easy. And then when you factor in that they're going to have big numbers there for Lamar and Zay and whatever other holdovers are still lingering, how much space do you actually have to make some of these work? For 2027, I'll be honest, it's pretty light. Only player that I could see out of this group that would maybe be worthy of an extension or has the best shot of getting one would be Tavius Robinson. And that's not going to be a bank breaker at all.
No.
It'd be a role player and could be something you could look to get done early. You know, we've seen DaCosta do that in the past. 2028 is where it gets interesting because there's a lot of names here that classify as big names. Some of them could end up being an easy walk decision. I'll start with, like Marlon Humphrey for 2027 would be a good example of an easy walk decision. I think even if he turns things around this year and has a quality year, you're going to be asking yourself, do I really want to go into business long term with this guy again? If he's content with a year-to-year thing, then okay, we can talk. But performance, age, everything we've seen would suggest that would be something that's an easy walk.
I would say Marlon. Nolan. The last couple of years, I've been shocked that they haven't done a pay cut with him.
Mm-hmm.
I would. Time to move on from him. It will be
2028 though. There's a collection of players here that I would classify as either aging or there's some sort of health question around these guys. And we'll start with the obvious health side. Nnamdi Madubuike. No idea what this year holds for him. Future of baseball for him holds. Future of football, excuse me. Maybe he has to switch sports. I don't know. But point is, even if he bounces back fully, right, and he looks like his old self, is that neck thing going to be in the back of your mind? Like, I don't know if I want to go and double down with him on big money, especially if he's going to command another big payday.
Well, the only reason that he would command it is, when did he get paid? He got 13.5 sacks is when he got paid. Mm-hmm. So, kind of deal that one's going to be an interesting, he's got to produce, he's got to stay healthy. The guaranteed money would be the issue there, if he was to get a new deal, because how much guaranteed money do you want to give him up front? Mm-hmm. And stuff because of the injury. So, yeah, that one, that's on the back burner.
Right. The tough one here, it's actually a group of 4. Some of these could end up being easy, but I'm going to classify these as the aging guys. Roquan Smith, Ronnie Stanley, Derrick Henry, Mark Andrews. And reason I think these are tough is that with good performance in the case of a Roquan Smith, right? How do you turn that guy away? But it could also be tied to Teddy Buchanan. If he takes the next step in this next year or two, and he looks like he could be the green dot guy, or he could run the show, he could be the mic, if you will, then yeah, I could easily switch over to him. But it's kind of dependent on where you're at, where Roquan's at. Derrick Henry, again, ageless wonder. 2 more years down the road, I don't know. At some point, it's going to...
I would say that one would be difficult.
Yes.
And with Roquan, you make a good point about Buchanan, because you can't pay 2 inside linebackers big money.
Mm-hmm. Ronnie Stanley?
No.
Well, now, see here, like I said, the year-to-year thing with Marlon, and we've already seen this with Ronnie, that he could go short-term. He'll be mid-30s by that point. It's so hard to predict down the road, but if he was a guy that say, I'll come back for 1 year, that's kind of easy, right? I mean, if he's still...
As a backup?
Well, I'm assuming he's still close to the Ronnie we're seeing now. I mean, are you anticipating a decline for him in the next 2 years?
No, I just think you kind of know what you've got. Mm-hmm. You know, is he going to be... Is he the shutdown guy? No. You know, is he going to give up some sacks? Sure. Question is can he stay healthy? Can he practice? That's going to be the big thing.
The tough thing for him is it's the position.
Yes.
Right? And it's just so hard to find a good quality left tackle that even if Ronnie's not elite, if he's fringe top 10, if he's average, you still probably sign up for it if the money's right. And it's not a long-term commitment.
Well, the key is Vincent worth a crap?
That's the other thing. You're never going to be, we anticipate, you're not going to be in position to draft another Ronnie Stanley. No. So you're either going to have to get extremely lucky and develop a guy that comes out of nowhere, or you're going to have to spend in free agency, which at that point, why not spend on the commodity you know?
Yeah. Those are all, you know, when you're dealing with an older guy like that, Nolan, you play it year to year. Mm-hmm. You know, 2 years down the road, now we ain't worried about that. You know, we'll see. And same with Roquan. We'll see, you know, what happens, you know, this year. It's hard to look 2 years down the road for those guys. Let's just worry about getting, you know, what's important now. You know, win philosophy. WIN. What's important now? Important now is, you know, Lamar, Zay, getting those guys done, and then keeping guys healthy.
Right. So when you look at 27, right, where it's just Tavius and that's even wouldn't be expensive, do you think the strategy for this coming off season might be more kind of wait for 28? Like, we want to make sure we have room? If we're spending, it's only going to be in a short-term capacity?
Well, let's just say that, you know, if Bateman has a year like he had in 24, you know, then, you know, is he up? You know, or do you want to get
I think he's secure for years-wise. You don't have to worry about him.
Do you want to get a jump on some of the younger guys because they get them at cheaper deals like the Eagles always used to do?
Mm-hmm. So when we come back from this next break, we'll keep this conversation rolling. If you want to be a part of it, 410-583-1057. The one player I did not mention yet as it pertains to 2028, and keep in mind he would be on the fifth-year option here, is Nate Wiggins. And this is one where this might be the hardest to forecast. Your first-round talent tells you that's a guy I'd like to pay, but the cornerback market is extremely expensive to the point where you got to be 100% certain that your guy's a number one if you're going to pay him that money, like the Ravens were at the time when they paid Marlon Humphrey.
Well, he's got to have a breakout year. He's got to be, you know, make the Pro Bowl and do all those types of things.
So when we come back, we'll talk about Nate Wiggins and his potential money coming down the pipeline. Should the Ravens work ahead on that? Any other contracts that you're worried about or you feel strongly about? You know, that aging group I mentioned, Roquan, Stanley, Henry, Andrews. Are you willing to say goodbye to any of those guys right now? Like, you feel that strongly, not this year, but I mean, like for 2028, you feel that strongly about moving on and moving towards the future. 410-583-1057. We can ask Kevin Ostreicher the same thing at 12:30, and then buy or sell, we'll do that at the end of the hour. Make sure we have full time for that. Vinny and Haynie show is going to continue here. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie these next few days.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Talking money, and we're talking Ravens here. 105.7 The Fan, Vinny and Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you for today up until 2 o'clock when Inside Access takes over. Got done in that last segment trying to forecast the future contracts coming down the pipeline for the Ravens. And the one name that we landed on that would be the most difficult to forecast and predict is Nate Wiggins. And I mentioned it's, again, important to note that 2028, that would be his 5th-year option season. So you're locked in, security, your baseline's covered. He's going to be here for the next couple of years. But as is standard with big contracts in the NFL, you like to try to work ahead when you can. And you'd like to not get to true free agency with a guy like that where everyone else can start entering the bidding war. So when it comes to Nate Wiggins, I guess the best place to start the conversation is, what do you need to see out of him this year for that contract talk to actually become serious after the 26th season?
I would say production, and his tackling, because his tackling sucks. Be a complete corner and, kind of like elevate to what Kyle Hamilton did. That would be the ideal scenario. Is like Kyle struggled. Remember early on when he first got here, he struggled, and then, just started. What did we notice about him? He started making plays.
Right.
Moved up to the line of scrimmage, was making tackles, making plays, sacks, doing all those things. And I think that's the thing that Wiggins. And can you put him on the number one receiver? Mm-hmm. Can he be that guy?
That would be the bigger thing for me. If I'm shelling out all that money, sure, the flashy, the turnovers are nice, and he did have a little uptick in the interceptions last year with 3. Even never a guy that was regarded as, a ball hawk in college. It was always about the speed. So, maybe he ran into a couple that, that 3 ends up being an outlier. But to me, the bigger determining thing is what you just said. If I'm paying a guy, he's got to be able to shadow a team's best receiver exclusively and succeed at it. So baby steps with him, rookie year to last year. I mean, the workload was far more significant in terms of snap count. Like, he played an actual starter's workload, whereas a rookie was more of a rotational piece. Mm-hmm. Snap count went from 680 to over 1,000. So that's a big jump. He was healthy enough to play 17 games. That works in his favor. But yeah, to be 2 years in for a first round pick, this is when you want to be having more answers than questions at this point with a guy.
Yeah, what you want him to be is, when people talk about him, other teams talk about him, his production could go down, and what is the other corner getting? That's the thing. And, because, it was just like with Deion Sanders. Deion never got any action. What he would do, he'd let a guy catch a ball, so they figured, we can throw on him, and then he go pick it off and run it back, kind of thing.
There's some chum in the water there.
Yeah. So, that's the thing with Nate is your reputation, is of that guy.
So on that note, yesterday we talked about the ESPN rankings for the quarterbacks. We're going to do the off-ball linebackers today at 1 for NFL lunch. But I pulled up cornerback from last week, just not expecting to see Wiggins in the top 10, but would he get an honorable mention? Did not receive votes, but you know who did? Name recognition, Marlon Humphrey.
Yeah.
And after the year he just had, that just reinforces your point. It's all about, say a player's name, what immediately comes to mind. And this isn't even fans here. This is executives. These are guys that work in the NFL that were voting on this. That still somebody was like, Marlon Humphrey, yeah, he's still good, just because he knows the name.
Right. Whereas, we see him every week and everything, and what we're saying is why wouldn't they give him a pay cut? Right. For the last couple, 2 of the last 3 years, he deserved a pay cut.
Mm-hmm. One other note here before we break and get Kevin Ostreicher in here to continue the conversation. I was dismissive of 2027, still am overall, but it should be noted here, this is kind of a wild card thing. When it comes to the center position, still very much undecided on who's going to be the starter. But if we're to believe that it's either Danny Pinter or Jovan Gwynn, who are 2 of the candidates right now, those are guys on 1-year deals. If they were to hold down a starter's workload, regardless of how they performed, unless they were just absolutely abysmal and everyone saw it, they would be in line for some sort of payday, I would imagine. No. Not massive, but okay, right now they're playing on $1 million, $2 million deals. That then they become now. I guess my point is here, you're trying to solve the center problem right now, but it's probably going to be another issue next offseason, is my guess. Is that we're going to be having we're going to have the center conversation in 27 as well.
If it is solved, let me just say this. I think if it is solved for a couple years, then it's Bullock. Because he's got the size and he's got the athleticism. That's my opinion. You know, that's my opinion. Otherwise, the other guys have proven that they're not, starters.
No. They've had their chance elsewhere.
Yes.
Or they're regarded or viewed as perennial backups.
Yeah, and they're coming here because of why?
Opportunity, yeah.
Well, and the coach knew them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, Gwynn for sure. 410-583-1057. We're going to get Kevin Ostreicher's thoughts on all of this when we come back, but your thoughts also welcome. Any strong opinions on who deserves to be paid? What would you do with Nate Wiggins? What do you need to see in order for him to get that money? Buy or sell coming up at 12:45, and then, as I said, NFL lunch at 1. The off-ball linebacker rankings are out. Roquan Smith was included. We'll get your thoughts on where he was placed. It was towards the top. It's a little hint for you, a little tease.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2 up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one.
The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday night in Philadelphia, St. Louis's Jordan Walker outlasted hometown hero Kyle Schwarber to win the 40th annual Home Run Derby. Walker went yard 6 straight times to end it, and in the process, he becomes the 5th youngest player to win the event, and he is now the first person born in the 21st century to take the Derby. This evening at Citizens Bank Park, it's the main event of All-Star Week as the AL and NL battle in the 96th annual Midsummer Classic. Christopher Sanchez will start for the National League, while the American League counters with Dylan Cease. First pitch at 8 p.m. Sticking with baseball, this time a little closer to home, the Orioles' lone all-star rep, Adley Rutschman, spoke with reporters yesterday, and he was asked about one of Baltimore's rising stars, catcher Samuel Basallo. Here's Adley's response when asked what it's been like to watch Basallo grow this season.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player, unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into a big league player. He does a great job, and I think he's is way more mature than his age.
Adley was also asked about the possibility that he's a trade chip for the Birds as the deadline approaches, but Rutschman said he hasn't thought about anything else other than helping the O's win in 2026. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and growing hotter, highs in the mid to upper 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on a Tuesday afternoon. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie. Next couple of days, we're all over the place this week. We'll fill you in as the week goes. But while we're talking Ravens here, before I forget, got to tease it.
Yep.
Thursday morning at 11. I'm sorry I won't be here for it. Eric DeCosta going to join the show, but Vinny Serrato is going to be here. Cordell Woodland will be in, so plenty of good questions there to hear from the GM. But let's keep this Ravens conversation rolling, man, and who better to talk to than our friend joins us every single Tuesday here on the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline, and that is Kevin Ostreicher of the Locked On Ravens podcast. Kevin, what's up, man?
How you doing? Yeah, just counting down the days, counting down the weeks till training camp comes along. Obviously, rankings are controversial right now, especially, with Lamar Jackson. So at least there's something to talk about, but definitely ready for these guys to hit the field again.
That's right. We can get to those rankings, the ultimate offseason conversation starter in a second, but I want to continue what me and Vinny have been kind of harping on here for the past couple segments, and that's some of these contracts or prospective contracts for the Ravens coming down the pipeline. Everyone knows about Zay. Everyone knows about Lamar. Those are in progress. Wouldn't surprise me if we get a resolution on Zay here before the season. I don't think people would really be stunned by that at all. But some other players, and I'm thinking even in 2028, that could be tough to come up with an answer for. I'll give you the 5 names here. Matabike, Andrews, Roquan, Stanley, and Henry. A group there of either aging guys or, in the case of Matabike, someone whose future is very much tied to health. Is there anyone out of that 5 that you feel has the best shot to be here long term after 28? Or is this a case where all these guys are just naturally going to get phased out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure some of them will. I think I feel like if Roquan has a bounce back season, he's the guy that they'd probably want to keep in the middle of their defense. With Ronnie, it kind of depends. I mean, obviously, if he can show that he still has it and they feel comfortable enough bringing him back and they don't want to go the draft route for him, possibly. I mean, for Derek, I mean, I think that he'll be in Baltimore for as long as he wants to be, but I'm not sure. I mean, that's probably not going to be like a long-term thing. Andrews, I think, is curious. You know, I don't know with Andrews. I mean, they might find that one of these rookies can step up in a couple of years and then, or maybe both of them do. I mean, that's probably best case scenario. And then you don't need to re-sign Andrews to a bigger deal. So I'm sure some of them will leave and some of them will stay, but I feel like Roquan out of the bunch could be somebody. I mean, obviously Nnamdi too is a guy that if he's back and his health is good, I mean, he's probably at the top of the list, but you know, that's obviously health contingent in what kind of goes on with him. So I'll probably say those two guys. But I mean, I see a world where all five of those, or all of those guys are back in some capacity. But in terms of the long-term building blocks out of those guys, I mean, Nnamdi and Roquan, you know, are probably the two.
Kevin, one of the questions that I was going to ask Eric on Thursday is how long or how many practices will they need before they decide on if they need to go get a veteran at a position, let's say, you know, like wide receiver, center, you know, something like that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think that that's kind of the mindset I think they're in right now. And, Eric, I think, has spoken on that before as well, you know, maybe a couple weeks ago or a month ago or something. And I think it's the right call. I mean, I don't think you want to just bring in a vet and promise them a role or say, hey, you know, we're going to give you this opportunity. And then a young guy really impresses you or someone on the roster really impresses you. And then you kind of have to go back to them and say, well, you know, actually we kind of want to go this direction. So that is something that I don't think they want to do. I don't know, maybe like a couple weeks in or before the first preseason game. I'm not, maybe after the first preseason game. I'm not sure. The problem is that if you wait too long, obviously, either some of these guys are probably signed somewhere else because other teams also are going through that, or there's just not enough time. But again, if you're signing a vet, like if it's, let's just say Jadeveon Clowney is an example. I mean, he's been around the league long enough and he's always been in the organization before where I don't think it's going to take too much catch-up time. So that's not like the top concern. It'd just be like if you wait too long, some of these guys probably go off the market and you might be out of luck in terms of position you want. So I would probably assume they're trying to find that sweet spot too. I wouldn't be shocked if they do make a move at a position. I'm not sure what that would be, whether it's, you know, center, edge, whatever it would be. But I still think there are some options out there if they want to sign a guy, but you can't wait too long either.
I would think that, Kevin, like a perfect time to me would be probably after the Viking preseason game because you had two joint practices with the Vikings, so you get a pretty good idea, you know, and you'll have had two preseason games, so you'll know really well, I would think, about your rookies then.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I like that a lot, and I think that, you know, you're getting opportunities because we don't know if they're going to play their guys in the preseason or what that's going to look like. If they're
not.
So, yeah, I would assume not either. But their joint practices are going to be major because, you know, you can see, like, for example, the center position, you know, I think all those guys are going to get run in the preseason, but, you know, you kind of get it before. You get a good inclination of it before, and then the preseason game obviously will tell you a little bit more also. So I like that. I think that's a really good time to do it.
Talking to Kevin Ostreicher here of the Locked On Ravens podcast. He'll tell you about it here in a second, but one more before we let you run. This running back room, how do you think the depth chart shakes out? Because you, as it stands right now with the addition or the drafting of Adam Randall, you have 4 running backs. But by the same time, you have 4 prospective tight ends. Is there a way to make both of those things work, keeping 4 in each department?
I think you can, but I probably wouldn't. I mean, I think they're going to keep 4 tight ends. I feel like it's going to depend on their confidence level in Adam Randall. And, you know, I would be okay with them moving off of Rasheen Ali if it came down to it and they needed to keep, you know, an extra offensive lineman or defensive lineman or guy in the secondary. And, injuries happen in football, especially in the preseason training camp, like it just happens, unfortunately. And so, you might discover that you lose a guy at a certain spot. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it does, that running back room might be where you say, hey, you know what? Derek's still there. Going to use him a lot. Justice Hill hopefully bounces back. And then Adam Randall in certain spots. And then maybe what you could honestly do, I'm not sure if you could, but if you can sneak Rasheen Ali onto the practice squad, you can call him up for game days if you feel like you need him. That could be something. I'm not sure he makes it. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. But 4 running backs to me feels like a little too much at this point. But I do understand that, Adam Randall, while there's a ton of potential there and I'm really excited about it, there is still some learning he has to do with that spot, considering the converted wide receiver aspect and that whole situation. So, I wouldn't be shocked if they kept 4 running backs, but I do think that you might have a situation where you need to keep a guy in another position due to maybe injury or your feeling on that spot, and then maybe Rasheen Ali is the guy that's the odd man out.
Always a good time talking Ravens with Kevin Ostreicher. If you want to hear more of him talking Ravens, you can hear it every day, as a matter of fact. Let the people know about Locked On Ravens.
Yeah, we're a 5-day-a-week plus more daily Ravens podcast, so you can find us on YouTube if you want to watch in video form or just wherever you get your podcasts. If you want to listen in audio form, it's the same show, both audio and video, 5 days a week plus more, twice per day, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want more Ravens content and Ravens talk, you can come on over there.
Thanks, man. We're close. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We almost made it. Yep. I swear.
I'm ready.
All right. We'll talk to Kevin again next week as we continue to preview training camp, and then the real stuff, the real meat and potatoes that we can dig into will be coming down the pipeline. When we come back, play a little buy or sell for you. It might be on the shorter end, but we'll get a stock report. I'll ask Vinny some questions from around the world of sports. Then in the 1 o'clock hour, Keith Law is going to join us at 1:30, get his assessment of this Orioles draft class, in particular the big names at the top. Mike Elias went lefty outfielder again in round 1. Only difference this time is a high school player. What can we read into that, if anything? We'll get Keith's thoughts at 1:30.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If future first ballot Hall of Fame defensive tackle Aaron Donald does in fact return to the Los Angeles Rams, as ESPN Adam Schefter alluded to yesterday, it will give the Rams an absolutely stacked defense that includes Donald and Myles Garrett. And while the Rams might not win the NFC, it's tough to poke holes in this team with the reigning MVP at quarterback and a monster defense on the other side. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
All right, it's that time where we start counting money, our own and other people's for that matter. I got sports topics to hit Vinny with here in just a second. But first, Vinny, that stock market, what are we looking at?
Well, the Dow is down 89. The S&P's up 26. NASDAQ's up 239. DraftKings is down $1.20. Under Armour's down 21 cents.
Well, in the world of the NFL, the AFC North, long been regarded as one of the best divisions in football, but last year that was not the case. They took a major step back. Steelers were your winner, but overall a very, very mediocre division. So now the question is, does that change? Do we get back to normalcy here in 2026? I've got a USA Today ranking here of all the divisions. Modestly, AFC North comes in 5th. So bottom half, but close to the middle. I think people are expecting a bounce back here for teams like the Ravens, the Bengals, certainly. They're not sleeping on the Steelers, but we're just looking for a little more normalcy here. The point is, the division shouldn't have been up for grabs going down to the 17th game last year. Somebody should have ran away with it much sooner than they did. But I'll read you the order here in these USA Today rankings. NFC West was number 1. Yeah. NFC North was 2. AFC West 3. AFC South 4. The North here, AFC 5th. Then NFC East, AFC East, and the worst, no surprise, NFC South. They've been locked into that spot for like 5 years now. But are you buying or selling AFC North bottom half division on paper right now?
On paper right now, I guess you could, yes. I'll buy it right now, Nolan. And you know why? New coaching staff, for the Ravens. So there's question marks there. I mean, they've got, a great quarterback. They've got talent and stuff. How do they progress from that? I think Cleveland's going to be better, but they don't have a quarterback. I think the Bengals will be better, but let's see, about their defense. On paper, the defense looks good. And then with Pittsburgh, I just think they're getting old and stuff. So I'll buy that. Because my gut wanted to tell me that the AFC South isn't as good as the NFC, or the AFC North is going to be better than the AFC South, I think, by the time it's all said and done.
Sure.
If the Bengals and Ravens are who we think they are.
Mm-hmm. How about a little hockey here? You weren't around for reaction to the Capitals bringing back Alex Ovechkin a few weeks ago. We know the narrative around him, the age narrative, right? You're getting up there. When's it going to end? It's the same thing we talk about Derrick Henry and all these other great older players in sports. But one thing's for certain with Ovi, he still knows how to score. 44 goals 2 seasons ago, 32 this past year, and it was durable enough to play 82 games, so you give him credit for that as well. Availability going to be his true strength as an exclusive scorer, but of those 32 goals a year ago, maybe the most impressive part, only 5 came off the power play. So maybe an anomaly, a one-year thing, 19 and 5-on-5 action for that matter. Yeah. Buy or sell, Vinny. Ovechkin a lock for at least 30 goals again this year.
I'm going to sell it, Nolan, just because I don't know that he'll be what his minutes are going to be. I think his minutes are going to be late. I think he's going to get the whole 2-minute power play, and the power play is going to be better this year. They have better players for the power play. Now, his 5-on-5, because his back checking is non-existent. I kind of compare it with, I heard a stat on Messi. 85% of the game, he's walking. But, and with Ovi, I'd say 85% of the game, he ain't back checking, but they know how to put the puck in the net or the ball in the net. Right. And that's what they can, and that is a skill.
How about one more topic for today? Speaking of that, AFC South, the Texans. Maybe one of the more interesting teams to keep an eye on for me in 2026, because that defense, so legit that they made up for C.J. Stroud's shaky regular season and almost made up for his 4-interception performance in the divisional round as well. Problem, though, is how long can they kind of wait if Stroud isn't, if he was what he was last year, like how much do they want to dance that dance again? Can they afford to wait? Davis Mills, he filled in for 3 starts last year, went 3-0, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. Nobody's proclaiming him to be a great quarterback, but maybe a serviceable backup. Some thought that they probably should have even gone to him in the playoffs, but they stuck with Stroud through the pain. Buy or sell, Vinny. Mills will start at least 1 game over Stroud because of performance this year. Injury, that we understand that, but he will replace Stroud for performance reasons in at least 1 game.
I'll sell that. That's a bad sign if that happens.
Right.
So I don't see that happening.
But Texans overall, that defense still legit enough to carry all the weight.
They're going to have to.
Well, I mean, let's say Stroud's like league average. I mean, how dangerous could that team be if you just get competent, consistent quarterback play?
If he's not turning it over, they're going to win low-scoring games.
No doubt. Let's see. Let's do a little giveaway here before I forget. I'm afraid of forgetting, to be honest with you. But today I have 2 more tickets to see 311 and Dirty Heads. They're going to be at Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd. Giving this away here courtesy of Live Nation. Today's winner will be caller number 7 at 410-583-1057. Again, 2 tickets here to see 311 and Dirty Heads. Do not miss out. We will be right back here for NFL Lunch. Going to be going through ESPN's anonymous poll here. Executives, coaches, scouts have come together with the top 10 off-ball linebackers, inside linebackers in today's game. Where did Roquan Smith come in? We'll let you know after the break.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. World Cup semifinals, and I think Spain's defense is the difference maker in this one. Mbappe and France have looked like the best team in the tournament. I'd argue they're the most talented team in the tourney. That doesn't always guarantee you win it. Spain has the best defense in the world, and the way they control possession will frustrate the French. Give me the slight upset today. Spain to advance to the World Cup final. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore their career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
When I scraped my car in that parking garage, I was worried that it could be a long process to take care of it. Like a landscaper's first day trimming a hedge maze.
I have definitely already been here. Now, was it left, right, or right, left? Well, maybe I'll cut a path out and find my way back later.
But it wasn't like that. I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the Geico app, and they handled it from there. It was taken care of almost as quickly as it happened.
It feels good to get help quick. It feels good to Geico.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Skip the expensive repairs and open houses. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy your home for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Time is running out to get your tickets to OAR's 3 Decades Tour with special guest Lisa Loeb, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 24th, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman is set to participate in his 3rd All-Star game tonight. Rutschman had a 1.5-year downturn prior to a bounce-back season this year. He was recently asked if this year's All-Star bid means more than the prior 2.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
You can catch all of the action of the 96th MLB All-Star Game on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. According to ESPN, MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time, but disagreements with the MLB Players Association over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. MLB would plan to shut down the sport for 11 days to accommodate an All-Star game on the West Coast that would precede the 6-team tournament scheduled to be played at Dodger Stadium. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, time to feed you a little NFL lunch here. More football for you. And these ESPN rankings this week have come in handy. Yesterday we were talking about the quarterback side of things and Lamar Jackson's placement. Well, today I have inside linebackers, off-ball linebackers, if you will. And Roquan Smith is included. Vinny, get your thoughts here. He was ranked 2nd. Highest someone voted him was number 1. Mm-hmm. The lowest someone ranked him, similar to Lamar, unranked. So, again, that part of it, I don't understand how many exactly people were voting on this thing, but nonetheless, I'll read you some of the quotes here. One NFL coordinator said, Roquan still has the instincts, physicality, and playmaking that's a class ahead of the others outside of Fred Warner. One AFC offensive coach, he knows what's coming before the play, plays with reckless abandonment. Personnel evaluator, he's effing nasty coming downhill. He sees it fast, good blitzer, good eyes, cuts the ball off in the run game. So just on the surface here, my initial reaction was, 1, name recognition's doing some heavy lifting here.
No doubt.
It's not as bad as like a Marlon Humphrey type thing, getting credit in a year where he was flat out bad. I'd say Roquan was okay last year. He wasn't a total detriment. Right. But the other thing it told me here is for him to be ranked number 2, is maybe that speaks to how thin inside linebacker talent is across the league.
What was give me the rankings.
Fred Warner, number 1. Yeah. No surprise there. And then this was the big giveaway for me in terms of depth. Carson Schlesinger, rookie for Cleveland, was number 3. He was really good year, yeah. But to already be anointed top 3 after one good year, again, I think we're a little thin here. Zach Bond out of Philly, number 4. Jack Campbell, Detroit. Azeez Al-Shire with Houston. Jordan Brooks of the Dolphins. Nick Bolton of the Chiefs. Edgerrin Cooper of the Packers. And rounding it out at 10, Devin Lloyd, Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, that's
it's not a group that you go, I know all those guys, name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
I could see where, because a lot of times those executives or whatever, they're filling it out. And Roquan, they're not going to spend a lot of time on that kind of stuff, So even Roquan said he didn't have a great year last year. And I totally agree with that. And I think that's why he's here the whole time this year, too. He know it because he looks like he's in better shape and moving better than he's moved.
A lot of newcomers in this group to the rankings. Azeez Al-Shire, as I mentioned, he went from unranked up to 6th. Zach Bond, really a rare case of someone stepping back, but that was only 3 to 4. Schlesinger, rookie, all the way up at 3. Jack Campbell went from an honorable mention to top 5. So maybe a position that's going through a changing of the guard across the league. Maybe that's a better way to look at it.
Well, with Nichols and Dime, they're not on the field as, there might be one of them on the field, not 2, or, because can they cover in pass?
Right.
Are people putting out 6 and 7 DBs, in some of those situations?
Right. And keep in mind with Fred Warner here, missed time. I mean, he's still your top dog here, even though he played, 6 games last year. So, and that's not one that people forgot about. I mean, everyone knew that Fred was hurt and he was out. I still can't make the case to argue against him being number 1. He's that damn good. And by that token, I guess Roquan, not just name recognition. I mean, he was out there probably pulling some of the most weight when you throw in green dot responsibilities and not really coming off the field and everything. I think this was an interesting one. Some of the other positions that they've gone through here
one thing,
over the past week.
I would think, though, Nolan, most of those guys are green dot guys.
Oh, sure, yeah. That's a good point, yeah. But like compared to some of the other position rankings we've seen over the past week or so, this one just feels oddly different. Like quarterbacks we were talking about, man, how do you have these names on the outside of the top 10 looking in? Maybe you can make room for 1 or 2 of them, but there's not enough space. Wide receiver, I don't know how you get that down to 10 guys. There's so much depth there.
Pass rusher is going to be interesting.
Well, let me take you back. We'd had edge rushers while you were out here. Myles Garrett was number 1.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons 2. So even injury aside, he's there. Will Anderson 3rd, excuse me. Max Crosby was 4th.
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson 5. Daniil Hunter were double dipping with the Texans at 6th. TJ Watt bumped down from 2 to 7.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa down from 5 to 8. Brian Burns, honorable mention, gets a spot at 9th. And Nick Bonito at 10. So no Trey Hendrickson inclusion here.
Well, he didn't play last year, 1 game.
Right.
So I can see that. But that's a healthy position. Very healthy position.
No doubt.
And Verse was what, honorable mention?
Yeah, that was, so this came out post-trade. He was at the top of the honorable mentions list.
So, I mean, and he's a hell of a player. And, who wasn't on that list, who had a good last half of the year was Oweh, and he got paid a ton of money.
Yeah, not even an also receiving votes. Wasn't even included there. Jalen Phillips, who also got paid, he's there. But his production was kind of light this past year. It's interesting. Maybe a bit of an oversight. Meanwhile, you get all the Pittsburgh guys. I know they knocked Watt down a couple pegs, but in the Highsmith and Herbig also received votes, so the tension there in Pittsburgh.
And Herbert's the one that just got paid too, $25 million a year.
Do you think that was interesting? That I thought they might have to thin that position out just from a money standpoint. You're all tied up with Watt, right? You're not going to move off of him. And then Herbig and Highsmith, there was a story a couple months back that they could look to trade one of those guys, just because there wasn't room at the end.
Well, the talk was, that he's going to be playing a lot of inside backer, and then Queen would be gone, because he's got a big number. But they've kept them all.
By the way, Queen, honorable mention for the linebackers. So there's another one. I mean, we know him. We know the name recognition because he played here and then he went to a rival, but maybe in the league-wide circles, still a little more of a lesser-known name.
Well, the thing about it was we always said that, when he was leaving, can he be a Batman or is he a Robin? Because he was great with Roquan. And then when he had to go be the Batman, he wasn't as good.
Well, as one anonymous AFC personnel evaluator says, he's very good when he turns it on and uses his speed and strength. His play is too inconsistent for my taste.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. 410-583-1057. We get back to this Orioles and baseball conversation here in just a second. I want to get back into the All-Star game. You know, is it truly the best All-Star game in all of professional sports? I say yes. I don't even think it's that close. And my hope is that it'll always be the case, that it doesn't suffer a similar fate that some of these other leagues have had with their All-Star games. 1:30, going to talk to Keith Law of The Athletic. We had him on a couple weeks ago to preview the draft, so we'll get his thoughts on what the Orioles ended up doing, at least in those premium first couple rounds. Lefty outfielder, we've heard that before. Is this kid going to be different? We'll ask Keith for his thoughts.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next home upgrade, Town Appliances 4th of July shopping event is the perfect reason to do so. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality and ultra-quiet performance of Bosch. Whether you need a new refrigerator, range, dishwasher, or an AC unit to stay cool, they have it all with flexible financing. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you at their Owings Mills showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey, said Norris. Look, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, the crowd even better, and that's Mount Washington Tavern. And July is a big month at the tavern. They've got the crustacean invasion running all month long, a specialty menu built around Maryland's one true love, crabs, and lobster as well. Done a dozen different ways by the chef. It's great every year. And the 4th of July, well, they're open, of course, and ready. So come celebrate with the tavern crowd before or after the fireworks. And especially mark your calendar for July 22nd. It's Christmas in July. It's my toy drive. I do it every year. So bring a toy or a gift card for the summer toy drive, benefiting the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Grab a drink at the Sky Bar and come find me because I'll have a cocktail with you. I will be there. And, of course, during the week, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions and Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, all of it. It's a great place to hang. Please come out July 22nd. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And... customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Don't bring me down, man. Don't disappoint me, Major League Baseball. This All-Star game is precious. We got to keep it that way. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. It is the All-Star break, so that's really the only major thing going on in the world of sports. And to me, that is one of the benefits that baseball has here with their All-Star game, a big contributing factor in why I think it is hands down the best All-Star game in all of pro sports. I mean, you could take the NFL right out of it. They don't even deserve to be a part of the conversation. Maybe once upon a time, the Pro Bowl in Hawaii had a little mystique.
No.
But even then, you're
sucked.
right.
I went to 3 of them, Nolan, and they sucked.
All I know is I remember when I was younger, I would watch when it was still in Hawaii. That's all I can tell you. But over the years, we're playing flag football now. We've got skills competition because we can't even make an actual game entertaining in an exhibition capacity. And the timing of it, that's what I was getting at with baseball. You have this natural break in the middle of the season, whereas football, who the hell wants to participate when it's all over and done with?
Right.
There's a million other things if I'm an athlete, I'm in the NFL, that I'd rather be doing with my time there in February. And then if you're in the Super Bowl, right, all those great players, they don't even get to be a part of it. So that would be like having the All-Star game before the World Series. It would make no sense.
Well, the reason that it was good for the NFL, why players would go because of Hawaii. Mm-hmm. You could take your family and do all that. Once they got rid of Hawaii, nope.
Right.
It ended.
Here's an idea. What if they made it a traveling thing? Do you think that would kind of like the draft? You couldn't do every city, obviously wouldn't do cold weather. So it'd be limited to your domes and stuff. But do you think that would reignite it at all? Because right now, where do they even have it now?
It was in Orlando or whatever.
Orlando, yeah.
No, because people, what did they want? Because when I was, the team that lost the NFC and AFC championship games, that was the coaches. We were 3 years in a row, the coaches.
Right.
So players, they wouldn't even practice. No, they didn't practice.
No.
And they'd have the families, they'd be on the beach the whole time, or they'd be at the pool. And that was it. The game sucked.
Right.
But that's why the players would go, because they go on vacation and they spend whatever money they were given, they would spend it at the pool and with their families. And that was the draw, Hawaii. Now there's no draw. People don't want to go. They don't want to do all this BS. And hockey, they had to go to 3-on-3, because there's no interest there,
right.
And I think a lot of it is you look at the sports where there's any physicality, nobody wants to be, even basketball, nobody wants to hit, nobody wants to do anything. The only person that ever hit in a Pro Bowl was Sean Taylor.
Right, yeah, that clip, that poor, I don't even remember the punter's name who got whacked, but he lives in infamy as the guy who unfortunately got his head taken off.
But otherwise, none of those games, they all suck. And like you said, baseball is the only one that you can play a true game. And what they do in the All-Star game, Nolan, they got rid of any physicality with the Pete Rose stuff.
Yeah, well, that you would know better because you were watching it at the time. But I mean, even in the moment, him running over Ray Fosse, was that viewed as like a "what the hell are you doing" type of thing?
No, that
or
was
people
just,
celebrated it.
That was just that was how he played. That was just
okay.
But then people are, it's an All-Star game. Come on,
yes,
man.
Yeah. Well, that to me it sounds like it was just a Pete Rose thing.
Yes,
like no one else in the league would even consider doing that. Even guys that played quote hard.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're right. Baseball, the game just does kind of lend itself to naturally being a casual game. And what I like too is that, a couple of years ago, I know you mentioned earlier in the show, the mic'd up stuff. I can take it or leave it with that. It doesn't really take away from the game for me. But when they started feeling like they had to do the special jerseys.
I hated that.
And it gets rid of the epic tradition, which is having all the guys wear their team-specific uniform. Again, the game lends itself to that. It does. They could be wearing whatever. Football, you got to wear clear uniform stuff so you can tell who's who. Basketball, I guess the same because you're passing the ball around. Baseball, it doesn't matter. It's not part of the game. So why mess with that, right? You try to sell a couple extra jerseys. Okay, well, don't make them ugly as all get out. That would be my counter. That's the kind of stuff that you have to do when you're the NBA. That's the gimmick stuff you got to do to get people to watch. Baseball, you don't have that. One, you have no competition on tonight. Not even the World Cup, which only comes around every 4 years, but that's not even going to be a factor for tonight. And like people just want to watch it for the baseball. Like the basketball stuff. Like how do we get international team versus international team, mini round robin tournament? What if we made it 3-on-3? It's more about the skills competition. Like anytime you're having to spin your tires and figure out how to make it even somewhat entertaining, you're dead in the water. The only thing, and I stand by this, the only thing that will kill the Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the players themselves. If you start seeing more star players say that we don't want to take part in it, we want nothing to do with it, we don't even want to go, that's the other thing. Like last night, guys that aren't in the Derby, but their teammates are, even if their teammates aren't, they're just hanging out. Yep. Everyone's having a good time, carrying on, it feels like a celebration of baseball. Well, whereas when you get to the Pro Bowl is not a celebration of football. The NBA All-Star Weekend doesn't feel like a celebration of basketball. It just feels like, okay, how can we get past this and get the real game started again on Monday?
Nolan, you weren't alive, I don't think. What made the All-Star game great when I was a kid, Nolan, is AL versus NL, so that was the because they didn't play against each other during the season. So the competitiveness then was National League, American League,
or fantasy matchups, right? Like a Randy Johnson, the NL for the longest time, him facing the best in the AL, right?
Right. So, I mean, that was the intrigue there, that you didn't have, we never, living in Minnesota, we never saw a National League team.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, and then even like, I'd have a hard time visualizing that in today's game. But yeah, I think you could see, okay, Mike Trout, good example tonight. Plays on the West Coast, has his entire career. Even when he was at his peak, people would say, well, Mike Trout's buried at 10 p.m. games for the East Coast. Why the hell would we watch where he's not even on our radar? We got to wake up the next morning and watch the highlight on SportsCenter if they're even going to give it time. So nowadays you get a little bit more flexibility with the digital age. You can watch whatever you want on your own time. But even then, it feels like some of the star power suffers because of geographical location.
Right, but the biggest thing was, you didn't want to lose to the other league.
There's pride.
Yes.
Well, and then there was stakes, right? Home field advantage in the World Series. They got rid of that.
Was that right away? That maybe came into it or something. I don't know if
it's not anymore. They got rid of it. I know that. But I think that shows you that, again, didn't need a gimmick.
Right.
It wouldn't even call that a gimmick. There's actual stakes. But that felt a little silly,
That was Bud Selig's deal. And then we had Bowie. When I was a kid, I'm guessing it was Bowie Kuhn, right?
Oh, it's before my time.
Yeah.
But tonight, maybe a little light on the star power, but I think, the event overall will still be watchable. And hopefully it's a close, entertaining game. I mean, when you get a blowout, if one team's up like 8-2, yeah, I'm turning it off. I don't. And once Adley's out of the game, I'm probably turning it off anyway. So all eyes will be on him, at least here in Baltimore. When we get back from this break, coming up here on the end of the show, we're going till 2 o'clock, but we still got time to talk to Keith Law of The Athletic, get his thoughts on what the Orioles did in the draft. Does he like it? Does he not like it? Booth Jr., the first overall pick, high school kid. It's a bit of a rarity for the Mike Elias era to take this many high school players. So we'll see if Keith has any thoughts on that. And then we'll wrap things up with the Funhouse. If you want to get one in before the buzzer, 410-583-1057.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, sale priced way below MSRP. Fuel-efficient hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots. Ugh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish. You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week. Definitely. Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases. Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your owns. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Samuel Basayo has experienced a successful rookie season thus far. Basayo owns a .772 OPS with 16 homers and 46 RBIs. Adley Rutschman recently gave his thoughts on Basayo's first half.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player. It's fun to see him go out there. He's just like unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him like grow into a big league player. He does a great job. You know, he's way more mature than his age. The guy goes about things like a pro.
Tonight marks the 96th edition of MLB's All-Star Game. The American League leads the all-time series 48-45-2, but the NL has won 2 of the last 3 years. You can catch all of the action of the Midsummer Classic on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haynie these first couple days of the week. Vinny Serrato here as usual. A lot of talk about baseball this week. It is the All-Star break, so that is, of course, going to be the topic that we go to. But the MLB draft was over the weekend. We are not experts. I can say that for certain. We know nothing when it comes to the MLB draft other than positions and maybe a little tidbit here or there that we read on the internet. So that's why we enlist the help of a real expert. So today we grab from The Athletic, you know him, you love him, joined us a couple weeks ago for the preview. He's back for a recap. He's Keith Law. Keith, what's up, man?
I got to give you credit. Whoever picked the music to bring me in, Kingdom Come, that's my peak high school hair metal fandom period right there.
There you go, man.
Choice.
Lucky guess. Lucky guess. Or we'll take credit for it. We'll take credit for it.
We did the research.
Right. Yes.
It's like the draft, Keith.
Well, hey, let's start here with the Orioles and the pick at 7 overall, Eric Booth Jr., high schooler instead of college. That's a little unusual for the Mike Elias era, but what is not unusual is a left-handed outfielder. We have said that it feels like almost every single year with Mike Elias's choices in round one. So your thoughts on Booth Jr. here and the Orioles going back to that lefty outfielder well?
Yeah, they have type, don't they?
Yes.
He's a little different. One, he's high school. Two, I would say he's much higher upside than anybody since at least since Holiday. And he is speed first. They're so locked in on batted ball data, exit velocity. It was a little bit reassuring to see someone who just has a different profile, whereas Booth's, his best tool by far is his speed. It's top of the scale. He is not now, but he should end up a good defender in center. I think he needs a fair bit of help there, but also to be reasonable. Like high school guys don't often get a lot of instruction on their defense. And he does have very good plate discipline for a high schooler. I think the swing needs help. I think he's kind of stiff in the box. I do think there's probably some untapped power in there that some swing helps, stance and swing, really, to just take advantage of his athleticism. He doesn't look, when he is hitting, he does not look like a great athlete, but he is a great athlete. So there's a bit of work to do there, and I also view this as a bit of a leap of faith in player development, that they'll be able to help him where they have not been able to help some of their other high draft picks the last few years. So I liked it. I thought Booth was absolutely top 10 talent here, and I like the fact that it signals with new VP there, Danny Haas, new scouting director Will Robertson, that they are trying something different, because I think in general their drafts have not been super successful the last 5 years or so.
And then, Keith, the other thing, is they put Cal Ripken down to the minors to help with, kind of get the development going. And it's kind of funny that all of a sudden now that they're bringing in all these high school kids.
Well, I do think, look, they took Vance Honeycutt in the first round. We all know that was a huge risk, and if anything, he's gotten worse. Griff O'Farrell did not develop at all after they got him into the system. Judd Fabian didn't develop at all after they got him into the system. Colton Cowser kind of started hot, but he really started to stall out in Double-A, and there was no progress from that point. He is something. He is a big leaguer, but the chance for him to become more started to slip away when he was in Double-A, and they never capitalized. So they need new people, and they need new ideas on both the scouting and the development side. I think changing it up a little bit, who's running the draft, helps. Now they're going to have to make some of those changes on the player development side, because you can't take Eric Booth and not develop him. You can't take a high school player and not develop him. Even Jackson Holiday, first pick in the draft, he required development. He still has development ahead of him. So you have to have the right people and the right philosophy to be able to do that.
Let me ask you about the first pitcher that the Orioles took. You had to wait till round 3, which on the surface, I think a lot of Orioles fans are probably rolling their eyes saying, man, again, still no premium round pitcher taken. But you look at this farm system through some trades in the last year, they've actually built up their stockpile of starting pitchers to the point where I think Will Robertson even said, hey, we actually have a greater need for position players. But nonetheless, Dominic Vegley, round 3 selection. Any strong thoughts on this guy, upside for him?
Yeah, he reminds me, he's not super similar to JT Quinn, who I just saw in Wilmington a couple weeks ago, and that's a mid-rotation starter. He's got development ahead of him. I'd like to see him work on a changeup or maybe even try a split, but the stuff he has right now would fit right in a third or fourth spot in a lot of rotations. Begley he's got power. It's big stuff. It's mid-90s. He gets up to 97, 98. He can definitely spin the ball. I think both the slider and the curve, you get them on the right day, they can be above average pitches. He gets hit a little hard. The fastball can be pretty straight, and I think he has some issues with a longer arm action, kind of a lower slot, which is very in vogue at this point. Not just the Orioles. Everybody loves the low release height, high induced vertical break on the fastball. I'm like, that's cool. Does he miss bats? That's really the number one thing I care about. And the fastball, Begley's fastball doesn't miss a lot of bats. It does find a lot of bats, and that's, I think, the number one thing they're going to have to work on. Their starter upside, he's going to have to do some things to get there.
Hey, Keith, when you look at Jackson Holliday now, what do you see? I mean, because like what we see, we were bitching about, he goes 4 for 4, then they don't play him the next day. And then the other night, 7th inning, they pinch hit for him. So what are you seeing with Jackson Holliday?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't just hit the ball harder. I never thought he'd be an elite power hitter, but everyone seemed to believe he was going to hit. He came into some power his senior year of high school. He's not like his dad or his brother, who are both sort of power first hitters and hitters for contact and average kind of second. And, I do also still look at the way they've kind of moved Holliday around, up and down, different positions, probably not ideal for his development. But it all comes back to sort of, hey, where did that guy go? The guy who swung the bat a little harder, had a little more bat speed, and was making harder contact. If I'm not trying to be worried about Holliday or make people worried about Holliday, but that is the one thing I look at this year, and I kind of thought this was going to be a step forward for him. And if anything, it looks like a little bit of a step back, particularly in terms of contact quality. He can get the bat to the ball okay, but in terms of just being able to consistently put it in play, we talk about contact quality all the time, right? Hard hit balls aren't just about power. It's about keeping your average up. And I think the reason he hasn't been able to do that is he's not making the kind of consistent hard contact pretty much everybody expected of him when he was drafted, and especially when he was tearing through the minors.
Talking to Keith Law here of The Athletic, talking all things Major League Baseball draft and prospects for that matter. Forgive me here, Keith. We might have asked you about this guy a couple weeks back, but I know you're high on JT Quinn. Joseph Gerwa, though, he's the pitching name that's really taken this farm system by storm here in Baltimore. When you look at him and Quinn, for that matter, how do you compare those guys to maybe some of the other bigger names over the years that the Orioles have had pitching-wide, like Dylan Bundy and Grayson Rodriguez? There's so much hype around these guys when they came in and when they were drafted. Do you feel a similar amount of hype around a Gerwa and a Quinn?
So I want less hype around those guys because I don't see any evidence that hype helped Bundy or Grayson Rodriguez.
Fair point.
In fact, a lot of that hype, certainly with Bundy, Bundy was overworked in high school and then he got hurt and he came back and Buck Showalter overworked him some more. And Bundy really never became the pitcher he could have or should have been as a result. Grayson Rodriguez wasn't overworked, but still guys who throw super hard at a young age, they're just risky. There just is risk to the arm as a result of that. And I think that goes along with the hype. So the fact that Gerwa, who I saw for all of 2 pitches on Sunday, so I can't give you a whole lot of a breakdown, or Quinn, the fact that they were college guys and not quite, especially Gerwa, he doesn't throw super hard. He's I'm doing air quotes here, a pitcher, right? That is a guy with field to pitch, multiple weapons, but he's going to throw strikes. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be competitive. You need those guys. They are never going to be super sexy. They're never going to be top 20 or 30 prospects in baseball, but they can be really valuable. Quinn, there's a little more upside there. It's more power to the stuff. But like I said, I think he needs some kind of change of pace for lefties. And he doesn't have the real strike throwing ability of a Gerwa. So I'm pretty high on both of those guys. This is a step forward from the previous group. The Trey Gibsons, Michael Ferret, who's been traded, Nestor Herman, that whole group of guys. They had a lot of guys with funky deliveries, good shapes on various pitches, but it didn't add up to real starting pitchers in the big leagues. And whereas I look at Gerwa and Quinn and think both of those guys are at least 4th starters in the majors.
Now, Keith, if the Orioles were to buy what magic beans do they have, that they can go get? Because they can't dilly-dally, or if they're going to go buy, they got to go buy legit, not just, go get a fourth or fifth, whatever.
Yes. I mean, the problem is I don't know who's out there, right? Is there really are they going to trade for Tariq Skubal? I highly doubt it, because that would cost a lot. And I don't know that, if the Dodgers want Tariq Skubal, they can beat anybody in terms of prospects. It's not even about money. The Dodgers just have more guys. I'd actually argue the Brewers have more guys. And, to rent him for a couple of months might be well within their means, and he would help them tremendously. So I think the Orioles would probably be trying to look for maybe a player who doesn't exist in trade, but certainly a starting pitcher who's more than the back-end guy, less than a Tariq Skubal. There is some depth in the system, and I also think they have a lot of guys. Hiva Aloy, who we talked about a couple weeks ago, right? I think a lot of other teams look at him and say, we can make him better. Speaking of the Dodgers pick up guys like that all the time and make them better. But the Orioles don't. The Orioles I cannot think of an example of the Orioles taking a guy with those kinds of swing and miss issues, especially stuff in the zone, and making them better. There are some clubs that do. And so that may be an opportunity for the Orioles to say, well, we have guys that we're not getting a lot out of, but if other teams value them, maybe we can use them in trade instead.
He's Keith Law, draft expert. Always good to hear from him here because, like I said at the top, we know nothing. So we need to enlist the help of the experts, man. He's a busy guy this time of year, so we appreciate him taking some time. And, Keith, we'll catch up before you know it.
Hey, Keith, real quick, did you like the home run derby last night?
I was at the home run derby last night, and I had a great time. Yeah. Actually, it's the first time I've ever gone to one. I went as a fan with my wife, and we totally enjoyed it. A little too much dead time between the hitters, but otherwise, it was a blast.
Yeah, and you weren't subjected to the Netflix broadcast.
No, so I heard it was bad, and I didn't see any of it. It's fine. It's just fine.
No need to go back and watch it, my friend. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Keith.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yep.
There he goes. All right, one more segment for us today. We're going through the Fun House. If you want to get a text in here, we're happy to read it. 410-583-1057.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
1057 The Fan. After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Could Mike Elias look to buy and sell at the trade deadline? What could that look like? Also, if Eric DaCosta doesn't make another addition to the offense, could it still be a top-flight group? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 1057 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. St. Louis Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker stunned the Philadelphia crowd at Citizens Bank Park, rallying past hometown favorite Kyle Schwarber to win the 2026 Home Run Derby. Walker overcame the late deficit, hitting 6 consecutive homers to secure a 12-11 final round victory and become the first Cardinal ever to win the event. I'm Addie Bates.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, said Norris. Look, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, the crowd even better, and that's Mount Washington Tavern. And July is a big month at the tavern. They've got the crustacean invasion running all month long, a specialty menu built around Maryland's one true love, crabs, and lobster as well. Done a dozen different ways by the chef. It's great every year. And the 4th of July, well, they're open, of course, and ready. So come celebrate with the tavern crowd before or after the fireworks. And especially mark your calendar for July 22nd. It's Christmas in July. It's my toy drive. I do it every year. So bring a toy or a gift card for the summer toy drive, benefiting the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Grab a drink at the Sky Bar and come find me because I'll have a cocktail with you. I will be there. And of course, during the week, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions and Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, all of it. It's a great place to hang. Please come out July 22nd. See you there.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Wrap it up right now. I'm leaving. I'm walking out the door. No, just kidding. Vinny and Haynie here, 105.7 The Fan. We got a few more minutes for you here, and we'll get some thoughts through the Funhouse. But Vinny, tonight, Adley Rutschman going to be playing in his third career All-Star game. It's crazy to say that after the narrative around Adley, that even I was so down on him over this past year and a half that you sit back and you're like, oh, already 3 All-Star appearances for him. I mean, it just kind of goes to show you. I think, though, that does reinforce just how frustrating the last year and a half was, because you know that this has always been inside of him.
Yep.
That where the hell was it, you know? But nonetheless, rooting for him. He's our only Orioles rep in this thing. No Orioles in the Derby, so got to come through, man. Let's get that first All-Star hit, maybe cut down a runner stealing bases. I don't know. Give me something. Make Orioles fans proud. Before we get out of here, take a trip through the Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Back to our early topic about player leadership on this Orioles team. Trying to look for it, might not have it. Texter here says the heart of this team was cut out when guys like Mullins, O'Hearn, and Santander were released or let walk, traded, whatever. Veterans that were loved and publicly wanted to stay, but were treated like trash. This team is in a downward spiral. Not sure how to stop it. Santander's a key name there. We didn't mention him earlier. O'Hearn, Mullins for sure, but yeah, he's fitting of being in that category. And, you know, unlike a Mullins and an O'Hearn who were dealt, that you could argue that that was a product of circumstance, right? The team was bottoming out. Why not sell those guys that had some value? Santander was a free agent, you know, and you could have brought him back if you wanted to. Probably in hindsight for the best that they didn't, knowing what we know health-wise. But from the leadership standpoint, I think you're right. My thing in counter to that is, okay, we love Cedric Mullins, we love O'Hearn, we love Santander, but they're not going to live forever. They weren't going to play forever. And that doesn't mean that the guys that are there now aren't on the hook to become leaders, or that they can just sit back and say, well, we don't have a leader, so what do? We're screwed. You know, I mean, step up to the plate, pun intended.
Well, O'Hearn got traded to San Diego, which was smart, but then he could have. They didn't want him back?
Well, once you brought in Alonso, it wasn't going to happen. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine O'Hearn with this current roster where we can't get anybody consistent playing time and your DH spot is already locked up? Yeah. O'Hearn would be playing right field, which he's played a decent amount with the Pirates, but I don't think that that's a defensive wizard that we want out there.
It'd be,
we'll take the bat. We'll take the bat for sure.
And the leadership.
Yes. All right, that's going to do it for us here today.
We've got the whole Alice song today.
I know. We're going overtime, man. I'm reclaiming my time. As they see. We got plenty more time tomorrow. We'll be back at 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere. Inside Access coming up next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Become a Caesars Rewards member, earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Play their monthly kiosk games and get in on all the sports action in July at their on-site sportsbook and OTB. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Coming to the Lincoln Theater, it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on July 23rd. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th. And The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. Then don't miss Co Wetzel at the Anthem on August 20th. Get your tickets now at impconcerts.com.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman is set to participate in his third All-Star game tonight. Rutschman had a year-and-a-half downturn prior to a bounce-back season this year. He was recently asked if this year's All-Star bid means more than the prior two.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
You can catch all of the action of the 96th MLB All-Star Game on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. According to ESPN, MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time, but disagreements with the MLB Players Association over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. MLB would plan to shut down the sport for 11 days to accommodate an All-Star game on the West Coast that would precede the 6-team tournament scheduled to be played at Dodger Stadium. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I really hope so. I mean, we're planning that way in case it's the case, but I'm going to have to look at the circumstances and what happens, and I will be doing the right thing for the franchise regardless of everything else. So, you know, we're going to have to see what the standings are and what our team's looking like at that time, but we're certainly making those preparations, and everybody in this building's in the mindset of going for it in 2026. I feel like if you're doing your job well as general manager, it's sort of incumbent upon you in a position like this, and you're getting paid to do the right thing for the baseball operation and the franchise across a very long time horizon as best as you can. So that definitely would not be any type of factor on recommendations or behaviors that we'll be doing, but I am very optimistic we're going to be, looking to put this team in a good position for a playoff run.
That was Orioles President of Baseball Operations, Mike Elias, back on June 27th, talking about his intentions ahead of the August 3rd trade deadline, and the countdown's officially on. We're 20 days away from the trade deadline. It's Inside Access. Cordell Woodland in for Ken Wyman again today. And Cordell, you were at that presser, if memory serves, and a lot has transpired since then. But look, the Orioles right now, as things stand during the All-Star break, they're 5 games below 500. But despite that, they're 2 games out of the final wild card spot. They trail 4 teams. The Astros, Red Sox, Twins, and Mariners sit ahead of them in the standings. Andy Koska, who does a great job covering the O's for the Baltimore Banner, put out a piece on Friday talking about possible plans for the trade deadline. And just some blurbs from his piece. He said, one source with direct knowledge of the front office's thinking said the Orioles' approach is to be determined perhaps as soon as next week when the MLB draft is over. Still, as Baltimore stands, an all-out aggressive buying approach seems implausible. What is likelier, industry sources predict, is that the Orioles strike a balance between buying and selling, seeking players under team control beyond this year while selling select players on expiring contracts. And I just find this lead up so fascinating, Cordell, because in an ordinary year, you're 5 games below 500. You're not even thinking about buying. But you're still in the mix, but there's still a bunch of teams ahead of you. And then you have Mike Elias's potential job security up there. And Mike, to his credit and what you'd expect him to say, he's going to do what's best for this organization moving forward. That being said, Cordell, how do you expect him to thread this needle? Are they going to be all-out buyers, all-out sellers, or maybe something in between?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the in-between has been the sweet spot for these guys because that's kind of where they are even in the standings. You know, their record isn't great, obviously. Not breaking news there. But with how bad the American League is, they're only 2 games out of the last wild card spot. They go into the All-Star break with a 4-game win streak, their longest of the season. So I think that this is a team that, albeit, I don't think anybody's looking at this roster and saying, "Oh yeah, this is a team that you want that you're going to fear come October." This is let alone a team that's going to be still playing come October. But I think when you combine the circumstances with Mike's job security and everything, I think it's kind of the perfect storm for them to dip their toe in both sides of the pond. Could they be sellers, soft? I never really thought that it would ever be a true like sale to where they're just trading all these guys. I don't think it was ever going to be that. And why would you let Mike be the one to do that anyway if his seat is as hot as we think it is? But I think a realistic scenario is, yeah, these guys that are on 1-year deals, guys like Ward, I think for sure he's a guy that they would be listening to offers on. A guy, now, when you get to Rodgers, that's a weird one because do they want to give him an extension right now? As far as, and I know he was on with you guys last week, but as far as we know, it doesn't seem like there's been a ton of movement in that department. We're entering the second half of the season now, and you've got a pending lockout. So how many deals do you really want to give out right now? Also, though, you could get something pretty good, I would imagine, for Trevor Rodgers, a quality starter, a lefty that seems like he's looking more like the better version of himself than not. Outside of that, I don't think that they're, advertising Colton Cowles or advertising Kobe Mayo and those types of guys.
Some of the guys in the pen intrigue me. Obviously, Kittredge is in the final year of his deal, but do you go a little further? Is Rico Garcia, is Ynier Cano possibly available? Obviously, the Adley Rutschman discussion has happened ad nauseum at this point, but Andy, he listed a couple of guys in his piece, one being Luis Castillo, who's having a rough year for the Mariners. And look, the Mariners are going to be looking to buy. I don't really see them shopping him. Logan Webb is signed through 2028 with the Giants. But if you're the Orioles, are you really going to outbid someone for Logan Webb? Lars Nootbaar is an interesting one that Andy listed. He's an outfielder for the Cardinals. He's under club control through next year, seen more as a defensive first player, struggles with left-handed pitching. But we've seen Mike a couple times do this where, remember, 2024 when they were buying, they traded Austin Hayes. Mm-hmm. They traded him to the Phillies for Sir Anthony Dominguez and Christian Pache. So could Taylor Ward get you something back that could help you this year and then maybe a lottery ticket? And then I also want to bring up 2022. I understand it's not like for like, Cordell. That team was right at the end of the rebuild. They ended up getting hot. They were a spunky bunch and got back in the mix. That team at the trade deadline was 52-51. They were above 500. They were 2.5 games out of the wild card. So it's eerily similar. Mm-hmm. I understand it's different. This was supposed to be the competitive window. That was supposed to be the window opening. Mike Elias opted to trade Trey Mancini and Jorge Lopez in large part because he kind of put his foot in his mouth because he had to fly to Houston to apologize to the team after saying, well, we don't think we're going to make the playoffs. You know, our projections don't have them in the playoffs for October. So if Mike was real and his projections did not have the O's making the playoffs, could it be a similar situation of 2022? I don't know. I understand it's not like for like. Mike Elias was, everyone loved Mike at that point because the rebuild was going so well where now it's the other side of it. But those are two interesting spots that Mike could kind of look back to.
Well, and I think another key difference between then and now, you talk about them moving Austin Hayes at a time where they were trying to be buyers. You talk about them moving on from Mancini. I mean, those were true vets. Yeah. They don't necessarily have those types of guys around anymore. They got rid of all those guys. And now not to say they don't have any vets, but in terms of like disposable vets, I don't know who they have at their disposal other than like the Wards.
Yeah,
Ward's on a one-year deal.
The obvious one.
Right. Like other than, I don't know who's lining up to trade for Tyler O'Neill right now. No. And the thing is, you brought up some of the bullpen options. I don't know if they really want to move any of those guys. To be honest, I think they should be in a process of trying to buy bullpen arms right now. If anything, especially considering where you are in the back end of the pen, I think that they would be looking to acquire bullpen arms.
I've been standing on this for over 2 weeks now, and I'll still stand on it even during this 4-game winning streak. I understand Mike has his own thing. I'm looking organizationally. It would not make sense to me to push my chips to the center of the table for this year's team. Now, in prior years, yeah, I was all for it. But this year, especially when your farm system is middling, and are you a player or two away? I don't think so. If this team gets back in the mix and they're on a nice stretch, winning 7 of 10, if they're able to get back in the mix and get back to October, it's going to be on this current 26-man roster. I firmly believe that. Now, if you want to make some moves on the margins and maybe you get somebody that has control beyond this year, all for it. But, you know, Jim Bowden, when he was mentioning in a piece for The Athletic, they're all in on starting pitching, and he's mentioning Scooble in the same breath. Like that, come ridiculous. On. Like that's not happening.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm with you to a degree, right? Like, theoretically, sure, I do think you could make an argument that this team probably should be more sellers than not right now. But I do think, considering where they are in the wild card standings and how bad the American League is, we know all of that, and how bad they've been. That said, they've been kind of gifted an opportunity to turn this thing around. And I do think they owe it to the fans to somewhat try to capitalize on this. Now, that's not going out and going for a school or anything like that. I'm with you to where I'm not pushing in all my chips for this roster. I agree with that. But if there are players that are available that fit into whatever type of trade value budget that you have, and you feel like that guy or those guys, because I also agree that they're not one or two guys away from this team changing how I feel about them. If there are guys that you feel like you can go get, if you can go acquire one or two bullpen arms, if you can go get another outfielder that also comes with a quality bat, and maybe go and just get that defensive third baseman that I was talking about, like, I could see a scenario to where, all right, you have kind of closed some of the holes that you have on this team, and now maybe you are a better team moving forward. But I do think it's tough. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow, I think, for the fans when they sit here 2 games back of the wild card spot and having the most momentum that they've had really to this point in the season, and they punt on that. I think they should at least try. Now, how much? That's up for debate.
We're going to get more into this later on in the show, but our guest list starts at 3. Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. We love Bordy. He joins us then. Mike Jones covers the NFL for The Athletic. He's on at 4. And Big Ben McDonald comes on at 5.
Yeah, still in the All-Star break. We had the Home Run Derby last night. We'll talk about that. We've got our pre-All-Star break previews to get to. Taylor Ward, Colton Cowser, Adley Rutschman, and Gunnar Henderson. These are some of the big guys in this lineup that we expected to really push this team into one of the elite offenses in baseball. Hasn't been that just yet. But definitely a good time to kind of review what the Orioles have looked like so far.
We're going to take your phone calls at 2:30. So if you want to jump in, now is your chance. 410-583-1057. How do you think that Mike Elias should approach the upcoming trade deadline? It's 20 days away. It's going to be here before you know it. 410-583-1057. That's at 2:30. But coming up next, like Cordell said, we're going to continue our pre-All-Star break reviews, and we're starting with Taylor Ward today. What do we think of Taylor Ward's unofficial first half? We'll tell you next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, Monday, July 13th through Saturday, July 18th. Stop by Lincoln's Columbia campus to explore career-focused programs in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Tour the campus. See the tools and equipment that are used in today's industries and discover where hands-on skills can take you. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, July 13th through the 18th. Visit lincolntech.edu for info. That's lincolntech.edu.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight. What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field. It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players. She's going for the ball. Are from paws, hands, or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Taylor Ward off a 2-0, driven to right. Could it be? Yes. His first home run as a Baltimore Oriole. He finally gets there after 233 trips to the batter's box at Camden Yards. The Orioles' third home run tonight, and they're having a whole lot of fun in the bird bath now. It's 5-0.
The long balls just keep on coming for the Orioles. That is 10 now, folks. 10 long balls in the last 4 games.
Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald on the call, courtesy of Masson. That was Taylor Ward's homer on Saturday, and you heard Kevin say it. That was his first home run at Camden Yards this year. Taylor Ward has had such a bizarre season because I'm not going to stand up here. I'm standing right now if you're watching on YouTube. I'm not going to stand up here and say that his season's been a complete failure. But it certainly hasn't been what Orioles fans and Mike Elias would have envisioned when you executed that trade, sending Grayson Rodriguez to the Angels for Taylor Ward. Taylor Ward is 11th in the majors in on-base percentage, 387. That's great. 746 OPS. That's above average. It's the 6 home runs and 25 RBIs that really jump out to me, Cordell, because Pete, you acquired him. He hits homers. He drives in runs. He's doing as much in Baltimore. Taylor Ward, over 35 home runs, over 100 RBIs. You expected a similar type thing for him entering a year in which he is going to hit free agency. It just hasn't happened for him. The homers have fallen off a cliff. The RBIs have fallen off a cliff. How would you summarize his first half?
Odd.
That's the word I come to. Like bizarre, odd, like
because I can't say it's been failure.
No.
Because he's like you said, he's 11th in the majors and getting on base, and he has predominantly been their primary leadoff guy. And that's what you want your leadoff guy to do. And I maintain that if Gunnar Henderson was having a better year, Taylor Ward's impact would be felt more. Now, it's not going to help with his home runs. It's not going to help with his RBIs. But him generating the walks that he was generating, if he's getting brought home, it would feel different than it does now. But it feels like a lot of those walks, he's getting stranded. And it's like, where's the payoff? You're not getting it. So then you're reminded, well, he's not driving any runs and he's not hitting for power. And you add those two deficiencies with, he's not that great of a defender either.
No, he's a subpar defender.
He has stuck out with his poor defense in left field with this bad defensive team. So those have been the 3 knocks that I have on Taylor Ward. Outside of that, on average, the dude's pretty good. Yeah. He's only had 1 bad month to this point in the season, and that was the month of May, where he hit 182 with a 582 OPS. So far this month, He's hitting 313, 903 OPS, 465 on base, 438 slugging. Like, the numbers are starting to get there now. Again, he's only got one homer on the in the month, and that was over the weekend against Kansas City, and 3 RBIs. I'd like to think with the weather warming up and him starting to show more aggression, because the walks have come down, the strikeouts have kind of gone up a little bit. I'm thinking that he is trying to make more of an impact offensively.
It seems like over the past few weeks, maybe even a month now, he's been more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen him ambush more first pitches. I believe Matt Wyrick was the first one to point it out. Matt covers the O's for the Sun. And he got hit on the hand in April. Mm-hmm. And remember, he got off to that start where he was leading the majors in doubles. He had 10 doubles in his first 13 games. And then you saw the power zapped. And you saw him to the point where he was too passive. And some of the numbers that really stick out, when he's ahead in the count at any point, his on base is 594, which is crazy. But the number in a negative, he's hit 185 with runners in scoring position. Like every team needs someone with Taylor Ward's current profile as a batter in terms of getting on base. It's just that wasn't supposed to be him, you know? And if Gunnar was bad, like you envision Gunnar, Pete, Taylor Ward, all to hit 30, 35 home runs. And Taylor Ward's just not going to come close to that.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I've gone back and forth on this trade with sending Grayson to the Angels because, look, the reality is you couldn't depend on Grayson either. And he's been on the IL a couple of times this year. He hasn't been great when he's out there. He's got a 7.55 ERA right now. And that's with him having multiple years of control. A lot of people raise their eyebrows at the trade for that very reason. That said, I don't know what the market was like for Grayson Rodriguez in the first place because the trade kind of came out of nowhere. It's not like we knew they were shopping him around. So I don't know what they could have gotten in return. Theoretically, we all would have jumped all over that deal if you knew you were getting Taylor Ward coming off the year. And really just his career in Anaheim, he's been a consistent hitter. You thought you were getting that. I still probably do the trade because
I would too.
You can still move Taylor Ward. He hasn't been bad enough to where his value has plummeted. Like you said, every team could use his type of profile. It's just that the Orioles were expecting to get, more of an impact with his bat this year.
And Cordell, his prior season in 2024, he had 25 homers and 75 RBIs. He's not going to come close to either of those numbers, much less his career high numbers in 2025. We're going to get into the Ravens at 245. If Eric DeCosta does not make a single addition to this offense, we've seen Lamar Jackson elevate those around him, but he's going to have to really work his magic this year. Can it still be a top-flight offense? We'll get into it at 245. But coming up next, we'll hear from you, 410-583-1057. If you want to talk Ravens in that regard, are you worried about this offense? Who the heck is going to play center? Who the heck is going to catch the football? 410-583-1057. Also, what have you thought of Taylor Ward's first half? Would you have done the trade again? Hindsight being 2020, sending Grayson Rodriguez to the Angels for 1 year of Taylor Ward. And how would you approach the trade deadline if you were Mike Elias? 410-583-1057.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Samuel Basayo has experienced a successful rookie season thus far. Basayo owns a .772 OPS with 16 homers and 46 RBIs. Adley Rutschman recently gave his thoughts on Basayo's first half.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player. It's fun to see him go out there. He's just like unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him like grow into a big league player. He does a great job. You know, he's way more mature than his age. The guy goes about things like a pro.
Tonight marks the 96th edition of MLB's All-Star Game. The American League leads the all-time series 48-45-2, but the NL has won 2 of the last 3 years. You can catch all of the action of the Midsummer Classic on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We are 97 games into the Orioles season, and they are in the mix, but we heard that cut from Mike Elias in the open saying, we didn't really draw it up this way to be in the mix, being 5 games below 500. Now, at that point, it was different because he was talking June 27th, but time's ticking, and we know that Mike Elias and the front office, they're probably having several meetings this week to figure out their game plan for attacking this trade deadline because we're just 20 days away from August 3rd. What would you do, Birdland? 410-583-1057. If you want to talk Ravens, we're here for you as well. We're going to get into the offense after the upcoming break. If Eric DeCosta doesn't make a single addition to this offense, is Lamar going to be able to elevate it to be a top-flight group? 410-583-1057. Oh, man. Here's Rashawn. Rashawn.
The troublemakers.
How was the home run derby? Did you go in?
Yeah, man. We had a ball, man.
It was awesome.
Too much fun.
Yeah, man. I'm paying for it today, man. I didn't get back. I wasn't in bed till 1:30.
Oh, geez.
Traffic was crazy trying to,
forget all that. I saw a video of security coming over. What did y'all, why are y'all constantly starting trouble, bro?
No, I swear it wasn't us, man. Like, it started with Dustin. Some Philly guys was bullying him.
Right.
And then they realized they couldn't bully him, so they wound up befriending him. And that's a bad mixture. Dustin and Philly fans getting along. And then some other Philly fans that was in the stands, was getting annoyed. And when they got security and said, they was offended, they was getting too rowdy and everything. So I'm like, Dustin, come on, just chill out, man. We paid too much money for these tickets, man.
Tim, how many times that have you gone to a game as a fan? Have you had security?
I've never.
I've had season tickets, and I've gone to multiple sport events in my life. I've never had security. Come on.
Wait, so when did you guys get kicked? How late into it?
When we got up there, man, our guy Brian from Be More Round Town, man, hooked us up, man. He had some tickets for sale, so he gave us a decent price, man. We still paid a pretty penny,
No, but I'm saying when did you get kicked out? Like, you didn't see the end of it?
No. Oh, no, we didn't get kicked out.
Oh, okay.
No. They just gave us stern warnings,
I got you.
Like, this is the last warning, and all this other stuff,
That's crazy.
Well, real quick, Rashawn, we're going to get into the home run derby later on. What did you think of the format change? I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was cool too. And I'm just happy that, cause I thought it was set up for the guy, what's his name from Philly, Schwarber to win, man. I was like, oh man, he's going to win, man. But I was so happy when he lost to see the disappointment on them Philly fans up there. And and real quick though, I want to get to something about the Orioles though, right?
Yeah.
If they haven't even spoke to Rodgers and nothing like that about a contract extension yet, and by the time the deadline come, if a team offers us like a king's ransom for him, there's going to be some team out there like the Dodgers that's willing to give up, all they, prospects and everything or whoever, though. Wouldn't you still consider trading him if you're not going to re-sign him, even though we might be still only 2.5 games out by the trade deadline? Why not?
No, thanks for the call, Rashawn. I think that's the toughest call where if you aren't re-signing him, you got to trade him.
Right.
Like that's the reality. And I love Trevor Rogers. He was just on the show on Friday, and I asked him point blank if he's thought about it, and he said, yeah, it's hard to block out all the noise. He's on all of these top lists of trade candidates because he's pitching so well.
Especially considering he has made it known publicly that he wants to be back. He wants to get an extension.
He told us when we had him on a week before opening day.
And the fact that it hasn't happened, I'm sure it's adding to a lot of that anxiety.
Let's grab a couple more. Samaj is in Gwynn Oak. What's up, Samaj?
What's up, Bone? How you doing, T-Bone?
What's going on, man?
Ain't a whole lot. What it do, Cordell, my brother in burgundy, gold, and purple and black? What up?
What's up? What's up?
Ain't a whole lot. Yeah, man. I've been holding off my whole emotional roller coaster ride that is the O's under the tenure of Mike Elias. So I'm just going to say things have materialized at this point in time right now at the All-Star break. Sub 500 team, still in the wild card hunt. I look at it as so far to this point, Elias has been exposed from high to the current skipper, who's really not a skipper because Elias wants to be the skipper. I said I was going to go on to him. I'm going to hold off to the end of the season before I really go ham on him or give him his flowers. I'm going to hold back. So I will say this. This is now the opportunity for him as a GM to show and prove. Because everything indicates that this can be a buy and sell moment for the O's, which is, I would think, a good opportunity for a GM to really flex a skill set. So he's either going to further expose himself as he's been over his head from the jump, or he's going to, make some right moves at the right time with the right guys, and we'll come out of this and get into the playoffs. And then, all the haters will have to be quiet, including myself to this point, and or give him his flowers. So that's where I'm at. This is Mike Elias' time to show and prove. So I'm going to sit back and wait and see, and I'm going to really hold my opinion on him until we get to the end of September.
I appreciate it, Samaj. I don't necessarily disagree. And when you look back, especially at the 2023 and 2024 trade deadlines when they were buyers, he didn't do enough. And if he's able to somehow thread this needle of buying and selling, and this team makes the playoffs and goes on a run, you're going to have to really figure out this deadline in a big, big way, in a way that you've come up short in the past.
I think he's shown that he can help bring a team out of the dark days. And no matter how we all feel about this young core now, everybody that we have talked to that is an expert on the draft and everything all say that he's drafted quality players. They've drafted good players. It's been the development part. So he has not checked the box on player development and sustained winning.
Swallowing my tongue. Trippy and Kevin, I see you guys on hold. We'll get to you on the other side, but we're also going to get into the Ravens. If Eric DeCosta does not make a single addition to this offense, can Lamar elevate this group? Can they still be a top-flight offense in football? We'll give you our thoughts next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. This is the first time ever the four best teams in FIFA's world rankings heading into the tournament have made it to the semifinals. Messi, Mbappe, Bellingham, and Yamal. The stars are here. I can't wait. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Your Baltimore area weather this afternoon, sunny in the 90s. Tonight, clear 80s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, I feel good about it. Obviously, Zay's a two-time Pro Bowler and a talented player who's going to continue to ascend. Rashad Bateman's been a big-time playmaker for us the last couple of years. I think he's very, very excited about this year. Can't wait to see what Rashad does this year in this offense with Coach Declan Doyle, kind of running the show. And, Rashad has proven that in clutch situations he can make good plays.
That was Ravens GM Eric DeCosta on The Fresh Take with you
Sounded
and
familiar.
Ben Hall. Yes. that was prior to the draft, and he was talking up his weapons at wide receiver, and of course he has to. He's
and
the
even
GM
in that
of the football
same
team.
interview, he said that they could go and get 2 wide receivers, which they ended up doing. Selecting Jacoby Lane in the 3rd round and Elijah Surratt in the 4th round. But Cordell, we've been saying for a while that this Ravens team, and this isn't to say that they can't have a great season. This isn't to say that some of these unproven guys end up becoming household names. But this year, this team has more question marks than we've become accustomed to seeing Ravens teams head into training camp with, especially under Eric DeCosta as GM. Right now, their wide receiver core, outside of Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman, and Bateman had 19 catches last year, there are 7 NFL catches. All of them belong to Tez Walker. The tight end room, we talked a lot about Mark Andrews and him coming off a career worst season. You have Durham Smythe, who's a blocking tight end, and 2 rookies. We still don't know who's going to be their center, but they still have number 8. And we've seen Lamar Jackson elevate subpar talent around him. Look back to 2019 when he was a unanimous MVP. Yes, that was Mark Andrews in his prime. Don't get me wrong, his 2nd season, but you have Marquise Brown as a rookie coming off Liz Frank foot surgery. Miles Boykin, Seth Roberts. He wasn't exactly throwing the studs at the receiver position, and he led the NFL in touchdown passes that season with 36. That being said, if Eric DeCosta does not make a single addition to this offense, can it still be a top flight group? Can it still be a top 10, top 5 group? I struggle to see them being a top 5 group.
Yeah.
Could they be top 10? Possibly. I could see a scenario where that happens if everything goes right. If your key players are healthy and upright for most of the season, Lamar has shown that he is good enough to take whatever you give him and make something out of it for the regular season. The regular season. Now, when you get into the playoffs, because I don't want to, I've gotten into some trouble in the past for calling out the Ravens' lack of pass catching weapons. And it's almost like people have forgotten the playoff games when you get there. And you brought up 2019. What happened in 2019 in the playoffs?
They were a big-time favorite against the Titans, and it was a thud.
And multiple drop passes in that game.
Seth Roberts dropped a touchdown.
That's where you saw the lack of talent around Lamar fully get exposed, because you're not playing the New Orleans Saints in week 4 or whatever. Like, you're playing against quality teams at that point. And that Chargers team was that wasn't that.
That was the
Titans team.
Yeah,
that was the Titans team.
He's still running.
Yeah, Derrick Henry had his day, and that Titans defense wasn't too bad at that time either. That said, I think that this team, the Ravens, have shown they can get by in the regular season. And look, even now, they're coming off a year where they didn't make the playoffs. So it is, maybe we should eat a little humble pie, but also, you expect this team to be a playoff team. They go to the playoffs, the competition is going to ramp up. You're going to see there are elite defenses in the AFC. There are at least 2 off the top of my head that can live off of rushing 4 and dropping 7 in Houston and Denver that you don't want to see if you are going with the Zay and Pray philosophy. Lamar's great, but even Lamar has yet to reach a Super Bowl. And some of it is because he hasn't played great, but some of it is also because the guys around him haven't pulled their weight too. I just think it's dangerous at this stage of Lamar's career to still be playing that game of Lamar's got us. Lamar's going to save us.
I have been driving the Keenan Allen bus going back to February in the fact that he led the NFL in catches on third downs that went for first downs. That's what this offense needs right now. They need a reliable guy, a guy with a track record, and that's Keenan Allen. And it's so on brand for this organization, Cordell. They love old wide receivers towards the end. You can go down the list. They love that type. But Keenan Allen's still out there. And as far as the center, and look, we're all focusing on the center, and rightfully so. It's the biggest hole in this football team. Ronnie Stanley and Roger Rosengarten regressed last year. And Vega Ioane, everyone thinks that he's going to be a stud. I think he's going to be a stud. But we haven't seen him play an NFL snap yet. And John Simpson, is he an upgrade over Voorhees and Falele? Absolutely
so
he is.
Am I. So am I. Like, if we're being honest.
But he's not an all-pro type guy. I think this can be a top 10 group because Lamar is just that special of a talent. And look, I've said since that Packers game, I'm done with the conventional wisdom when it comes to Derrick Henry being a 30-plus-year-old running back and all those carries. Like, he's a freakazoid, and until he hits that wall, I'm not saying he's going to hit that wall. Let's grab a call real quick, though. Kevin is in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Tim and Cordell?
What's up?
Great segment, fellas.
Thanks.
Just enjoying a beautiful hot day out in the Charm City. Just one quick Orioles point, and I'd like to just get to the Ravens point I had. The last caller and you, Tim, were exactly right, man. In the end of the day, that's just a Mike Elias show. It don't even matter what other names are involved when it comes to the Orioles at this point. But Ravens-wise, I think Lamar Jackson has the potential. If all goes right, he can make us a number 1, number 2, number 3, anywhere 1 to 10 type of offense. In my humble opinion, with the addition of Surratt, Jacoby Lane, and getting Tez Walker more involved, I personally think, like you were saying, Cordell, we've had some mishaps, right? We've had some mishaps, dude. But I think personally, minus a few things that we need to add as far as maybe a center, a couple other things, I personally think this offense has the most upside potential of the majority of the offenses we've had. I think the 2 rookies are going to take a little while to get acclimated and find their way. But that really still boils down to Lamar Jackson being the Hall of Fame type player he is, and bringing these guys along, getting them involved when the time is right, and then getting back to guys like Zay, because I think our playmakers are a lot better, even if we're a little young there.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. We're coming up on a break. 2024 was 2 years ago. That offense, if they would have won the Super Bowl, Cordell, I'm not saying it was the best ever, but it would have been in the conversation. You would have had the conversation that the 2024 offense was probably a top 10 offense of all time. When you consider the historic things that they did, when you consider Lamar Jackson's season, that might be one of the best seasons in the history of football, what Lamar Jackson did. Derrick Henry running for over 1,900 yards. You guys had Todd Monken on a Fresh Take a couple weeks ago, and he brought up that season. Like, they were the first team ever with, 4,000-yard passer and 3,000 yards rushing. Like, that was an unbelievable offense. I can't. There's way too much unknown for me to even.
But I think people have forgotten, because of how last year went, people have forgotten how dominant those Todd Monken offenses were for the Ravens. And Todd came in without questions himself. You kind of knew, we all kind of knew Todd was going to take Lamar, take what the Ravens, especially once they added Henry. Like, you knew he was going to be able to mold that because he had the track record. And I'm not saying Declan Doyle doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. I think it's going to work out more likely than not. But this is a situation. We've talked about the personnel questions. He comes with questions. This is a rookie offensive coordinator in terms of calling plays in the game. That's an aspect of an unknown. It's just so many unknowns with this team. We could sit here today and say we think this is going to happen. To expect both rookie wide receivers to hit this year, I don't know, man. You might be better off playing the lottery.
We're going to get back to your phone calls after we get to Mike Bordick, who joins us next, Oriole Hall of Famer. We had Jim Duquette on the show last week, and Jim said that he's beginning to question whether Gunnar Henderson is going to be an everyday shortstop in the majors. We're going to get Mike Bordick's thoughts on that next.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access, live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
When I got a new car, I thought my insurance premium would increase and empty my bank account. Like if a tween won the lottery.
I've invested most of my winnings in chicken tenders because they're bomb. But bro, I bought a house and it's sick, bro. I'm thinking the floor is going to be all trampoline, bro, with a helipad on the roof. The contractor said it's structurally unsound, but they're just being babies.
But switching to Geico saved me hundreds, so my bank account is safe.
It feels good to save some hard-earned cash. It feels good to Geico.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And when you think of high-impact professionals in our community, who comes to mind? For me, nurses are right at the top of the list, given their care for my loved ones over the years. At the Good Feet Store, we often engage with nurses who are battling with pain in their feet, knees, and back, and they come to the Good Feet Store looking for relief. Here is Donna, a nurse sharing her story of what she experienced after visiting the Good Feet Store.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. With the 3-step program, it really fits to your lifestyle. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse or anyone wanting to enjoy your career without your feet getting in the way, come see us at the Good Feet Store. The Good Feet Store is in Annapolis, Hunt Valley, White Marsh, and now open in Columbia. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called Select Quote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with Select Quote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Orioles baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Time is running out to get your tickets to OAR's 3 Decades Tour with special guest Lisa Loeb, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 24th, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman is set to participate in his 3rd All-Star game tonight. Rutschman had a 1.5-year downturn prior to a bounce-back season this year. He was recently asked if this year's All-Star bid means more than the prior 2.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
You can catch all of the action of the 96th MLB All-Star Game on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. According to ESPN, MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time, but disagreements with the MLB Players Association over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. MLB would plan to shut down the sport for 11 days to accommodate an All-Star game on the West Coast that would precede the 6-team tournament scheduled to be played at Dodger Stadium. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
MLB's All-Star Game is tonight. And by the way, you can listen to it here on 105.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 7. And how about we bring on a former All-Star? 2000, he was an All-Star. He is Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. And Bordy, you still got the record, most errorless attempts by a shortstop, most errorless games by a shortstop consecutively. We had Jim Duquette on the show last week, and we were asking him about Gunnar, and Jim said that he's beginning to question whether Gunnar Henderson can be an everyday shortstop and maybe should move over to third base. Would you agree with that?
Well, hey Tim, thanks for having me today. That's kind of interesting. Listen, man, I'll be honest with you. I think since day one, people thought Gunnar should probably be at third base. That would be probably the more natural position. Here you go, pass the torch, Manny, give it over to Gunnar, and let Gunnar just win some Gold Gloves. And you don't have the pressure of playing in the middle of the infield. But Gunnar ended up sliding over there, and it was in large part because Mateo was having a down year, and they wanted more offensive stuff out there at shortstop. So he got the nod, and holy cow, his bat just kind of carried him through. And now all of a sudden he's made a few errors, and you can tell that he's taking his bat out in the field. This is the deal. If you can find a better shortstop, then yeah, go ahead. Put a better shortstop there and move him to third base. But until then, Gunnar is plenty fine at short, if you ask me. Yeah, he's got some bumps in the road, but this dude is athletic as anybody. Got one of the strongest arms in the game. His size and athleticism is legit, man. And there's nobody on the Orioles that's going to handle shortstop right now. So who's going to play short? That's the question. And I promise you, if they did find a blue-chip shortstop, they wouldn't hesitate to move Gunnar over. But in the meantime, we're gonna be just fine, I think, with Gunnar at short.
Well, Mike, the Orioles did find a way to finally win 4 games in a row going into the All-Star break. We know how elusive that 4-game win streak has been for them this season, but it did come at a heavy price as they lose Blaze Alexander, who has the broken hand, and He's going to miss some time now after getting hit by the pitch. How big of a loss will Blaze be for this team going into the second half of the season?
Well, I mean, we all know it's huge, right? Who has really carried this team offensively? Well, at least been the most consistent player.
Right.
And there have been guys outside of our foundational, youth group that have really stepped up. Tavares, of course, and Blaze Alexander. And I still think Blaze should have been on that all-star team. And it was very unfortunate, that pitch came up there. Listen, he looks so good at the plate. You just talk about hitting, man, just pure hitting. He's calm. He's seeing the pitch. He's recognizing spin. There ain't no guessing. Every now and then he might sell out, but he is just flat out hitting, man. 2 strikes, going the other way, recognizing spin. It's just so much fun to watch, had been so much fun to watch. Yeah, this is going to be tough, but this is the deal, man. If you really want to be a winning team, you got to pick up your teammates, right? I mean, that's what it's all about, and especially right now with so many injuries throughout baseball. This is an unfortunate one that, sometimes that in the game it happens, and so the next guy's got to step up. Now, listen, this is my thinking is I hope if they're really serious about, making a push, man, go get a frontline third baseman right now. Westberg's a question mark. We already know Mayo has a hard time over there. Go get yourself that third baseman out there at the Giants, right? Is it Chapman that's available or, might be? And make a move. This is the time you can really solidify your defense. And if there's a problem when Westberg comes back, if Westberg's 100%, put him at second base right now. If you want your best defenders, and I like Jackson Holiday and all, but, we're talking about trying to get better. Here we are talking about moving, Gunnar over to third base. Well, is Jackson Holiday an adequate championship second baseman right now? I don't think so, man. So, you got to kind of look at it that way if we're talking about moving guys around.
Bordy, let's end with Adley Rutschman, who is going to play in his 3rd All-Star game tonight. A big bounce-back season for Adley after a 1.5-year downturn prior to this season. What have you thought of his first 97 games?
Well, I think it's been great. I still don't think he's close to what he was. I really don't. But it's nice that he's getting back into, I think, finding himself offensively. He should know by now what he can and can't do. And I think all these guys really should have a pretty good understanding. They're all not going to hit 40 home runs, man. And look, Adley's got 8 home runs right now, so he's not over boogieing. He's not coming out of himself too often. Starting to use the whole field, I think, a little bit more. And he's just, we all loved the Adley that was patient, would take a walk, have the ability to drive the ball, and every now and then knock one out of the ballpark. And that's what he's doing. But to be honest with you, I think it's his defense that has been the most impressive thing. Holy cow, is he throwing the ball well? And that was kind of a knock on him from the jump, that they didn't think his arm was going to hold up in the big leagues. And man, has he proved people wrong. He is throwing exceptionally well. And he's playing some pretty good defense, man. I'm not a big on the modern day catching with the backhand picks all the time, but man, can he pick it? I'll tell you that right now.
He's Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, 2000 All-Star team, Bordy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks as always, man. Yeah, how about that? How was it in the All-Star game?
Oh, my gosh. Well, 2000, things were still in black and white back then. It was so long ago.
That's what I thought, yeah.
It was great, man. Listen, dude, All-Star games are incredible. That baseball is driven by the stars, but every now and then you get guys that have years like Blaze Alexander that should be recognized for the impact they have, man, because all these guys have just gone after it their whole life. And then also to be put out there and said, man, you are one of the best in the world right now. And for Adley to have it 3 times is really great. We want the best for our Oriole players. And, Adley was the 1-1 guy, and 3 All-Star games is pretty good, man. Pretty good. So, I know these guys enjoy it. It's really highlight of every guy's career if they get an opportunity to participate in an All-Star game.
Well, Bordy, you're the highlight of our week every Tuesday, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, Bordy.
All right, guys. Good talking with you.
You got it. Coming up later in the hour at 3:45, it's League at Large. We're going to take a look at Jeremy Fowler's top 10 QB list. Where did Lamar Jackson land? What do we think of just the list as a whole? At 3:30, how crucial is this road trip out of the break? 3 at Houston, 3 at Boston. Could this be a make-or-break situation for the O's? But coming up next, we're continuing our pre-All-Star break reviews. We're looking at the Moo Man, Colton Cowser, and it's been a little bit up and down, but we'll give you our thoughts next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America decade by decade From the 18th century to the 20th, original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Vargas to right center field. This ball's driven deep. Cowser's at the wall. Cowser takes away another. Oh, now. Back-to-back days. Colton Cowser has robbed a home run here at Camden Yards.
Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald on the call, courtesy of Masson. That was June 30th against the White Sox, robbing Vargas at the wall. And Cowser's been playing a hell of a center field. He really has. But Cordell, this year has sort of been very on brand of Colton Cowser, where you look at the beginning of the season, and he lost the center field job very early on to Leody Taveras because he wasn't hitting at that point. He had a 489 OPS in March and April. Then he caught fire in May. 891 OPS. He wins back the center field job. He's making some great plays. Dipped in June, 725 OPS, and he's just not hitting at this point. He's 4 for his last 37. 0 extra base hits. And his prior 30 games, he batted .305 with a 963 OPS, 7 homers, 18 RBIs. So Cowser is a very streaky player. And you saw that even his rookie year in 2024, where he finished second and, quite frankly, should have beat out Luis Gil. But it's for a couple weeks, he's fantastic. He can carry you. Remember, he had the walk-offs back-to-back days. But then there's a couple weeks where it's rough watching him at the plate.
Yeah, we're in the midst of that right now. Like you said, he's 1 for his last 22 going into the break right now. That's just not going to get it done. Yeah, he's a very streaky guy at the plate. He does, at least coming into the season, you knew that about him, right? My issue with why this offense isn't where it should be isn't Colton Cowser, because, as we've said, he is exactly who we thought he was offensively right now. It's the other guys that you were expecting more from that's not pulling their weight. That said, Cowser has had that. He had that stretch, like you said, with the back-to-back walk-off homers. He's had some big hits. But really his best asset to this team so far has probably been his defense in center field. As quickly as he lost that job, he has basically gained it back. And I don't even think it's close in terms of Colton Cowser and their next best center fielder. At least here over the last month or so, he's made some fantastic plays at the wall. His range is there. His throwing has gotten better.
Way
He's
better.
always had the arm, but you never really knew where the ball was going. That has changed a little bit. So while his offense is still streaky, I think maybe he's been a better defender this year than you expected coming into the season.
I think absolutely. Because I think the question with Cowser is, you put him in the corner outfield spot, he's going to be a plus defender, but can he be your everyday center fielder? And he's proving at least defensively can. And you look at the advanced metrics, he's in the 92nd percentile in range. He's in the 88th percentile in arm strength, 71st percentile in arm value. It's almost gotten to the point with Cowser, and I get it. You gave the numbers too. He's in a rough cold spell. But with how bad this defense is overall, I kind of want his glove in there every day.
Yeah.
And they have not really let him hit left-handed pitching. He has a whopping 30 plate appearances against left-handed pitching this year, and the numbers aren't good. 148 batting average.
Join the club.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. But it's to the point now, Cordell, especially with Leody Taveras. I don't know what happened to him defensively because this past month and a half, 2 months, the beginning of the year, he was really, really good, but it's been rough to watch defensively for Taveras for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's struggled with he's had a couple of arid throws at times. He's missed the cutoff guy.
Dropping balls. And I think that's just really what it boils down to out in center field, at least when we're comparing Taveras and Cowser. Cowser has shown that,
I don't know if I'm ready to say that he has more range than Tavares, but he has shown to be more reliable in center field in terms of making the play, whether it's making the play at the wall, whether it's going out and diving for the ball. He's been able to make those crucial plays. Like I said, him throwing the ball back to the cutoff guy, throwing it to the base. He's done a better job of that than Tavares to this point.
410-583-1057. Before we hit a break, let's bring on Trippy. What's up, Trippy?
What's up, fellas, man? Y'all confuse me, man. I don't know if I want to talk Orioles or baseball.
Whatever you want to talk, man.
I mean, they're both technically the same.
Yeah, right. My bad. Hey, look, y'all set me up, though. But look, I'm going to be real with y'all, right? Hey, Cordell, man, I love your content, bro. Don't let none of them players, you feel me, not, do your thing, man. If they playing like trash, you got to call them out. You feel me?
Oh, yeah, that ain't
all
gonna
that
change.
money. Because, look, can we be real? I don't know about y'all job, right? But when you don't do something right, you either get suspended, you might lose a day, so now you can't even get your whole 40 hours. They still getting paid. But, look, I'm gonna tell y'all this, right? I think we cool with the team we got right now, right? I just hope that the guys is motivated. I really think we do got the starter center on the team. Shout out my man Corey Bullock. I think he's going to be the starter, him or Penta. Right? Now, when it comes to wide receivers, it's kind of tricky because...
You're not a Bateman fan.
I get it. Oh, I ain't no Bateman fan. Y'all know that, man. I ain't no. And I think the other caller, right, what did he say? I think it was Kevin. What did he say? We can't depend on the rookies. If we can't depend on the rookies, I guess we're going to be hitting the same Cordell quote, right? They'll pray. They'll pray. That's crazy. But I don't know. We do bring in a veteran, man. I think Rashad Bateman should count his days because I was looking at some numbers, right? Except for the 1 year he had 9 touchdowns. I mean, we did have Nelson Aguilar, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 2024.
Right. If we bring in a vet like Keenan, I'm with you, Tim. I want Keenan Allen, man. He played with he played with the Bears before, you know what I mean? With Declan Doyle, I think. So I think that'll help. But I'm not going to be too concerned. And about that top 10 quarterback thing, man, I wouldn't even pay that no mind, man. I wouldn't even pay that no mind because at the end of the day, that should just motivate the team to play better. Remember last year where everybody kept saying on ESPN, oh, the Ravens got the best roster. And look, the best roster's got us where? Nowhere. So other than that, just hope these guys stay healthy, locked in. And the sleeper pick, right? I don't know how y'all feel about this, man. But I like my man Dayton Wade and LaJohntay West. I feel like they can produce this year if they get the opportunity. Because what y'all always say something about Miles Boynton, right? But I felt like he wasn't given the opportunity, if y'all get what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? It was always special teams. You know how John Harbaugh is, special teams. But Rashad Bateman ain't never played special teams. You know what I mean? But, hey, y'all have a great day, man.
All right, Trippy.
Shout out to my man Bordy, too, man. Bordy, he's dope.
Oh, we love Bordy. We love Bordy. Thanks, Trippy.
I mean, look, that's another wide receiver that's going to have a breakout year now. Add LaJohntay Wester so we're now both the rookies are going to pop. Bateman's going to bounce back. Zay's still going to be Zay.
Jeez.
And you've got LaJohntay Wester and or Dayton Wade if he makes the roster. Man, I mean, Lamar might throw for 7,000 yards.
We always refer to on this show, we were doing a show at Maryland. This was over a year ago at this point. This was heading into the 2025 Orioles season. And this guy's like, if Grayson stays healthy, it was just if. And we're like, yeah, man, like if all that stuff works, it'd be cool.
That'd be great.
But like it doesn't work out that way. We call him the if guy. Like I don't. You need more certainties for sure. Well, for certain, Mike Jones, who covers the NFL for The Athletic, he's joining us at the top of the hour. Trippy, he was just mentioning that top 10 list. We are going to get into it at 3:45 at League at Large. But coming up next, we're going to keep the O's talk rolling. This upcoming road trip, just how massive is it for the Orioles and potentially determining whether they buy or sell? We'll tell you next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
The Salute to Savings event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home one of 4 incredible Kia models priced under $30,000. No matter your credit situation, we are here to help. Start shopping today at BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2 up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Make no payment until October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Samuel Basayo has experienced a successful rookie season thus far. Basayo owns a .772 OPS with 16 homers and 46 RBIs. Adley Rutschman recently gave his thoughts on Basayo's first half.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player. It's fun to see him go out there. He's just unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into a big league player. He does a great job. He's way more mature than his age. The guy goes about things like a pro.
Tonight marks the 96th edition of MLB's All-Star Game. The American League leads the all-time series 48-45-2, but the NL has won 2 of the last 3 years. You can catch all of the action of the Midsummer Classic on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sweep somebody, it's huge. So it kind of leaves a better taste in our mouth going into the break. But yeah, I think we've just been playing some complete baseball last 3-4 games, and just being able to put it together a little bit. It's a much needed couple days off and then right back to it. So I think everybody's really happy with the way that we finished that half.
That was Shane Baz following his start on Sunday, in which the Orioles ended the first half of the season with a sweep. And the O's, they're riding a 4-game winning streak for the first time all season. And looking at their remaining schedule as a whole, I was looking this up this morning. The Orioles have the 9th toughest strength of schedule the rest of the way. What's very interesting, we know the American League stinks. Mm-hmm. Them at 9, they have the toughest schedule in the American League remaining. The Yankees follow them, then the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. Very interesting, a lot of AL East teams. But the Orioles, they have the toughest remaining schedule in the American League. And you look at the first 2 series following the All-Star break, at Houston, at Boston. 2 teams that you're trailing. Right now, they're a half game behind the Astros and the red-hot Red Sox, man. They've won 9 straight heading into the break. They're a game and a half behind Boston. Now, these are massive series, Captain Obvious is calling, but this Orioles team, they have really struggled on the road. They're 18-26 in games away from Camden Yards. You can't afford to have a doomsday scenario of getting swept by either of those teams, but you also can't afford to lose both of these series. Like, is 3-3 the goal for you, Cordell? Would that be acceptable in this 6-game road trip to come back? And, oh, by the way, the Braves are on the other side of that. They're one of the best teams in baseball. So their schedule, and even Detroit's in the mix, and then the Phillies are after. Like, this is a tough stretch following the All-Star break.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, there's no let up. You go from facing Houston and Boston on the road. Neither of those 2 teams have been necessarily great at home. But those are going to be tough series, and those are 2 teams that are directly in front of you for the wild card standings. Like you said, you've got Atlanta at home waiting for you right after the Boston series. Atlanta is only one of the best teams in all of baseball. You've got Detroit, who hasn't been great this year, but it's not like the Orioles have ran through these soft opponents. Their first half of the schedule was pretty soft, especially to start the year, and they struggled big time. Then the Phillies and the Angels stink, but the Rangers
won a series against you.
Rangers lead the West right now. Minnesota's in the thick of things, and then Tampa, New York. There's no real let up here, and so 3-3. I don't know if 3-3, considering the Braves are waiting for you right after that 6-game stretch. I think you probably need to lean more 4-2 if you can, just in case you end up getting swept by the Braves.
August 3rd is the trade deadline, and you would think that's going to be a lot of conversations, Mike Elias, in the front office during this All-Star break, but it's also going to be these series leading up, and the O's are, coincidentally enough, off Monday, August 3rd. The final series prior to the All-Star break is the Phillies in town. I don't know what they need to be in order for them to... I believe when Mike met with the media, Mike Elias, president of baseball ops, on June 27th, that day they were a game and a half out. Mm-hmm. And that was when Mike was saying, well, if we're in this situation, like we're going to go for it. So I just wonder what that number is going to be for Mike. I wonder what it's going to be in terms of projections. Like Fangraphs has him at 22%. Is that that doesn't make you feel super warm and fuzzy inside? Like, and then Pacoda was a little bit higher at 29%. I'm sure Mike has a number in mind in terms of projection to get to the playoffs, but also what's that number in terms of being games back of that final wild card?
I think it's more about the games back because realistically, what projection is going to go their way?
Yeah.
I think all the projections are going to tell them that they're not likely to make the playoffs. We know that. I think Mike knows that. But again, the circumstances have made it so that they may get a gift that they have not earned. And I think he has to go for that. Now, Mike may know more about his job security than we do. And maybe how he moves at the deadline can kind of give us a little bit of a sneak peek into how safe or how hot his seat really is. But if he feels like how we feel and he could be on the way out, I would think if they're 3 games back and there are still 4 teams in front of him, I still think he's going to go for it because you've got 2 months left in the season at that point. How can you not? If your job, like if you have a chance to save your job, if you have a chance to save the season, if you truly do believe in the talent that you have on this team, I do think he has to make some sort of attempt to try to continue to fight for that wild card spot.
One thing is for certain, this team is going to have to play a hell of a lot better away from Camden Yards to have a chance because there's 22 of their next 31 games are away. 22 of their next 31. So it's very road heavy out of the All-Star break, and they're going to have a much better winning percentage than 18-26, their current record, away from Camden Yards. Coming up at the top of the hour, Mike Jones, who covers the NFL for The Athletic. He'll be joining us. But coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL and the league at large. Jeremy Fowler, we talked about his tight end list yesterday. Mark Andrews, he came in at number 9. Well, he recently put out his top 10 quarterback list, according to unnamed execs, coaches, scouts. Where did Lamar Jackson end up falling? What do we think of this list as a whole? We'll get into it next.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Jordan Walker won the Major League Baseball Home Run Derby last night. Walker outslugged Phillies DH Kyle Schwarber with 12 home runs in the finals. I was skeptical over the new format, but after watching last night, ditching the clock for the batters was the right move. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill. What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Baltimore weather tonight, clear in the 80s. Tomorrow, partly sunny and 100.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's July 14th. It is peak list season in the NFL. We're looking for some content because there's nothing going on until training camp happens. First full team workout for the Ravens, July 29th, 15 days away.
Yep.
So Jeremy Fowler, he knows what he's doing, and he does this list every single year, and he milks it for all it's worth. Each day he does a new position. Well, recently did quarterbacks. And remember, we talked about tight end yesterday, and Mark Andrews landed at number 9. This list is compiled after talking to various unnamed executives, coaches, and scouts across the NFL. So we'll give you the top 10. Josh Allen, number 1. Patrick Mahomes, 2. Matthew Stafford, 3. Joe Burrow, 4. Then Lamar Jackson at 5. Dak Prescott, 6. Justin Herbert, 7. Drake May, 8. Jared Goff, 9. Caleb Williams, 10. So, Cordell, let's just start with Lamar. We don't need to belabor the point, but him coming in at number 5.
It's the usual. I mean, what else can we say? These lists are made to get people going, and an easy way to get people going is Lamar Jackson. So they know what to do is to leave him probably lower on the list than he should be. Look, Joe Burrow is great. Individually, Joe Burrow is a heck of a talent. He's always been one of the best quarterbacks in the league. That said, we've got to let that Super Bowl run kind of go. Like, they haven't been back to the, what's it been, 4 years since they've been in the playoffs?
2022, yeah.
So this is a team that Joe Burrow was there last year and they still sucked. He struggled to stay healthy. Lamar has an injury-riddled season. You always hear about it. Joe Burrow has had surgeries. He's missed full seasons. He's more injury-prone than Lamar Jackson.
Absolutely.
But you'll never hear anything about it. I just can't condone that. But again, these lists are made to get a lot of people going. I don't think Lamar's the only disrespected quarterback on this list, but I would have put him higher than 5.
I do want to point out as well, because in this list they have the highest ranking, which is number 1 for Lamar in this instance. Lowest ranking, there were people that voted in this list that had him unranked, Cordell. They had him outside of the top 10. That is baffling to me, how you could have him outside the top 10.
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible. It's a lot of questions I have with this list, to be honest with you. Like,
well, we can go outside Lamar.
I don't think Josh Allen's the best quarterback in football. I don't hate Josh Allen the way other people do. I'll say that. I didn't have a problem with Josh winning MVP a couple of years ago. If I had a vote, I would have voted for Lamar. Lamar won the year before, and he didn't have the stats the year that he had won his second one. And he had the stats the year Josh Allen won, but Allen ended up winning. I didn't have a problem with that because I could understand impact, which was the same argument I made for Lamar the year before that. I'm still going Patty. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm still going Mahomes as the best quarterback. And if not him, I wouldn't be mad if they said Stafford.
Matthew Stafford had a hell of a season last year. And he's been fantastic for I mean, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Let's just say
Detroit has just ruined the first half of his career. Yeah. And he still put up numbers, but in terms of like winning, he couldn't. Who's winning in Detroit? Once? And it's like stuff like that. And then when you see Lamar's lowest ranking was unranked, it's like, how many 2-time MVPs in any sport is unranked? How can you even fix your lips to say that? A lot of people were upset that Dak is on this list. I'm not. I hate the Cowboys. Everybody knows that. But Dak is. Dude, Dak could throw that pill. Dak knows how to throw that ball all over the field, whether he's got 2 stud receivers or 1. Dak's going to get the ball to his guys. The Justin Herbert love, I'll never understand. This dude hasn't won a single playoff game in his career. He's been a part of some of the biggest playoff collapses. Everybody wants to blame his coach. His coach was an idiot. Yes, 2 things can be true. Herbert is the quarterback in those games. You can't have that. Drake May, who looked terrible the entire postseason, it benefited off a trash schedule last year, is 8th. Forget what my boy Jaden did his rookie year, going all the way to the NFC Championship game. He gets injured last year. Now he's under Caleb and Drake May.
What do you think bogus, what do you think of Hurts being off the list? I know he was a name that, of course, Eagles fans were screaming about.
Hurts is a weird guy. It's a weird case.
Hurts, I had this conversation with my friends a lot with him whenever we're watching Eagles games. I watch him, and there's just times where I'm like, I don't see it. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback. But then, dude, his performances in Super Bowl were outstanding. Outstanding performances. But, like, When I see Jalen Hurts, I see a good quarterback, not great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. You proved you can win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. Like, I am not trying to crap all over Jalen Hurts. I'm just saying there's a lot of quarterbacks for me that I think are maybe more talented.
I think Jalen Hurts is an intangible. He's an intangible quarterback. And what I mean by that is skill-wise, he might not be the best, but he's so battle-tested. And you talk about mental fortitude.
Sure.
He's got it. This dude was benched in the national championship game that they ended up coming back and winning with. He transfers.
Yep.
Everybody thinks he's done. He goes to Oklahoma and basically has this resurgence in his draft stock. He gets drafted to the Eagles. Everybody's saying he's not a starting quarterback there. He's done nothing but prove everybody wrong. He's a winner. Jalen Hurts is the type of quarterback you don't want to have the ball in the last 2 minutes of the game. You're afraid of Jalen Hurts, and I know this because I see him twice a year. He can beat you in a multitude of ways. Are you worried about him throwing for 500 yards? No, but he can. He has had games where he throws the ball all over the field. It's just he's not the most consistent passer, but he knows when to use his legs. He knows when to go and get the first down.
Part of it is this for me as well, and I hate to use this argument against him. Damn, does he have a good supporting cast?
He does.
His O-line,
well, it's changed now.
No, I know with
AJ
being gone.
A little bit.
But you're talking Saquon Barkley,
no doubt.
Devontae Smith, and Goddard, and God, Howie Roseman's fantastic.
But so has Burrow.
Sure.
So has Josh.
Yeah, no, totally.
So is Pat. These guys have all, and not everybody wins with them. Pat has. Burrow and Allen haven't won the big one yet with some of the talent that they've had around them. Caleb Williams has a lot of young talent, albeit, but he's got a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball too. I just think Hurts is just a tough quarterback to judge. And I said it after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It's going to be so tough to put Hurts in these quarterback ranking lists because you got to respect his ring. You got to respect his performance in the Super Bowl. But are you willing to say he's like a top 5 quarterback?
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm willing to go that. And in this case, top 10. Look, I could do without Jared Goff on that list. Jared Goff came in at 9. I could do without Jared Goff on that list. Everything has to go perfect for Jared Goff. Jared Goff isn't extending plays. If the run game isn't there and they can't live off play action, Jared Goff is a duck, is a fish out of water at that point. He can't help you. So I put stock into quarterbacks that know how to still move the ball when everything around them isn't going perfect.
We're going to get back into the Orioles at 4:15, continue our pre-All-Star break review. We're looking at the Orioles All-Star at 4:15, Adley Rutschman. But coming up next, Mike Jones. He covers the NFL for The Athletic. In a recent piece that he's done, Mike listed the Ravens as a big off-season winner. Why? We'll ask him.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman is set to participate in his third All-Star game tonight. Rutschman had a year-and-a-half downturn prior to a bounce-back season this year. He was recently asked if this year's All-Star bid means more than the prior two.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
You can catch all of the action of the 96th MLB All-Star Game on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. According to ESPN, MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time, but disagreements with the MLB Players Association over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. MLB would plan to shut down the sport for 11 days to accommodate an All-Star game on the West Coast that would precede the 6-team tournament scheduled to be played at Dodger Stadium. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
15 more days. Then we will be out at one winning drive watching the Ravens' first full team practice.
Earlier than usual.
Yeah, very. I'll be able to go now.
We'll
take practice at 10 or 11 in the morning as opposed to in the middle of the day, 2 or 3 for years in the hottest portion of the day. But joining us now is Mike Jones, who covers the NFL for The Athletic. And Mike, a couple weeks ago, you put out a piece, NFL offseason's winners and losers. You had the Ravens in your winners portion of your piece. Why do you think that they were big winners this offseason?
Well, I mean, I think that the fact that they were able to really help upgrade their defense, getting Trey Hendrickson, adding some other veterans, and also when you look at the draft, what they were able to do, helping the interior of their offensive line. Yes, they, had a big loss in free agency there, but they also were able to draft. And then I'm really intrigued to see how Zion Young and Jacoby Lane help out their wide receiver unit. I think that, Jesse Minter, it was obviously a big change at head coach, but I think Jesse Minter is going to be really good for them. I think he'll help energize the franchise. And so when you look at all the moves that they made from coaching staff, free agency to draft, I thought that the Ravens really helped themselves out.
Mike, I kind of agree with your optimism, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I look at the additions that this team has made mainly on the front line, that defensive line, whether it's edge, whether it's interior, especially if they get Matabike back. I mean, I really think they are leaps and bounds above where they've been maybe even the last two seasons at that position. And I've talked to Tim a little bit about maybe I'm not as optimistic about the offense. I still think they have a pretty solid floor with Lamar throughout the regular season. I have questions beyond that. But I think that this could be a year where maybe the defense is maybe the head of the snake and the offense is kind of following suit with them. We've seen Mahomes win a Super Bowl kind of in that same fashion. Do you think that this could be a year where maybe the strength of this team is on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, I think that it would be great for them if it is. I think that helps ease some pressure on their offense. I think that you have Lamar Jackson, so whenever you have him, you always have a chance. But I do think that there are kind of like some working pieces, work in progress is going to kind of describe what we're going to see with this offense because, you have some young players coming in, you have some older players as well. And so, maybe this isn't going to be them quite at their full force offensively because of some of those question mark areas. But if your defense and that defensive front, like you mentioned, if that can really get after teams, put the offense in good situations, get stops on third downs, get takeaways, and then that could really help. And, the old adage, offense wins games, defense wins championships. And so this defense, I think, does have an opportunity to be really disruptive, really make an impact and position the Ravens. And look, when you look at the other teams in their conference, they have some really top-level quarterbacks that they have to go against. And so that's why you really want to place a priority on that defense, and they've done that, and that should help them against some of those quarterbacks like Mahomes or Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, some of those really dynamic quarterbacks that you've really got to get to and impact and not let them get into a rhythm.
We're speaking to Mike Jones, who covers the NFL for The Athletics. It's Inside Access. Cordell Woodland in for Ken Wyman on 105.7 The Fan. Mike, let's go around the AFC North. And this is certainly a win or else season for the Bengals. We know that Zach Taylor, who's now the veteran head coach in the division, as crazy as that is to say, he's in the final year of his contract. They went out and brought in a lot of defenders on that side of the football. Is this a bounce back year for Cincinnati?
I think so. I think that they might be one of those teams that's flying under the radar a little bit. Their defense
was terrible. They needed big upgrades, and obviously losing Trey Hendrickson is something that you look at as, that's not a positive, but they did go out. They got Dexter Lawrence. They got some other pieces to help this defense. They've got the talent on offense. But defensively, they couldn't stop anybody, and that really put a lot of pressure on that offense. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do. If those pieces on defense that they were able to acquire can gel, then I do think that they could be in contention for the division and then beyond that.
Mike, I want to go to the AFC South real quick because the Texans are a team that really intrigued me. Last year, you got to see just how dominant of a defense that they have, and I think it's only going to be better this year. But C.J. Stroud was kind of an anchor for them in a bad way last year. I just feel like if he's 5 to 10% better, this team is a Super Bowl caliber team. Do you have faith that C.J. Stroud will be able to be good enough to allow the Texans to be in that Super Bowl picture?
That's the big question, and that's what we're gonna find out soon. You're exactly right. That defense was good enough to win them a Super Bowl. I mean, they were holding teams to really low yards and points totals. You didn't really even have to score a lot just to be able to win games, and they weren't able to do that. C.J. Stroud, talented quarterback, got to the playoffs, couldn't take care of the football, and it was almost like he was kind of seeing ghosts. And so they really went out and upgraded their offensive line. I'm curious to see how that unit gels because if they can, protect, then I think Stroud will have a bounce-back year. He's going to be in his second year with offensive coordinator Nick Caley. And also, if he has more confidence in that line, there you could just see that he was shaken up. And he was anticipating pressure before it got there, rushing throws because he was feeling he had to get rid of the ball. Things weren't developing. He was making poor decisions, and that was really uncharacteristic for him. So if these moves that they made to fix their offensive line, they added guys in free agency and the draft, if they can actually have, an improvement on the offensive line, I think C.J. Stroud will settle in. He's got some young receivers that showed promise last year, and I think that he can improve. That division is wide open. But he is really the big question mark. Can he take a step forward? They need him to, because the defense is definitely there, and they get the takeaways, they get there off the field and get the ball back to the offense. They have to capitalize on those opportunities, and so it's going to be a big season, kind of a truth teller season for C.J. Stroud.
Mike, let's move to the NFC. The Bears really had a magic carpet ride to winning that division, winning a playoff game. They had so many come-from-behind wins, 11-6 record. What kind of encore are you expecting out of them?
I'm very curious to see how it's going to be now that, these defensive coordinators are paid a lot of money as well. They go into the offseason, they dissect what Ben Johnson and Caleb, Williams offense, what they did well. And then, how do they stop them? So are you able to develop a counterpunch? That's going to be the big challenge for Ben Johnson to stay ahead, a step ahead, of the defenses, because we've seen teams that kind of come out of nowhere and surprise you. Washington's a good example. Year before last, made it to the NFC Championship game last year. They really regressed. They had some injuries, but then, they just weren't executing. Their offense didn't evolve at the way it needed to. So you can't just stay the same. You've got to get better. We'll see what happens. They invested some in their offensive line. They're, have additions on defense that they really are hoping that they can also help ease pressure on their quarterback. But I really am just curious to see what Ben Johnson does to challenge his team, to continue to elevate. Because, look, when you have a team that hasn't had success in a long time, it's easy for those guys to subconsciously get complacent. They can't do that, and so we'll see what their response is this year.
Mike, last thing for you in the NFC West. I mean, it's such a loaded division this year. You've got the defending Super Bowl champs with the Seahawks. I think everybody kind of feels like they'll still be in the running. The Niners, they added Mike Evans. They bring Christian Kirk out there. I mean, their problem is always injuries. But if they're healthy, they've shown that they're a true contender as well. And then you've got the Rams, who just look like a Pro Bowl team at this point. It looks like Aaron Donald continues to flirt with coming back to the Rams. It almost feels like he will at some point. How crazy can this division be? Oh, and you've got the Cardinals. I guess we can't forget them.
Oh, I mean, I guess we can. I don't think we have to worry about the Cardinals right now. Although you never know what happens. But big question marks with their coaching staff. Very unproven. Who's their quarterback? They've got a lot of holes. But the three-headed monster of the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams, I think they're going to really, beat each other up. Anytime they, it's going to be like a round robin, and so that's going to be a real, challenge. Whoever comes out of that division is definitely going to be battle tested. The big question for the 49ers, they have young pieces on defense. New defense coordinator Raheem Morris is very creative, very aggressive. What does he do to help elevate and develop these young pieces to fill crucial holes? They're offensively, they've just got to stay healthy. If Brock Purdy can stay healthy, Trent Williams, George Kittle, if they can get him back from injury, then we'll see. But the Rams are scary. We'll see if Matthew Stafford can stay healthy, because if he can, that offense, really has a lot of potent potential, and the defense is nasty. And then the big question for the Seahawks is they lost Kent Kubiak. They have a new first-time offensive coordinator who came over from San Francisco, and Brian Fury. Can they continue to evolve? Does Sam Darnold build on last year? Also had some losses to free agency on defense. So everybody's going to be zeroing in on them. We'll see how they bounce back, but those three teams, are really going to be a handful for a lot of opponents.
He's Mike Jones, covers the NFL for The Athletic. Mike, thanks so much for taking the time today. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks. You guys have a good one.
You got it. Coming up at 4:45, it's our Twib Notes. We're going to take a look back at the Home Run Derby last night, the new format. What did we think of it? At 4:30, we're going to get back into how Mike Elias could approach this upcoming trade deadline in 20 days. Could they buy and sell? But coming up next, Adley Rutschman set to participate in his third All-Star game tonight. We're going to take a look back at Adley Rutschman's first 97 games. Next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
T-Mobile unveiled Super Broadband, a revolutionary business internet solution that brings together the largest nationwide 5G advanced network and Starlink. Mo Kataba, T-Mobile EVP and Chief Business Marketing Officer, explains.
Super Broadband isn't a new product. It is an entirely new category of broadband. It's about giving businesses the confidence that their connectivity can keep up, hold up, and help them operate wherever business happens with ultimate redundancy, unmatched coverage, and unprecedented simplicity.
Super Broadband delivers virtually unbreakable connectivity in remote and rural areas that are often underserved by legacy ISPs and is the first nationwide broadband solution to reach every zip code in the U.S. In fact, Super Broadband extends coverage to effectively every business location in America. Learn more about Super Broadband at www.t-mobile.com/business. Sponsored by T-Mobile.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor. Golf can change a life. For veterans, it can save one. PGA Hope, helping our patriots everywhere, offers 6 weeks of free golf instruction to veterans and active duty military taught by specially trained PGA and LPGA professionals. You can help make it happen at the PGA Hope Pro-Am, September 21st at Baltimore Country Club, supporting the PGA Reach Middle Atlantic Foundation. Form your foursome today. 1 PGA Pro, 3 amateurs, or all amateurs, $4,000 per team. Register now at mapga.com. We love this game, and we love our veterans.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at I-83, the Harrisburg Expressway. The crash is on the right side. It's backed up to Cromwell Bridge Road. And in the delays, there's an accident before Providence Road now on the shoulder. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I-70 eastbound, that slows as you head toward the Beltway and Woodlawn. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman. Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
For Adley, it's, especially looking back at a year ago and what he had to go through last year and the injuries and the adversity, and to kind of attack the offseason with a diligent plan, and now you come into the season seeing the work, all the work he's put in. It's been really cool, and it's well-deserved. I mean, it's his 3rd All-Star nod. Right now, being the sole representative for us, I know he takes that to heart, and it means a lot to him, and it means a lot for us. And, Adley is, yes, his performance on the field deserves it, but the impact he makes on people around him, to me, is like the real calling card.
That was Craig Albernaz going back July 6th when Adley Rutschman, it was made official. He was selected to his 3rd All-Star team. And Cordell, I give a ton of credit to Adley Rutschman because the prior year and a half, I was saying heading into this season that this was a massive year, not just for Adley Rutschman in 2026, but like his career. Mm-hmm. He has one more year of club control. And this year, the question was, Adley, are you more like the guy the past year and a half, halfway through 2024, where it was really, really rough, and 2025 was just a lost year, missed a ton of time, hurting both obliques? Are you more of that guy that really, really struggled, or were you the guy when he got called up in 2022 through the first half of 2024? And he's proven that he's more of that guy. And he's been banged up this year. He has missed a lot of games. He's only played in 65 of 97 games. He had 2 IL stints with the ankle in April, and the concussion. What can you do? He was hit in the head running to first base. And he's also sat a lot of days, which, look, I know fans get upset, and he sat Sunday, but clearly it's working. Clearly it's helping. And they were trying to figure out how to keep him healthy and keep him effective. He's played in 65 games. He has 47 RBIs. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great ratio right there. And then we have Bordy on defensively. Cordell, he's been fantastic defensively. He's thrown out 14 runners trying to steal. 41% of runners attempting to steal have been thrown out. That's the second highest mark among qualified catchers. And you look at his StatCast, it's all really, really good. Adley Rutschman, this was a huge bounce back first half of the season.
Yeah, it had to be. I think a lot of us were wondering who the real Adley Rutschman was. And like Bordy said, I still think there's still more left on the table for him. But that said, he has definitely changed the narrative about him, because this time last year, we're all wondering, like, have we seen the best of Adley Rutschman? Like, will he ever get back to form?
Yeah, was this still in him?
And he's shown that it is. He's coming through, like you said, with runners in scoring position. He's one of the few guys that when he comes to the plate in a pivotal spot, you feel really good about, because you're going to get a professional at bat, and he's not afraid to go the other way. He's not trying to swing out of his shoes. He's fine with hitting one in the shallow outfield. Adley just gets it done defensively. Man, last year we were saying stop throwing to second base. Stop trying to throw guys out, because the ball would just literally go anywhere but the second or second baseman or shortstop's glove. Now it's changed to the point to where every time he gets up to throw a guy out, I feel pretty confident that they're going to nail him. So you brought up him playing less and it's working out, and I agree. I think the one thing that makes it a little sour is when you hear your skipper calling out Basayo for needing to play through stuff, but they're allowing Adley to take days off. But that's neither here nor there. Other than that, though, look, he's bounced back. He's going to his third All-Star game. The turnaround from the rebuild started with Adley coming up. I don't think he's that right now, but he's still a quality player, and he has definitely changed the way at least I feel about him.
Now the big question is, what is his future in Baltimore? And his name's been brought up in terms of the trade deadline upcoming. He is under club control through 2027. Obviously, Samuel Basayo signed the big 8-year contract last season. What is his future here?
It's just tough to... It's so much uncertainty at the top right now. And I think a little bit of that has to have an impact on how we talk about Adley's future, because this is the front office that brought Adley here. And the fact that to this point, there's been little to no type of buzz about a contract extension for Adley. And some of that is his own doing, because he's been so bad and struggling with injuries. And so we had a little bit of that period where it's like, do you even want to give this guy an extension? But now he's back to being an all-star, and I think you also take next year's pending lockout into play. It's just a weird situation surrounding his contract to where there are so many different variables, and unfortunately for him, at least half of those variables don't involve him playing baseball or how good he is for this team. It's the job security of the guy who's got to do the deal. It's, are we even going to play baseball next year? Are we going to get that last year out of Adley? It's a weird situation right now. It's hard for me to sit here and say that I'm confident that he will get a second contract from this team, especially with Basayo's future, like you said, already mapped out. And all the questions about Mike and those guys, and even Adley. I mean, I think it's even fair to wonder how much even he wants to be here.
That's what I was going to say. If you're Adley Rutschman, and obviously he's not a Boras client, so that's why a lot of people have pointed to him as, okay, that makes sense if an extension happens. Does he want to sign this close to free agency? Does he want to sign coming off this strong year? I don't know. And I've been saying this, and this was, of course, prior to the 4-game winning streak. But look, if this team falls out of it, I am not actively shopping Adley Rutschman. But if I am getting calls on Adley, I'm not hanging up the phone.
That's where I'm at.
If you give an offer that blows me away, it has to be on my terms. I'm not just giving him away, but he is not an untouchable to me at this point. So whether or not Mike Elias pulls the trigger on that come this deadline or even next offseason, because Cordell, this is also a situation you can't let him walk for nothing, because we know that the CBA, the next CBA, and in the initial proposals, MLB, the league, has already said, hey, we're doing away with the qualifying offer. Mm-hmm. So if the qualifying offer is gone, you don't get the draft compensation anymore. So you would literally get nothing if he walks. So that has to factor in as well. Ben McDonald, he's going to be joining us at the top of the hour at 4:45. We're going to be talking home run derby. But coming up next, how could Mike Elias operate ahead of this trade deadline? Is he going to be an all-out buyer, all-out seller? Could it be something in between? We'll tell you our thoughts next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Beltway outer loop at the Harrisburg Expressway. I-83 crash on the right shoulder. Still backed up to Cromwell Bridge Road. And in the delays, there's an accident before Providence Road now on the shoulder. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Samuel Basayo has experienced a successful rookie season thus far. Basayo owns a 772 OPS with 16 homers and 46 RBIs. Adley Rutschman recently gave his thoughts on Basayo's first half.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player. It's fun to see him go out there. He's just unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into a big league player. He does a great job. He's way more mature than his age. The guy goes about things like a pro.
Tonight marks the 96th edition of MLB's All-Star Game. The American League leads the all-time series 48-45-2, but the NL has won 2 of the last 3 years. You can catch all of the action of the Midsummer Classic on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I really hope so. We're planning that way in case it's the case, but I'm going to have to look at the circumstances and what happens, and I will be doing the right thing for the franchise regardless of everything else. So, we're going to have to see what the standings are and what our team's looking like at that time, but we're certainly making those preparations, and everybody in this building's in the mindset of going for it in 2026. I feel like if you're doing your job well as general manager, it's sort of incumbent upon you in a position like this, and you're getting paid to do the right thing for the baseball operation and the franchise across a very long time horizon as best as you can. So that definitely would not be any type of factor on recommendations or behaviors that we'll be doing, but I am very optimistic we're going to be looking to put this team in a good position for a playoff run.
That was President of Baseball Operations for the O's, Mike Elias, going back to June 27th when asked about his intentions for the upcoming trade deadline. And it's been very quiet thus far, not just in Baltimore, but across Major League Baseball. But typically, things start heating up after the All-Star break because the trade deadline this year, August 3rd, 20 days from now, and the Orioles, they're firmly in the mix. When Mike spoke on June 27th, they were a game and a half out. They've lost half a game. 2 games out, despite being 46-51. They would have to jump 4 teams to get that final wild card spot. And Andy Koska, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Banner, he put out a piece on Friday saying that multiple sources around MLB said it appears unlikely for the Orioles to be true buyers ahead of the August 3rd trade deadline, although it's not set in stone. One source with direct knowledge of the front office's thinking said the Orioles' approach is to be determined perhaps as soon as next week when MLB's draft is over. Still, as Baltimore stands, an all-out aggressive buying approach seems implausible. What is likelier, industry sources predict, is that the Orioles strike a balance between buying and selling, seeking players under team control beyond this year while selecting players on expiring contracts. Cordell, it's been a really disappointing season. It's been a really disappointing season for the vast majority of the American League. Right now, the Mariners and Twins have identical 48-49 records. A sub-500 record would make the playoffs right now. So the O's are in the mix. But that being said, how would you approach the deadline? How do you think that Mike is going to approach the deadline?
Well, unless they just bottom out, on the way to August 3rd, and they are one of the bottom 2 to 3 teams in the American League, and they're like 6 to 7 games out at that point, I just don't see Mike waving the white flag. I think he's going, unless told otherwise, to kind of can this season and let's start preparing for 27 and beyond. I don't know if he's just going to go do that on his own.
And I think that's a fair question as well, Cordell, because I think it's very safe to say that David Rubenstein is pretty hands-off, removed owner. But where is ownership in this? Is there a possibility that Michael Arrighetti, someone else in the ownership group, is maybe pressing on Mike, hey, we got to sell? We were just talking about Adley, for example. And I don't think Mike will trade Adley. And I think if Mike did trade Adley, isn't it sort of a checkmate of himself?
Yes.
Because you're basically saying the rebuild failed.
Yes.
Because Adley, face of the rebuild, he was your 1-1 going back to 2019. If you trade Adley Rutschman, you're basically admitting my rebuild failed. Yes. So that's part of why I don't think Mike will do that. But I also, and Andy mentions it in that piece, Mike has never been one, even when they were making the playoffs in 23 and 24, to be super uber aggressive at the deadline. We were doing a segment last week, Ken and I, about Jim Bolden, and we love Jim. We have Jim on probably once a month. And he did a piece for The Athletic recently, and he was saying that the Orioles were really in on starting pitching. And he was naming, you name a top starting pitcher on the market, Jim had him. He even had Skubal in there. And I was like, if Mike Elias traded for Tarek Skubal this year, it would basically be a troll. It would be a troll job if Mike Elias chose this of all years to push it all in.
Yeah.
I don't see that. I see if Mike adds, it'll sort of be more moves on the margins. Now, could he move? And I go back to 24 when Austin Hayes got traded to the Phillies for Sir Anthony Dominguez and Christian Pache. Could they trade a Taylor Ward for a bullpen piece and maybe bonus points if that bullpen arm is under team control through next year? Those are kind of the moves that I see Mike making.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Taylor Ward is probably one of the easier decisions when it comes to moving on from a guy. I mean, him being a rental, he's not exactly playing up to what you hope to this year, but he still has value. There's somebody out there that would love to have Taylor Ward in their lineup because they have other guys that are mashing, and Taylor Ward getting walks and getting on base and hitting a single or double here and there. That fits better in their offense. But I do think Mike should be looking for bullpen arms at least. It's tough to just completely punt, right?
And that's where I'm at. I'm not advocating for a teardown. That's not even to the scale of last year, where they traded a ton of guys last year. I sort of I would trade some to replenish some of the farm. This is a middling farm system. Baseball America put out their rankings a week ago or so. They're 15th. This isn't the farm system of a couple years ago. I just don't think it would be prudent of Mike Elias, and I understand he has his own prerogatives. I'm speaking strictly organizationally. I don't think it would be prudent to weaken an already weak-ish farm system to go for it with a team that's 5 games under 500.
Hearing you talk about the middling farm system, especially compared to where they were consecutive years, number one. What do they have to show for that? I mean, you could make the argument that Corbin Burns, who's not even here anymore, was the best move that they were able to get out of moving some of their young magic beans that we were calling them at the time. But when you look at these guys that have come up, Basayo looks the part, no doubt. Gunnar has, for the most part, looked the part. Adley's just coming back around. But this is not what we were expecting out of having the top farm system in baseball that everybody was drooling over. I mean, even Jackson Holiday. You heard Mike Borda earlier, he's not even convinced Jackson Holiday should be the starting second baseman if they have better options.
I keep making this joke, and I'm halfway serious. If this season keeps going this way and they don't make the playoffs and they were to move on from Michael Elias, like there's going to be a 30 for 30. Like they had the number one prospect in baseball 3 consecutive years in Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, and Jackson Holiday. You had the number one farm system in baseball for consecutive years. And if they move on from Mike, you are going to look at the what ifs.
Yeah.
Why not push more in? Why not trade? I'm using these, and obviously hindsight's 2020, and you didn't know that it was going to go this direction, but you don't know anything with prospects.
Mm-hmm.
What's Heston Kjerstad's value?
Dude.
What's Kobe Mayo's value? These guys were top 30, top 20 prospects in all of baseball at one point, where Ken says this, and I'm with him 100%. You could have packaged them for Garrett Crochet 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That would have got it done. In addition to some other guys. That would have, you need... This is not just Mike. This is not just the Orioles. This is not just baseball. This is sports. You never know the window. And I always go back to 2011 OKC. You know, you have Russell Westbrook, you have Kevin Durant, you have James Harden. They're all really young and they're going to be back. Yeah, They just went up against a buzzsaw in the Heat. They're going to be back. They were never back.
KD leads and the rest is the rest is it. But it is funny you say 3-1. That. Like everybody said the year that they won 100 games that they were ahead of schedule.
Yeah, don't push your chips in because you're ahead. Why go for it? You're ahead. But that, Cordell, that year, and looking back, it's even worse. That was the first year in the history of the American League East that the Red Sox and the Yankees were 4th and 5th in the division. They were both down. The odds of that happening just is so slim. And you have to be able to recognize the moment.
I can still kind of smell the champagne from the clubhouse the night that they won the division. I vividly remember going over and interviewing Mike in the clubhouse. They're spraying the champagne bottles everywhere. It's a joyous occasion, and it's just crazy.
It's sad,
that
really.
we have gone from that high, high to where we are now, to where you're entertaining just scrapping it and formulating a new plan with a new leader in place.
These are Mike Elias's words. This organization was on top of the baseball world in almost every single facet in June 2024. Mike said that. And now they're here. Mm-hmm. And they're over 20 games below 500 since June 21st, 2024. Ben McDonald's going to be joining us at the top of the hour. 5:15, we're going to look back. First half of the season, unofficial first half for Gunnar Henderson, who could have envisioned this start to the season for Gunnar? But coming up next, it's our home run derby review. Jordan Walker, yes, Jordan Walker. He ended up stealing the home run derby crown from Kyle Schwarber, and boy, were Phillies fans upset. We're going to recap the derby next.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Jordan Walker won the home run derby last night in dramatic fashion. Walker needed to hit 6 home runs in a row to beat hometown favorite Kyle Schwarber, and he did just that. The $1 million prize for winning the derby is more than Walker's MLB salary this season. The home run derby format change was great for Major League Baseball. It provided great theater and the dramatic ending that we all wanted. I'm Adam Abdallah.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
83 Jones Falls Expressway northbound at East Chase Street, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. 95 northbound at Route 175, accident there is on the left side. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway at Providence Road, vehicle fires on the right side. It's backed up to Cromwell Bridge Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Homer wins it, a non-homer, and we're going to a swing-off. Baseball is not afraid. Is that enough? Jordan Walker is in! Come on, baby!
Netflix on the call there, Matt Viscursion. Jordan Walker, a long shot to win it. And first off, the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park was fantastic. It was fantastic last night. Props to Phillies fans, anyone that was there. Even going back to the second round where it was Kyle Schwarber versus Wilson Contreras, where the fans are living and dying on every pitch to Contreras because he's trying to chase down Schwarber. They're booing him and then going nuts when it draws. But Schwarber, in that finals, he hits 11, and they keep showing Bryce Harper, who ended up getting bounced in the first round. He says it's over. It's over. And everyone thought it was over. He hit 11. Jordan Walker, man, for a guy as young, like, he was just so calm, cool, collected. And his last 6 pitches, I believe, he went out. What did you think of the new format with the 20 swings, then it went to 15?
I didn't really pay much attention to it going in 2 last night because I felt like they change it up. As soon as I figure it out, they change it again. So I just went into last night like, all right, let's just see who hits the most home runs. Like that, I just simplified it for myself. But the format was actually pretty good, and I thought it made for some intent. It made the competition more intense as you went from first round to semifinals to the end. But Schwarber was my pick. Schwarber's one of my favorite hitters in all of baseball. I was upset with myself after we got off air yesterday for not mentioning Jordan Walker because he's become one of my favorite guys to watch this year too. He's just having like one of those storybook type of seasons. Like this was a dude that really hadn't shown much in his career to this point, and now here he is having a career year. And now he goes and makes more money last night than he's about to make this entire year on his contract. Like, just a lot of good subtopics on Jordan Walker. But the theatrics, like you said, he had to hit 6 straight home runs to win. And man, did he make it look so easy. He made it look so, and of course the balls are juiced and all of that stuff, but it doesn't matter. And look, it was a lot of like stars in terms of just this competition. Caglione, he didn't make it very far, but dude, that dude hit some towering shots. He might have had I don't know the official stats, but from when I was watching, I think he might have hit the longest home run that I saw of the entire night. I mean, he was hitting moonshots out there. That's why I say the home run derby always satisfies me. It's always going to be something that even if I don't watch the entire event, I'm going to make sure I check it out to a degree because it never gets old to me just watching the ball fly out of there.
Again, the atmosphere was great. Michael Buffer was there. They had the boxing ring.
That was
during
cool.
The
I did like that.
That
I
was
like
pretty
that.
neat.
You know, I'm a wrestling guy, so I'm watching Raw on Netflix last night at the same time. But then I'm watching Bryce Harper jump on the top rope. I'm like, okay.
And Bryce brought up this idea. This was a week ago. I'm kind of for this. This was Buster Olney who tweeted this out. Bryce Harper has a fun idea for the home run derby. When the gold balls, and it was magenta last night, and the final swing, you could keep going, assuming you keep hitting home runs. When the gold balls are brought into play, let the hitters swing with aluminum bats. I'm for it, dude. I think, dude, we tune into the home run derby to see nukes.
Yeah.
Like, if you have Kyle Schwarber or Bryce Harper, for that matter, swinging with an aluminum bat, it might lead the ballpark.
No, I'm all for that. Baseball has the opportunity to do things that other major sports can't do. And so I'm all for them going into their deep box of tricks and pulling out all the stops. You talked about the crowd being into it and them kind of booing Wilson Contreras as he's going up against Schwarber. He ain't the only one that was getting booed. Oh, yeah. They're booing the kids as they're dropping the fly balls out there. Like, nobody is safe in Philly. I have such a love-hate relationship with the city of Philadelphia because I respect their fanhood and how they go about things, but I just despise them because most of their teams have been good throughout my lifetime for the most part, and they just talk so much trash that it sickens me to no end. And I'm not applauding them for booing the kids, for the record, but that's just them. That's just who they are. Honestly, between them booing the kids and the kids getting hit in the head with the baseballs in years past, I mean, like, I don't know. Pick your poison.
Coming up at 5:30, we're going to get back into the Ravens. If Eric DeCosta does not make a single addition to the offense, can this still be a top flight O? At 5:15, continuing the pre-All-Star break reviews, it's Gunnar Henderson's turn at 5:15. But coming up next, Big Ben McDonald. We'll get Ben's thoughts on the unfortunate news. How big of a blow is Blaze Alexander's injury, and how could the Orioles go about replacing him? Ben's going to tell us next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the big soccer tournament semifinal today, France against Spain. France plus 135 in the 90. The draw plus 210. Spain plus 210. I think France win this game, and I think France win this game in the 90 minutes. Give me France plus 135. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header and score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases. Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
France once again boasts one of the deepest squads of the tournament. Les Bleus combine explosive pace in the attack with defensive discipline. And after another impressive run through the competition, they remain among the strongest contenders for the title.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman is set to participate in his third All-Star game tonight. Rutschman had a year-and-a-half downturn prior to a bounce-back season this year. He was recently asked if this year's All-Star bid means more than the prior two.
In a way, yeah. I mean, obviously in 23 it was in Seattle, and that's like close to home, so that means a ton. But I think just kind of with what's happened over the last couple of years, like making it here now it definitely means a lot.
You can catch all of the action of the 96th MLB All-Star Game on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. According to ESPN, MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time, but disagreements with the MLB Players Association over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles Games. MLB would plan to shut down the sport for 11 days to accommodate an All-Star game on the West Coast that would precede the 6-team tournament scheduled to be played at Dodger Stadium. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Certainly head into the All-Star break with some momentum. They have their first 4-game winning streak of the season, but typical of this year, Cordell, they can't just have good things. Blaze Alexander unfortunately suffered a fractured left hand, and joining us now to get his thoughts on it, he is Big Ben McDonald. And Ben, just how big of a blow is Blaze Alexander's injury, and how do you expect the O's to go about replacing him?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, guys. That's a great question. I mean, obviously, it's huge. I mean, anytime you lose what's been your best hitter for, 2.5 months, your best hitter overall, it's huge. And of course, it's not just that. You lose Blaze Alexander's versatility and the ability to go play third and play second, play the outfield, play short, wherever you stick him, he can play it. And so, obviously, it's a huge loss. And so, how do you recover from that? I think in the short term, Jeremiah Jackson's going to get some more reps. Jackson Holiday will be in there. And then I'm hoping there's a trade out there, and because that's kind of where it is right now. So I don't know if you're going to see a trade just any day now, but it feels like you got to go fill that void and maybe go find you an everyday third baseman or somebody that can at least platoon over there. Because, the way Colby's swinging against lefties right now, like he has to be in the lineup, but I guess you could DH him and have an everyday third baseman too.
Ben, you brought up the trades, and we know the trade deadline is less than a month away now, and the Orioles are one of those teams that we're all trying to figure out what's going to be their strategy. Are they going to be buyers, sellers, maybe even a little bit of both? But obviously, you've played the game, you were great, and you've been a part of a bunch of different clubhouses. Can you just speak to, the mentality of the guys that are in there that, in this case, they're trying to play more consistent baseball, but they're also trying to make sure some of their teammates aren't traded out of this organization?
Well, the only way you can prevent that from happening is you play good and you play better, right? Because everybody knows, man, I was on plenty of teams that knew that, hey, if we didn't perform well and we didn't play well and we weren't in the playoff mix, there was a very good chance that guys could be traded. And that's what happened every year. I think, players say that they're a little bit nervous about this time of the year. I get that part of it, but they also, this is what they signed up for. They understand this time of the year, and it's performance-based, man. That's what this game is about. It is performance-based when it comes to your contract, it comes to your salary, it comes to whether you break up teams or not, whether you're buyers or sellers. It's performance-based, and that's what it is. And so I think players get that. So if you're the Orioles, the only way you prevent that is you go play. And you continue to play the way you played recently. And I'm happy with the way the Orioles have played recently. I think the home runs have come. The starting pitching has really gotten better over the last 5 or 6, 7 weeks. It's been good. The bullpen without Helsley has been solid to me. And now we're starting to see the offense kind of catch up with everything else, which has, been kind of the biggest disappointment for me this year has been the offense to some degree. Because I think we all thought going in this was going to be a top 5, certainly a top 10 offense in baseball, and it hasn't been that yet, but it is certainly trending in that direction.
We're speaking with Ben McDonald. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Ben, you mentioned the starting pitching, and they have top 10 ERA, I believe borderline top 5 starter ERA since May 22nd. But how about Trevor Rogers, man? Since the beginning of June, this is 7 starts now. He's got a 1.73 ERA. But in particular, Ben, you look at his splits by month with his four-seam fastball. He's getting a ton of swing and miss where it was getting hammered, especially in the month of May. What have you seen differently out of Rogers and also his four-seamer?
Well, I think that four-seam fastball has that life again that we saw last year, for the 18 starts or whatever it was he came back last year. It seems to have that life. And it also seems like the command – look, there's 3 things going on. I think the life of the fastball is better. I think the command of the fastball better. And in some degrees, the biggest thing for Trevor Rogers is the luck has turned around for him. We talk about his hard hit rate this year. His hard hit rate is actually better this year than what it was last year when he pitched to a 1.8 something ERA. So luck is a factor in this, guys. And I thought when he was really scuffling that 1 month and the ERA was up around 10 or whatever it was, I felt like he was making some pretty good pitches and balls were falling in. So I felt like he pitched a lot of bad luck, but I also felt like he made some bad pitches and they got hammered too. And so, I remember talking this spring training to some of our hitters when you face Trevor Rogers, what do you see? And they all told me he hides the ball really well. Like you just don't pick it up like you do off of a lot of pitchers. And so if you look at the analytical data, it kind of fools you because analytically there's not a whole lot. Like you'd be thinking the way they swing and miss under that fastball, you'd be going, well, he must be spinning at 2,500 RPMs, but it's actually below big league average spin sometimes. But yet he gets away with it because he hides it a little bit. And so I think the confidence has gone back up for him. I said this on the air. I think this team's got its swag back in a lot of ways. Like I see guys starting to stick their chest out a little bit more than what they were doing a month or so ago. I see a little bit different body language. I see a team that's getting confident and confident in what they're doing right now. And winning heals a lot of that stuff. It's just the Orioles are in a unique situation where, if I'm not mistaken, there's 23 teams out of 30 that's within 4 games of the the final wild card spot right now. So it's a really weird situation. It's been a really weird year. In a typical year, the Orioles might be out of it already, but it looks like, I mean, hell, if the season ended today, there'd be teams under 500 getting in the playoffs right now. We all thought, well, you got to win 88 games to get in. It's not looking like that's what it's going to be. It's looking like if you get to 500 or maybe a game above 500, you very well could be in the playoffs this year.
Well, Ben, sticking with the starting pitching, I mean, I just don't know where this team would be without Brandon Young, and he has been arguably the biggest surprise, probably next to Blaze Alexander in terms of surprise contributions to this roster this year. I mean, he's already got 7 wins on the season. He had 7 losses last year in the 12 games that he started. What's the difference that you're seeing from Brandon Young this year compared to last year?
I think a lot of it is his confidence, right? I mean, I think when I go watch him, and you never can tell with Brandon, that's one of the things I love about him. His demeanor on the mound is terrific all the time. Like, it's low key. You never know if he's giving up 3 or 4 or 5 runs or pitching a shutout. Like, he seems to be I said this too, he seems on the surface a quiet kid, and he is in a lot of ways, but like, he's got an S on his chest when he takes his jersey off. Like, there's a Superman down there somewhere, like, because he just competes really, really well. And I see a guy that has a game plan. I felt like a lot last year he would kind of go into a game without a game plan. And he would say, okay, what am I going to do today when the batter steps in the box? Well, now I feel like he has a game plan of how he wants to attack every hitter when the game starts. And here's the key for me for him, too. And this comes with experience because I went through this, too. He can pivot from that game plan now. In other words, if he sees they're attacking fastballs, they're sitting fastballs, upper quadrants, he'll throw more breaking balls. He'll throw the splitter a little bit more. He'll throw the breaking ball a little bit more than what he typically does. So he's able to offset what he's seeing by reading bats. And again, that comes with experience too. And quite frankly, the guys look like they love playing behind him because every time he drops on the bump, I mean, they're scoring 6.5 runs for him, which is always a nice thing too. And so I just see a guy that's very confident. And it's great to see because, I mean, honestly, if you look at the depth chart in spring training, I had Brandon Young at number 8 in our starting pitcher role. That's where I had him. I had him behind Tate Povich, and Dean Kramer was sitting at 6 before Eflin got hurt, And so it's good to see these depth pieces. We talked about this a lot last year. The Orioles hadn't been able to carry a lot of depth and hadn't had depth over the years, but it feels like the depth has been better. It's unfortunate that some guys have gotten hurt. It's hurt, Dean Kramer missing a lot of time has hurt the Orioles. There's no doubt. Eflin, I thought, would have had a great year until he got hurt, but it's good to see B. Young step up and do what we all thought he was capable of doing. It's a wonderful story for a guy that wasn't even drafted out of college. It is such a cool story to see an undrafted kid performing well at the big league level. So, yes, we can talk about the Gunnar Henderson, and maybe he hadn't had the year we wanted to have, and there's been some disappointments. I get that, but man, you start looking around, Blaze Alexander, I know he's hurt now, but Brandon Young, Rico Garcia. There's been some really good stories to the Orioles this year. A lot of guys have stepped up, and they'll have to continue to do that now with Blaze being out. It's going to be interesting to see, how the Orioles handle that, if they can continue this momentum.
He's Ben McDonald. Ben, Orioles have a big couple of series out of the break at Houston, at Boston, 2 teams that the Orioles are trailing in the wild card race. Ben, we'll be watching. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Ben.
It'll be fun. Y'all take care.
You got it. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to get back into the Ravens. If Eric DeCosta does not make any more additions to this offense, is it going to be good enough? Are they going to be able to light up the scoreboard like prior years? But coming up next, Ben mentioned Gunnar Henderson and the poor unofficial first half that he's had. Well, we're going to review it next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Hi, this is attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You could do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Providence Road. Vehicle fires on the right side, still backed up to Cromwell Bridge Road. 83 Jones Falls Expressway northbound at East Chase Street, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. And 95 northbound at 175 just cleared an accident from the left side. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard, a vehicle fires on the left side. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Again, I think you have to look at the coaching because it's not just him. It's not like there's just one guy here underperforming. It's a lot of guys. I think you have to look at the coaching. I think you have to look at what are they doing pregame? What information are they passing along? How are they communicating it? What are they emphasizing? Because one of the things with Gunnar Henderson coming up as a prospect, even though at times there was a little more swing and miss than you'd like, he was always a good defender. He was always a good base runner. He was always savvy. He was always going to play hard. If those have disappeared, something is up in the organization because that should never happen with him.
That was Kyle Glazer, who joined us last Friday, and we played some of the cuts yesterday, had some scathing things to say about Mike Elias and the Orioles player development, but that was Kyle Glazer when we asked him about Gunnar Henderson and the season that he is having, and no one could have envisioned this. Look, I was all on board. I know Ken was. Maybe you were as well, Cordell. Like, when the WBC happened and he's playing with his hair on fire and he's the Energizer Bunny, you're thinking, this is going to be the Gunnar Henderson revenge tour. He is going to be all the way back this year. And it is kind of funny looking back to last year, calling that the down year when his defense, he only had one error in his final 90-some games. He had 30 stolen bases. He still had a WAR of almost 5.5. Where this year it's career worst across the board. Mm-hmm. Batting average, on base, slug, obviously OPS, getting picked off 5 times. Like, when Gunnar is ahead in the count, he's batting 161.
That's crazy.
He has a 681 OPS when ahead in the count. His career's 1,000. When he's ahead in the count. 2 outs with runners in scoring position. He's hitting 167 with a 405 OPS. Career average, 240 batting average, 832 OPS. It's just hard to put your finger on the season that Gunnar Henderson is having, and clearly he's searching for answers as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'll really make your stomach turn looking at Gunnar's numbers to this point in the season. I mean, these are awful numbers. I mean, you look at his splits, it's not, I'm searching for like a quality stat for him. I guess when he's up 3-1 in the count, he's hitting over 1,100. He has over 1,100 OPS, if that matters. But yeah, I mean, it's been a struggle for him at the plate, to say the least. They're trying different things. They're moving him up and down from the first to second spot. I mean, he's been in the third, as low as the third spot this year, but not very often. They're going to continue to ride this wave of Gunnar and continue to put their eggs into that basket and hope that he breaks out. And really, what choice do they have? They should. I mean, if there's anybody you're going to kind of bet on, it would be Gunnar. I would like to think that his second half is just, I'm not saying that he's going to look like the best player in baseball in the second half, but man, this is like not even bare minimum type of stuff from Gunnar. And that's just the offensive side that I'm talking about. I haven't even mentioned the porous defense. I mean, defensively, he's become a guy that you kind of got to hope and pray when he's throwing the ball to first base, when the ball is hit to him. I mean, he's already has 10 errors to this point in the season. That's good enough for his second career worst to this point. I think Gunnar is, I think we can all agree, Gunnar is better than what we've seen. And I don't think it's for lack of trying. No. I don't think the effort part has hampered him. If anything, he's probably trying too hard. But I wish there was something that I could say that I'm like, oh, when I watch Gunnar play, it's this little thing that's throwing it off. I don't have the science down to that point, but clearly they don't either, because if they had that answer, they would have already given it to him.
I think that's the most frustrating thing for Gunnar Henderson's season is, I just mentioned it. Like last year, yeah, the power was zapped because he had the shoulder and he had the intercostal strain in spring training, ended up getting off to a late start. But there were still areas of his game that he could hang his hat on, with the stolen bases, with the plus defense, with he had phenomenal numbers with runners in scoring position last year. I think he hit over 300. This year, Yeah, he had 342 with the runners in scoring position last year. 342 OPS over 1,000. Where this year, Cordell, that's what's most disappointing. I can't tell you an area of his game where you're like, all right, he's killing it there.
And you talk about with guys in scoring position, Gunner's come up in a lot of big spots this year. And I think it's definitely becoming mental in that regard to where, and I think I said this before, like I don't think he's going up there saying, well, I'm about to strike out or I'm about to fly out or anything like that. But I don't think the surety is as high as it was before. I don't think he's going up there as confident that he's going to get the positive result from his at bat because time and time again, he just hasn't gotten that. And you look, he's in a run producing spot. And you look at the way that this lineup has been situated this year, they've gotten pretty good quality at bats from the bottom third of their lineup throughout this year, spearheaded by Blaze, for sure. But there have been other guys that have kind of come through and gotten on. It's been multiple times he's come up to the plate in a big spot with guys on, and it's just not happening for him. I can't explain why. I think he's looking to do too much. That's the easy answer. He's trying to make the game-changing play. And I go back to that Reds game where they had the bases loaded. Adley comes up. Adley knocks in two just by putting one through the hole. Gunner comes up, and granted, he ends up getting the sac fly, and it ends up like they end up losing the game by one. And I continue to say, like, oh, that was a pretty good at bat from Gunner, all things considered, where the expectation has gotten to for him. But you just knew going up. Unfortunately, I left that situation feeling like him getting the sac fly was like best case scenario. Like, that's a win right there. It's better than Gunner going up there and swinging out of his shoes. And honestly, the strikeouts have come down a little bit recently, so he's not chasing as much. I'd like to think that he is taking like micro baby steps in the right direction going into the break. But man, he's got to turn it on in a big way here soon.
Coming up at 5:45, we're going to put a bow on this, preview the All-Star game. But coming up next, we're going to get back into the Ravens. If Eric DeCosta does not make a single addition to the offense, can Lamar Jackson elevate this group to still be a top 10, top 5? Is that a pipe dream offense? We'll get into it next.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS. Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning. It was online in minutes. Then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel. Your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Providence Road. Vehicle fire there on the right side being cleaned up. It's still backed up to Cromwell Bridge Road. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard. Vehicle fire cleanup there is on the shoulder. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Samuel Basayo has experienced a successful rookie season thus far. Basayo owns a .772 OPS with 16 homers and 46 RBIs. Adley Rutschman recently gave his thoughts on Basayo's first half.
It's awesome, man. He's a great player. It's fun to see him go out there. He's just unbelievably talented, and it's been cool to just kind of watch him grow into into a big league player. He does a great job. He's way more mature than his age. The guy goes about things like a pro.
Tonight marks the 96th edition of MLB's All-Star Game. The American League leads the all-time series 48-45-2, but the NL has won 2 of the last 3 years. You can catch all of the action of the Midsummer Classic on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage at 7. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 101. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, I feel good about it. Obviously, Zay's a two-time Pro Bowler and a talented player who's going to continue to ascend. Rashad Bateman's been a big-time playmaker for us the last couple of years. I think he's very, very excited about this year. Can't wait to see what Rashad does this year in this offense with Coach Declan Doyle, kind of running the show. And, Rashad has proven that in clutch situations he can make good plays.
That was Eric DeCosta on the Fresh Take with you and Ben Hall. That was prior to the draft when you guys asked him about the wide receiver position. And Eric was talking up his guys as he should. And Zay Flowers is a stud. We love Zay. And Bateman, unfortunately, as things currently stand, which one of these years is not like the other? Well, 2024 is an outlier. And then there's Tez Walker, where with the very limited time that he's gotten, 7 catches. That's all they got. Outside of Zay and Bateman, there's 7 combined catches, the rest of this receiving core. And you just go up and down this offense, Cordell. The entire offensive line took a step back last year. Obviously, Tyler Linderbaum is no longer here, and as things currently stand, that's a significant downgrade at center. Now, you upgraded at both guard spots, absolutely, and Vega Ioane, we had Brian Baldinger on right before the draft, and that was Baldy's favorite prospect in the draft. Now, Baldy is an offensive lineman, so maybe a little skewed there, but a lot of people high on Vega saying he's a can't-miss guy. He's a very safe pick. John Simpson, not exactly coming off a great year with the Jets. He was very penalized, third most penalized offensive lineman, but certainly an upgrade. And Rosengarten and Ronnie both regressed. That's the offensive line. Mark Andrews coming off career worst year. Durham Smythe, you bring in him as a blocking tight end, and then you have 2 rookies. Lamar's a stud. Derrick Henry's a stud. But there's just a lot more questions with this offense, certainly year over year. But the most questions we've had about this offense in a while, Cordell, and we've seen Lamar Jackson do more with less at various points of his career, but can he do enough to where this offense can be, top 10 this year?
I think top 10 is plausible. It's plausible. You get through the regular season. I mean, I think the Ravens, for the most part, obviously they're coming off a year where they didn't make the playoffs. So you do got to kind of take something with that. It's not all John. A lot of these guys are carrying over from that team last year, but injuries played a big part of it. Offensive line was one of the worst in the league. I still have questions about the offensive line. I think they're better, but that's relative. Like you couldn't get any worse than what you had last year. So I do think they've gotten better. I like the Ioane pick. And look, I like the rookie wide receivers. Like I talked up Elijah Surratt as soon as they drafted him. I'm a big Surratt guy. But my concerns are, to your question, it's a lot of unsurety when we're talking about this year. If you ask me how do I feel like Surratt is going to develop over years, I'm going to say I think the dude is going to turn out to be a stud. I think his college resume speaks for itself. Lane, I'm optimistic, but I'm not as sure about him as I am about Surratt. I just feel like Surratt has more day one ready to go skills of a skill set than Lane does. But that's it. Yeah, Lamar has shown that he can kind of turn water into wine in the regular season. But when you get to the playoffs, it's not about your quarterback going out there and playing Superman, because we've seen Lamar try to play Superman in the playoffs. It doesn't work. He is yet to make a Super Bowl. Some of that is due to him not playing well. Some of that is due to his teammates not supporting him well. Some of that is due to his coaching staff letting him down. It's been a total group effort in their failures. That said, I think that the Ravens could use a little more in the pass catching department. I talked about it earlier. I think that this is going to be a year where the defense leads the charge. And there's no shame in that. And I told you off the break, in the break, if you're telling me that you have a team in Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and Zay Flowers, and the offense isn't the strength of that team, you probably got a pretty good team. You might. And we've seen Patrick Mahomes win a Super Bowl with lackluster offensive numbers, but a superior defense. Is multiple ways to skin a cat. I think that's probably going to be the route of this Ravens team this year. But to answer your question in a long-winded way, I do think this could be a top 10 unit, but I think long-term, if you're talking about success in January, they need to go get another veteran, more of a sure thing pass catcher. And I'm not talking about a Nelson Aguilar guy who played his role pretty good. Thankfully, Bateman had a monster year in 23 or 24. But I think that they need to go get a veteran like you mentioned, Keenan Allen. I've brought up Diggs in the past, and I know he's got some stuff going on. Even Debo. Like, those are guys that walk in and they're instant impact guys. I'm not talking about going to get one of those stash vets that you barely want to give reps to. No, go get a guy that actually contributes to your offense.
I've been talking Keenan Allen since February, beginning of March. It would be so on brand for this organization. They love old veteran wide receivers towards the end of their career, but Keenan Allen was still productive. He led the NFL in third down catches that ended up going for first downs. Look, I think especially early on in this season, even if you're the most optimistic Ravens fan that's drinking the purple Kool-Aid, this is going to be a feeling out process because there's so many unproven guys in terms of pass catchers. Because even if you think Declan Doyle is the next Sean McVay, he's never called plays before. So it's a brand new offense. There's a lot of new pieces. It's going to take some time for this group to gel and be cohesive. Now, the NFL scheduling gods did him a solid in the fact that it's not murderer's row out of the gate. That being said, I think you can always run into some issues looking at last year's record and trying to project that to the following year. They play the Cowboys week 3. That would it shock me if they lost that game? No, because I think the Cowboys are going to be a better football team this year. They play Atlanta week 5 in Atlanta. Like, would it shock me if they lost that game? No, I think Atlanta's going to be better. Obviously, the Bengals in week 7, they didn't make the playoffs last year. I think they're going to make the playoffs this year. So, I can tell you, the first 7 weeks of their schedule, they don't play a playoff team from last year, but they do play some improved teams. So I think, especially in the first month and a half, they are going to have to lean into what you're saying, Cordell, where it's back to the future, man. You're going back to 2000, right? Pound the rock, play defense,
and what's wrong
win
with
the game.
That?
And there's nothing wrong
resulted in a Super Bowl.
Yes, and obviously the game has changed tremendously since then. But using that formula while your offense finds its footing, I don't think there's any shame in that.
No, not at all. Play to your strengths. And look, while I totally agree the game has changed drastically from that 2000 team and how they can even hit, but you've got a backfield of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry still. Like, when all else fails, you still have that. Henry showed last year he's O-line proof. As bad as that offensive line was, he's still second in the league in rushing yards. So, like, they have that safety net to fall on. They still have Zay, who can still get open in one-on-one coverage, that can still win in the scramble drill. Everything else is kind of, you're going to fill it out. And even you brought up Declan Doyle. Like, how does he call plays when the scripted plays aren't working, or you get outside of your first 15 and you get into the 2-minute, like, it's going to be a major filling out process.
And this is another thing, because we know none of these guys, like Lamar or Henry especially, they're not playing in the preseason. And Declan Doyle, he's not showing his hand in the preseason. It's going to be a watered-down vanilla offense in the preseason. I'm not judging Declan Doyle and his playbook and what he's doing in games that are meaningless in August. So this is all new. These are all first. Eric DeCosta ended up going this route, and there's Nothing wrong with it. Look, rookie head coaches, they can have success. John Harbaugh went to the AFC Championship as a rookie head coach back in 2008 with a rookie quarterback, which you never see. That was a first when it happened. But there's going to be some growing pains. What's Jesse Minter look like on a 2-game, 3-game losing streak? How's Jesse Minter gonna, how's Declan Doyle gonna call a 2-minute drill when you're down by 4? Like, what's that looking like in Pittsburgh? We won't know until we know. But we do know we only have one segment left before we turn it over to Westwood One, which then turns it over to ESPN Radio at 7 with their coverage of the All-Star Game. We'll do a brief preview next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Bryce Harper was selected to be a legend pick for tonight's All-Star Game by MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, but that doesn't mean Harper will budge on his salary cap stance. When asked yesterday if he could see any scenario where the players' union would accept a deal that involves a cap, Harper emphatically said no. We could be in for a long fight. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
We all do it. You have a night for yourself but don't like the sound of the silence, so you turn on the TV just for the ambience. It's a little trick that helps you feel like you've got company and aren't alone. And other insurers, well, they may make you feel alone. But when you switch to Geico, you've got claims reps available around the clock. So whenever you need, you'll have people around to help. And let's turn on the washing machine, just for good measure. Isn't that soothing?
It feels good to have support. It feels good to Geico.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today.
Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Providence Road, vehicle fire on the right side being cleaned up. It's backed up to Bel Air Road, Route 1. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road through Towson. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard, still cleaning up a vehicle fire there on the shoulder. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound still heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Man, you know we're late. When Brian's playing the outfit coming into the segment, man, we are late. Well, real quick, All-Star game tonight. Cordell, Christopher Sanchez starting National League. Dylan Cease for the American League. Adley Rutschman not in the starting lineup, but you'd envision he's going to get in at some point.
Yeah, I always root for the American League.
Hey,
I'm an American League guy since birth. We'll be rooting for my guy James Wood and C.J. Abrams, though.
James Wood's an animal.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he wasn't even voted as a starter is kind of crazy. The dude is hot. I think he just won Player of the Month this past month. But anyway, other than those guys, I always root for the American League. We'll see what happens tonight, but pretty good starting matchup.
That is it for us. Westwood One Radio comes next. Then ESPN Radio at 7 for coverage of tonight's All-Star game on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home